What character would realistically learn magic in Marvel? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 801, Flame of Prometheus. Tia watched Prometheus stand up little by little. The expression on his face made the girl feel unfamiliar. She had known Prometheus for more than 8 years. She was 16 years old this year. 8 years was an unforgettable period of time for a child of this age. She thought she was very familiar with Uncle Prometheus. He was a good man. Although he was dark-skinned and very tall, he was very friendly to everyone. He always looked very optimistic and humorous. He would repair some small things for those who lived in poverty without charging any money. He made a living by making some exquisite handicrafts. But who was this person? Who was this person who stood up and held the forging hammer? His expression was serious and cold, and his lips were tightly pressed together. He stood there, doing nothing, and the darkness faded away. Tia stared at him blankly and forgot to speak. Prometheus bowed his head and said to her, "You need to update your cognition, child. My name is Vulcan. Of course, if you want to continue to call me Prometheus, that's fine." Tia still didn't speak, as if she had completely lost the ability to speak. Vulcan understood her feelings, but unfortunately, the current situation did not allow Tia to slowly regain her sanity. Some steel needs to be forged violently before it can be formed, but forging steel also requires a furnace. Vulcan came to the broken train with worry, raised his head and observed the cab through the glass window. After a few seconds, he came to a rather frustrating conclusion. He didn't need to use his not-so-profound mechanical knowledge to easily know that this thing was probably completely broken. The reason was simple. The complex control panel in the cab was smashed to pieces, and it was even emitting black smoke. Based on the traces left on the ground, Vulcan felt that most likely someone wanted to escape through the train, but found that he couldn't start it, so he simply used the control panel to vent his anger. The Fire Dragon Lord, who was only wearing cloth, shook his head. Anger is such a force that no one can say that he can completely control it. Those madmen who try to control it often end up being devoured by it. Thinking of this, a hideous face appeared in front of him again. Anger and Vulcan sighed and returned to Tia's side. Looking at the still dazed girl, he said patiently, "We need to move, child. This train can no longer move. We have to find another way to go to other cities, or simply go to the city lord's mansion." He should have tools to contact other people. As he spoke, he shook his head and began to lament his naivety. At this point, he actually thought that there would be living people in other cities in the world. Although reason was mocking him, Vulcan still said to himself, "I want to try." The kindness in his heart did not allow him to give up any possible life. Just as Vulcan was thinking about what to do next, he heard a dense buzzing sound in his ears. Vulcan turned his head and saw a large group of flies swarming towards them, followed by a foul smell. The Fire Dragon Lord's face suddenly changed, and he grabbed Tia's collar and threw her forward. The child, who had not yet figured out the specific situation, let out a short scream, but Vulcan rushed to her landing point in 2 steps and 3 steps, and caught her firmly. Then, he started running, without a moment's hesitation. Vulcan knew very well that these flies were a manifestation of Nergal's power. They might not cause any harm to him, but to the child in his arms, they were just the vanguard. The arrival of these flies was not a good thing, which often meant that the demons of Nergal were coming. He didn't want to see anyone get hurt in front of him anymore, especially some people he could have protected. The running of a Primarch was extremely terrifying, especially for Vulcan. Although he was easygoing on weekdays, when he really moved, the movement was no different from an earthquake. The huge force penetrated into the ground as he ran, and even began to shake the walls of the underground transportation station. He ran very fast, even faster and faster. The sound of the wind whistled past Tia's ears, and she couldn't even see the specific scene clearly. She could only see some blurred pictures torn into pieces by the speed. At the same time, she also heard the sound, that kind of fragmented, continuous hum. "Don't listen, child," Vulcan said seriously. "That's not the sound you should hear. Cover your ears." Close your eyes, and I will take you to a safe place. But, Uncle Prometheus, Tia replied tremblingly, their voices are getting closer and closer, getting closer and closer. Vulcan stopped suddenly. The muscles on his right arm bulged high, and the forging hammer tore the air, forcing it to emit a sharp whistle that was overwhelmed. A corpse hiding in the shadows was immediately beaten out, and the smelly and corrupt juice splashed, and there were pale yellow bones. With a plop, the thing fell down. Half of its head was completely smashed, and its only remaining eye fell out of its socket, staring at Vulcan and Tia in silence. Then, the plague carrier who should have died spoke hoarsely. "He sees you." It spoke in a low voice, and the blasphemous voice was getting louder and louder. The emergency lights in the underground passage began to flash urgently. "He has arrived. He has arrived. Lost Dragon, you have nowhere to escape." Snap! Vulcan crushed the plague carrier's head without hesitation and continued to move forward. The flashing red light of the emergency light hit his face, making the expression of the Lord of Fire Dragons become broken and gloomy. Tia listened to him obediently, closed her eyes, covered her ears, and the silver bracelet on her right wrist flashed, protecting her from the plague. "We must leave here," Vulcan thought. "This underground transportation hub can no longer stay. First, there are swarms of flies from Nurgle, and then there are plague carriers." And what is the he had just shouted? A terrible guess formed in his mind. Vulcan continued to run, not daring to stop for even a second. At this moment, he missed his legion and flamethrower very much. If he had a flamethrower, he would not have to run away at all. He only needed to turn back, and the flames would burn everything. The swarms of Nurgle flies carrying deadly germs would be burned to ashes in the flames. Their wings would be scorched first, followed by their rotten bodies and the maggot eggs inside. Just as he was reminiscing about the past, the Primarch's sensitive hearing made him keenly aware of something wrong. The buzzing sound disappeared. Instead, there was a fluttering sound, light and dense. Vulcan stopped and listened attentively. The dazzling red light flashed at high speed without stopping, but it did not disturb his concentration. Finally, after a few seconds, he really heard the sound again, the sound of flapping wings. From the corner in front, a group of butterflies flew out of the darkness. Their wings were a strange green color with complex patterns on them. These creatures flapped their broad wings and rushed towards Vulcan with a smell of decay. The red light flickered at a frighteningly fast frequency. The Lord of Fire Dragons stood still with an unchanged expression, raised his right hand, and slammed the forging hammer on the wall. The violent force forcibly created a gap in the wall that was large enough for him to pass through. He slipped in, lowered his head and shoulders, and actually used his flesh to forcibly carve a path through the traffic hub. However, he could still hear the sound of the butterflies flapping their wings. Vulcan continued to move forward with a gloomy face, thinking quickly at the same time. He has never been a tactician with a keen sense of smell, but he is a blacksmith. Blacksmith's ability to adapt to changes is amazing. Various accidents often occur during the forging process, such as steel breaking and insufficient temperature. These are common. A qualified blacksmith must be able to deal with any situation that occurs with the things he has at hand. Vulcan has this ability. He smashed through several walls like a human bulldozer, destroying the hidden cables and the elevator shaft reserved for maintenance workers. He smashed the last wall and came to a hall. This is the transportation hub hall, where tickets are purchased. Vulcan turned his head and saw a long staircase not far from him. It was wide and delicate, and he knew at a glance that it was made of some precious stone. However, it was about to be destroyed. The Lord of Fire Dragons exhaled softly, and the sound of butterfly wings flapping came from behind him like some kind of monster chasing souls. But he threw the forging hammer in his hand calmly. It whistled and tore the bottom of the stairs apart, and then Vulcan jumped up, and his superhuman strength brought him directly to the top of the stairs. At this moment, the stable structure of the stairs itself had been destroyed, and half of his body had already landed on the ground. Vulcan calmly raised his leg and stamped his foot. While the stairs collapsed completely, he also used the recoil to jump up again and returned to the ground completely. Smoke and dust filled the air. The stairs were completely destroyed, and the piles of stones buried the entrance. Vulcan breathed a sigh of relief and turned around, but was suddenly startled. A butterfly was hovering in front of him. It was anchored in the air, rootless and floating, but it folded its wings, as if it was lying on something calmly. After noticing Vulcan's gaze, it slowly spread its wings, and then it seemed to flap its wings harmlessly a few times, and phosphorus powder fell between the flaps. Then, a gust of wind suddenly blew. Vulcan's face changed drastically, and he raised his right hand to cover his mouth and nose, but it was too late. This scene was destined to happen more than 10 minutes ago. The butterfly was here from the beginning, and it had been patiently waiting for Vulcan for a long time. With a bang, the dark giant fell down without saying a word. Tia was also thrown out of his arms, without crying out in pain. The girl immediately crawled to his side and called out his name helplessly. "No need to shout anymore, little one," a voice said with a smile. "He can no longer answer you. The plague has caused his consciousness to go to another place. To be honest, you might as well let him rest well. After all, he will not have the opportunity to rest soon." Tia turned her head away with tears in her eyes, biting her lower lip stubbornly. She should have gone crazy the moment she looked directly at the monster, but she didn't. And this was the second time she survived. Nerugos, who had regained his form, looked at the girl in surprise. He patted his belly, which had healed at some point, and asked curiously, "Why are you not affected, little one? The first time, I deliberately let you go, but you should have gone crazy. This time, you looked directly at me, but you were still not affected. Aren't you afraid?" Tia didn't say anything, but just looked at it with hateful eyes. "It's really interesting. I've never seen anything like this before." Nerugos looked at her carefully. After seeing the bracelet on her right wrist, he clapped his hands in sudden realization. "So that's it. It's its credit. Ah, where did you get this thing? This is not a good thing. It can actually exempt a child like you from the influence of the plague." The great unclean one tutted in disgust. "If it weren't for it, you would have become a carrier of the plague now. It really makes me unhappy." It moved its fingers, and a group of butterflies emerged from the void, grabbing the girl and coming to it. Nerugos looked down at Tia, slowly thinking about what kind of plague to plant on this child. Although she is just a human with nothing special, she is related to Vulcan. After the plague has fulfilled the purpose for which it was created, Vulcan will become one of the children of the loving father, so this child will naturally follow Vulcan. This is also a good story. The children of the loving father never fight against each other. Nerugos thought it was necessary for him to establish a good relationship with Vulcan in advance. The great unclean one pondered for a while and finally found the answer. "What do you think of cancer?" it asked. "Although it is old, it is classic enough. At the same time, there are many ways to improve it. I think I can plant blood cancer in you. What do you think? Don't you like it, huh?" It looked at Tia, who was trembling and crying, and asked patiently, "Then, how about a different one? Since you don't like blood cancer, maybe we can try a rare genetic defect disease, and I can debug it for you." "Ah, this is good. But before doing these," Nerugos grinned with his terrifying big mouth and laughed dully. Maggots and bile poured out of its mouth and fell on the ground. The juice surged and the maggots squirmed and stuck together. After a few hours, some brand new nurglings will be born from it. "I have to take off this annoying bracelet for you first," Nerugos said with a smile. The great unclean one stretched out his hand. Its palm was as big as 2 heads of Tia, so it was somewhat difficult to take off the bracelet. Fortunately, Nerugos had enough patience to complete the task. It carefully pulled off the bracelet on the girl's right wrist with one finger, and then quickly threw it away with a look of disgust. "Disgusting thing," it muttered. "Why is it so clean? It's really unpleasant." It turned its head and looked at Tia, who had been completely defeated by fear. The happy smile returned to its face again. "Well, child, it's time to give you." Nerugos made a sound of doubt and turned his head sharply to look at the place where he threw the bracelet. Although its diseased and yellowed eyeballs were rotting all the time, its vision was not affected. Therefore, Nerugos could clearly see that the silver bracelet was gone. "No." The great unclean one slowly uttered a word, and then more. "No, number. What's going on? It shouldn't be like this. No, this is wrong. It left Tio behind and moved its fat body with difficulty to the place where the bracelet was before. It lay down and searched the ground without any image. How could this happen? It roared angrily after finding nothing. Who is it? Thief, come out. This is Neryugos' spoils. Even if I don't like it, no one can take it without saying a word. It stood up, panting, thinking quickly in its mind. He quickly went through the faces of those who might have stolen this thing. Who could it be? One of the other great unclean ones? Or that damn eavesdropping worm? Ah, they are a bunch of cowards, hiding in the garden and not daring to fulfill their duties as a loving father's child, but they dare to keep accusing it of how reckless its actions are. Neryugos was furious. There was nothing he could do about it. Since he took on this job, his brothers had been laughing at him with ill intentions. It didn't even stop when it was stirring the soup pot. They thought Neryugos couldn't hear them, but they didn't know that it could clearly hear their words through the turbulence in the warp. It's true that the great unclean ones don't attack each other, but it's also true that they don't like each other. Everyone wants to go further in the favor of their father. Before Kugath died, he had always had a bad relationship with his brother Rotigas, but Rotigas never stole anything from Kugath. Neryugos turned around with a gloomy face. It had made up its mind. After this matter was completed, it would definitely find the thief who stole the things and make him pay the price. Well, although the great unclean ones are very vengeful, it is afraid that it can't do these things. The reason is very simple. Next to Vulcan, there was a man wearing a black robe, thin and tall, with a pale face. He also had a bracelet in his hand. The man was casually wrapping it around his fingers and spinning it, so leisurely. Noticing Neryugos' gaze, he smiled and said, "Hello, hello, the newly born great unclean one. Do you know me?" Neryugos' expression suddenly became terrified, but it didn't have time to answer. The blazing sky fire surged fiercely behind the man, and the fire even blinded the great unclean one completely the moment it appeared. It screamed and shouted the name of the kind father. It didn't understand why the black-robed man could track him here through the cover of the kind father's power, but these were not what it should pay attention to now. Escape, must escape, otherwise you will die, definitely die. There is no compromise option. The black-robed man will burn its flesh to ashes and tear its soul apart completely. It will not have a chance to be reborn, and once it dies, Neryugos doesn't want to think about it anymore. The power of the plague is called out by it, and the vortex of the warp suddenly emerges. Nergal responded to its call and intended to take it away, but someone forcibly stopped this behavior. He said, "Teleportation is forbidden here." Magic was transmitted to reality through words, and the tone of command brought the result of the command. The vortex of the warp suddenly emerged and then suddenly dispersed. Neryugos fell to the ground trembling, and his eyes were dark. After a brief fear, he also accepted the fact that he was about to die. However, there was a question that always lingered in his heart. How did the black-robed man find this place? Good question, great unclean one. Maggot butterfly. Neryugos the wizard smiled slightly. This all depends on you. Do you know me? Yes, you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to find this place. The gentle words were thrown out, but the question was not answered. Obviously, the wizard did not intend to really let it know. He raised his hand, as if to order, as if to declare, then, die. The sky fire broke out and burned Neryugos' entire body in an instant. First it was a point, then a sea of fire. Starting from where the wizard stood, it quickly spread to the entire planet. Humans will not be harmed, but those places that have been contaminated by Nergal will be completely burned. From the orbit, Finilos has now become a huge fireball, emitting a golden glow. I wrote a little more, and I can actually add a little more, but the maximum number of people per day is 10,000, and more will cause mutations. Chapter 802. Wake up and see you, kids. Waking up is a complex concept. How do you define the distance between sleep and wakefulness? Throughout the ages, many people have tried to explore this vague boundary, but none of them have succeeded. Even those who can have lucid dreams cannot explain how they decide on the concept of waking up. Vulcan couldn't explain it either. He just woke up, that's all. What came into view was a white ceiling, and an exquisite and quaint chandelier swayed slightly above his head. He didn't see the existence of candles, but instead saw 4 vague soft light balls silently emitting warm light at the 4 corners of the chandelier. A unique smell of books came into his nostrils, and then Vulcan found that he was lying on a comfortable sofa chair that fit his body perfectly. Large, soft, and warm. In the fireplace not far from him, the firewood was burning slowly and steadily, making a pleasant crackling sound. Then, he heard the sound of turning pages of a book. Turning his head, Vulcan saw a thin man looking down and flipping through a thick book. The book had a brown cover with gold-plated words on it, but it was not any of the books he was familiar with. Vulcan observed them for a while and suddenly felt a headache. The man suddenly said, "I suggest you not to look at them without their permission. Every word in this book has its own consciousness. They don't like to be flipped or looked at by anyone other than me. This place is different from the Garden of Nergal I imagined." Vulcan sat up cautiously, clenched his hands, and looked like he might explode at any time. "Who are you?" "One question, but you actually asked 2 questions." The man raised his head with an intriguing smile on his face. "Which one should I answer, Vulcan?" "The first one," Vulcan answered in a deep voice. "Oh, okay." The man smiled and nodded. "This is not Nergal's garden. This is a pocket dimension, a secondary plane dominated by me. I usually use it as a library and storage room, and occasionally I hide here to waste some time by myself, to escape from reality." After saying this, he closed the book and threw it away. It floated up spontaneously and returned to the bookshelf on the other side of the wall. Vulcan tracked it with his eyes, and everything here made him instinctively feel that something was wrong. The Lord of Fire Dragons took a deep breath and frowned his straight eyebrows seriously. "Who are you?" "I have already answered your question." The man smiled and put his fingers up. "Ask me usually comes at a price, and my fee is not cheap. What do you want?" "What do I want?" the man asked back. "Interesting. What do you think I want? My life, my loyalty, or the blood of innocent people? What else can beings like you desire?" The Lord of Fire Dragon smiled contemptuously. "Come on, you filthy thing in the warp, reveal your request to me." The man raised his eyebrows slightly, looking a little surprised. "Oh," he nodded thoughtfully. "So that's how it is. It seems that you know a lot." He did not refute Vulcan's prejudice against his existence. Vulcan sneered and stopped talking. "This is interesting. Although your body perished with the beast, your soul wandered in the warp for a while. I thought you would know nothing about the world today." "It seems that preconceived prejudices can indeed blind people," he said meaningfully. "The temptation of words will not work on me." "Show your true form, demon," Vulcan said coldly. "Don't talk to me in human form anymore." Hearing this, the man smiled slightly. "As you wish," he said. Then, the world suddenly fell into darkness. Ceiling, walls, lights, fireplaces, all these concepts disappeared. Even the chairs disappeared completely. The real world rushed in violently from the outside, scrambling to show its existence to Vulcan. The blinding white light danced wildly, and 1,000 stars began to rotate spontaneously in front of him. He saw the stars flickering, the birth of violence, the source of destruction, and the abstract concepts and their concrete appearance. At that moment, Vulcan was sure that he was crazy. He was so sure that his mind was clearly broken into incoherent fragments. Even memories began to roll and merge in his mind. People's faces twisted and merged, and the dead of the past screamed and crawled out of the underworld to his side. Then, there was the scene of Nocturne. Nocturne was burning, just as it always was. Millions of volcanoes connected to each other, forming a continuous mountain range, black sandbanks, a small ocean full of sulfur, and a dim dangerous red light illuminated Vulcan's face. He even smelled that familiar smell. But this scene did not last long. The next second, a human-shaped shadow floated beside him. His body was floating, just like a black curtain blown by the wind. Where the eyes should be, there were 2 rotating bright golden stars, and endless light and heat burst out from them. Then, he heard a snap of fingers. Snap! The world returned to normal. The ceiling, chandelier and chairs, they were back, and the firewood in the stove was still burning steadily, with occasional sparks. Warmth emerged, and Vulcan subconsciously lowered his head and found that he had sat back on the sofa chair without knowing when, with a blanket covering his legs and a cup of warm milk in his hands. How do you feel? The man asked. I tried to reveal to you the abstract concepts in this universe. In a way, they can also be regarded as the reality you want. You should have seen something that you cannot understand. So how do you feel? His concerned tone made Vulcan's eyes twitch. Seeing this, the man finally laughed from the bottom of his heart. He stood up and walked to the wall with his hands behind his back. Then, a door suddenly appeared on the wall with dark wallpaper. The door frame was very high. Vulcan knew by visual inspection that it could allow him to pass through. You can leave, Vulcan. Behind the door is the normal world. The man turned around and waved to him. Your brothers are waiting for you there? Oh, yes. And the girl you saved, you have to thank her, Vulcan. If she hadn't worn the bracelet on her hand all the time, you wouldn't have been found so easily. He babbled a lot of words that Vulcan didn't understand at all, and then threw him out without the Lord of Fire Dragon's consent. Goodbye. He smiled and waved to Vulcan, who was floating in the void outside the door. By the way, my name is Shenyan, a mage. Wake up again. It was this familiar weird feeling again. A sense of detachment made Vulcan fall to the ground instantly, almost vomiting. He felt dizzy. What happened? Vulcan was lying on the ground, and the scenery in front of him was spinning. He couldn't perceive the things in front of him, and his five senses seemed to have lost their original functions. And this was not the worst. The worst thing was that his brain was dizzy. It was as if someone took his head out, threw it into a blender without blades, and then turned on the highest gear to blend for 2 hours. Amid the severe tinnitus, he heard a few vague words. What happened? Could it be the dizziness caused by the teleportation? Maybe, but I prefer that this is the captain's little revenge. You all know that he doesn't like to explain things clearly, right? Vulcan happens to be a straightforward person, and he must have said something unpleasant, and this is the consequence. Khan, your impression of the teacher is a little too, for the sake of Baal, can you stop chatting around him? Is there no one to come and help me lift him to the bed? What are you, 5-year-old children? The last person to speak had a tone full of accusations, and it was obvious that he was very angry. But this little complaint suddenly made Vulcan feel a sense of warmth and familiarity. I must be crazy, he thought. Why did I think this was the voice of Sanguinius? However, reality hit him head-on again. Several people hurriedly carried him to a soft place and put him down. One of them complained in a carefree voice, "Is Vulcan stronger? Why do I feel like I'm carrying a dreadnought?" No one will think you're dumb if you don't speak. Russ, come on, Fulgrim. You're standing by and not helping. You're really talking without any pain in your waist. If I'm crazy, then let's get rid of it and let this madness last a little longer. How about it? With a little pleading, Vulcan thought so. He had completely identified these people who were talking. He knew their identities and their personalities, so he knew very well that this was impossible. Sanguinius was dead, Fulgrim had long been corrupted, and these two people could not be in the same room. And the person who mentioned the word teacher, Vulcan knew that it was Robert Gilliman, who is qualified to be his teacher, Malkador. But Robert is not a psyker. Let this crazy illusion last a little longer. I can regain consciousness later, he thought. Is he awake? Russ asked. I saw something moving under old black's eyelids. You gave him such a nickname without his permission? Fulgrim sighed deeply. Vulcan may not care about such trivial matters, but that is it your turn to play that troll now? The one who has a very good relationship with everyone? Russ laughed sarcastically. Stop it, Fulgrim. You are not a good guy. The real good guy lies here, and you are not liked by all of us, let alone you. If you plan to have a debate with me under such circumstances, I have no objection. Fulgrim replied calmly. At least I am trying to make a change, unlike some people who always do their own thing without considering the feelings of others. Russ narrowed his eyes, and his sharp canine teeth had already protruded from his upper lip. Don't do it here. Angren, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. At least not in front of me, Russ. Otherwise I'm afraid I'll join that nasty Chemo's man in beating you up. HMPH, 2 against 1, even if you two come at me together, I'll, Sanguinius, don't look at me like that. Russ suddenly smiled awkwardly and stopped what he was about to say, while the archangel who was staring at him had no intention of stopping staring. The Bao crossed his arms, looked at the three men's faces with a bad face, and spoke word by word. To call you 5-year-old children is simply flattering you. You should be boys around 14 years old. Each of you is too subjective, naughty, childish, thinking about picking quarrels and beating each other up all day to show off your masculinity. For the Emperor, can you just get together for once and keep quiet and friendly? We are brothers. Russ lowered his head and carefully observed the floor, with a look of hey, this floor is really fucking hard. Fulgrim turned his head and gave Angron an incomprehensible look before nodding apologetically to Sanguinius. As for Angron, he stiffened his neck, neither accepting Fulgrim's ambiguous thanks nor bowing to Sanguinius, but he took a few steps towards the door in silence. Considering his character, this could be considered an apology to some extent. Gilliman coughed and broke the awkward silence. He said, "How about I bring my personal terminal? It can perform simple health monitoring and should be able to see what's wrong with Vulcan's body." "I agree," Shagatai Khan nodded. "The sooner he recovers, the better." "We still have a lot to explain to him." Gilliman sighed. "Can you not talk about this now, Khan? I know you all want to push this matter to me." "No." The Khan shook his head. "Let's explain to him one by one." Facing Gilliman's puzzled eyes, Shagatai said lightly, "Escape is not a gentleman's behavior. Besides, we must respect our brothers, don't we?" The Khan is right. Then Gilliman originally planned to go out and get his personal terminal. His office is not far from this lounge, and it only takes a few minutes to go back and forth. However, he couldn't finish the second half of the sentence. On the bed, the dark-skinned giant opened his eyes, and his red eyes seemed a little crystal clear at this moment. He looked at them quietly, without saying a word, his lips trembling. "I really hope this is true," Vulcan said hoarsely. "Is this true, Father? Are you there?" Chapter 803. Great. No one answered. They didn't know what to say. The word brother occupies a large proportion in human history. In the human concept, this word can refer to many kinds of relationships: blood brothers, people with similar spirits or like-minded people, or people with deep friendship. There are 7 Primarchs present. For them, how should this word refer to each other? Are they blood brothers, people with similar ideals, or people with deep friendship? No one can give an answer, and no one even knows how to explain to Vulcan. They just looked at this brother who had just woken up with complicated eyes, the most burly, the most powerful, and the most gentle among the Primarchs. A person who is even unwilling to use all his strength in a duel for fear of hurting the opponent. How are you going to explain all this complexity to him? Vulcan sighed deeply, as if he had gotten the answer from their silence. The sigh was so long that it was suffocating. He sat up, staring at the ground carefully, and only raised his head again after he was mentally prepared, scanning each of their faces, as if he was afraid that his illusion would disappear. "Even in dreams, we are not complete." He pursed his lips tightly and said, "I only saw 6 of you, alas." Vulcan lowered his head, propped up his hands with his knees, and covered his face with his hands. A dull echo came from his heavy palms. "It shouldn't be like this. Are we really destined to oppose each other? We can't reunite even in dreams?" Russ rubbed his arms and took a few steps back without making any sound. He stubbornly pretended to feel a chill, but he kept clenching his teeth tightly, and his throat kept rolling up and down. Finally, Vulcan raised his head again. His dark skin perfectly concealed something, so that no one present could tell whether the dull red around his eyes was a physiological reaction or a mark left by him covering his face just now. He once again looked at his brothers, his only remaining brothers, with a cautious look, as if they were fragile glass products. "Why is this happening?" he asked, or perhaps he was just talking to himself. After all, in his opinion, everyone present was just an illusion of the warp. "I know you all have your own ideals, but isn't the safety of all mankind included in them? We should have been a shield to protect humanity, but in the end we turned our blades against each other. The flames of war are burning, my brothers." Vulcan's tone was not fierce, but his voice sounded like he was vomiting blood. "War brings nothing to mankind except misery and pain. I have seen people sink, wail, and scream in the flames of war. Even those who survived have been forever changed. But war is necessary. But who brought it? Our father spent tens of thousands of years trying to end the existence of war. He failed, And so did we. War finally won, and it will spread forever in this universe until the flames burn all of us. He paused for a moment, then smiled bitterly in the eyes of the silent crowd. I am even speaking to your illusions, expressing my own opinions and thoughts. What's the point of doing this? After saying this, Vulcan swallowed back all the philosophical thoughts that had not been spoken. He lay back on the bed weakly, closed his eyes, as if he had accepted everything, and wanted to take a short rest to wait for the end of the illusion. But someone coughed softly at this moment. It was Shagatai. The Chagorian raised his head, looked at the ceiling of the lounge, and said with a wandering look, Vulcan, the dizziness caused by the transmission and the character of that lord may have made you misunderstand something. However, your hearing should have recovered, so you should be able to hear the sound of the engine running, right? The Fire Dragon Lord suddenly opened his eyes, sat up at lightning speed, and looked at him in disbelief. He forgot to close his chin. After listening carefully and finding that the Khan was telling the truth, even the tip of his finger pointing at the Khan began to tremble. You. Gilliman turned his head away so that Vulcan could not see his expression, but his shoulders were shaking constantly. Just like that, he said slowly in a voice that was completely different from usual, yes, I agree with Jaghatai. Although the engine of Makrag's glory is a little far from the lounge, our hearing can still hear a little bit. Robert? Vulcan's voice sounded like a scream. Russ was not as good at hiding himself as the other two. His mouth was almost stretched to his ears, and then he burst into laughter. Lehman Russ didn't even say a word. Just by his smile, he made Vulcan feel extremely embarrassed. This was simply an unprecedented achievement. You, this, me? No, no. Vulcan covered his head in disbelief, and then he began to speak incoherently because he couldn't accept the reality. By the way, Fulgrim, you can't stand in front of me like this. This must be an illusion of chaos. Fulgrim slowly spread his hands and then pointed to the scar on his face. His open and generous performance made Vulcan stunned. The corner of the Fire Dragon Lord's eye twitched, and then he heard Fulgrim's voice. It is an honor to meet you, my brother, but the man standing before you is no longer the Fulgrim you remember. The reborn phoenix said softly, I am not an illusion of chaos. I am real. Also, although I am a little dissatisfied with your attempt to use me as evidence to refute them, but, he laughed heartily, and the scar stretched out with a smile. Anyway, welcome back. Angren moved his feet quietly in silence, as if he wanted to try to disappear in the lounge in full view of everyone. But his behavior was noticed by another person who also did not speak. Sanguinius coughed. His figure turned into a point of light and dissipated, appearing in front of him and grabbing Angren's collar. With a smile, he pushed the stiff Angren in front of Vulcan. Come and meet Angren, brother. Do you notice the difference in him? Angren had a tense face and said nothing, just like a sculpture. And then, Vulcan's action made him feel even more uncomfortable. Vulcan stood up trembling, hugged him tightly, his hands constantly groping behind Angren's head, muttering to himself, where is the abomination? Disappeared? Who took it down for you? God, was it your father? He finally found a way. This. Angren felt a strong emotion erupt in his heart, so strong that it even made his previous discomfort disappear. He felt that his bones were about to jump out of his skin because of this hug a few seconds ago, but now he stood there quietly. He even forgot to explain that he was not the person Vulcan thought he was, and Vulcan's voice was already filled with real tears. That's great, that's great. He kept repeating this word, like a child who had just learned his first word in his life. That's really great. How do you feel about your first failure, Batman? Shenyan asked with a little teasing. The man sitting opposite him was obviously not happy about this. His face was terribly gloomy. It was just like borrowing 5 million from someone and then finding out that the lender accidentally fell down the stairs and died the next day. However, he didn't lose his temper in the end. With a little reluctance, Kran sighed. I was careless, he said honestly. Nerugos is far from being as stupid as it appears on the surface. On the contrary, it is probably the most cunning Nurgle demon I have ever seen. Oh, you don't have to worry about this anymore. It's completely dead. With a little disgust, Shenyan waved his hand and made a gesture of dispersing. Then, he mentioned another thing. I have teleported the Emperor's sword and the Crimson Blade to the Terra space station. They should be undergoing the inspection of their weapons and equipment and their own repair procedures. You don't have to worry about them anymore. You are really perfect in your work." The wizard laughed and shrugged non-committally. "It's just a matter of convenience. Not perfect? If I really did a good job, Vulcan would have been found long ago, and there would be no need to wait until the child's bracelet was taken off." "What is that bracelet?" Crane frowned and pointed to the silver bracelet on the coffee table beside him. It was quietly staying there at the moment, without any magical features. It looked like just a more exquisite bracelet, nothing more. "If I have to explain it, it's actually very difficult." Shenyan touched the stubble on his chin. Only then did he realize how long he had been in the pocket dimension. With a sigh, he said, "But since the object of the explanation is you, it will be much easier. This thing is actually a collection of WAG energy." Sorry, can you say it again? Your hearing is not that problematic, right? I have burned away the damp leg for you. Shenyan rolled his eyes. "It's just as I said. This bracelet is a collection of WAG energy." "How is this possible?" Crane's voice suddenly rose 3 degrees, and considering his personality as Batman, it was no different from a roar. "Vulcan did die with the beast in the explosion of the WAG energy furnace." "That's true, but how did he get the technology? How did he bind the WAG energy in a small bracelet? Why did he give this bracelet to the child? How could the child wear this bracelet for 8 years without any problem?" "You have too many questions. I'm not an encyclopedia of 100,000 whys. How can I know everything?" The wizard snapped his fingers leisurely and turned himself into a glass of iced cola. After taking a sip, he said slowly, "Don't take the orcs too seriously. Science can't explain why they can speed up their vehicles by painting them red. After Vulcan died, his soul floated in the subspace for a long time. Do you want to guess who held his soul during this period?" Crane's pupils shrank suddenly. "I demand a thorough and comprehensive examination of him." His stubborn tone clearly showed that he had entered Batman mode, suspicious and stubborn, seriously doubting everyone. However, the wizard rejected his request without hesitation. "There is no need for this, Crane. Those 2 guys didn't do anything to Vulcan's soul. If you insist, they even protected him. If it weren't for them, those 4 bastards would have snatched his soul away long ago." His straightforward description made Crane, who wanted to use science to understand the world, couldn't help but show an indescribable expression on his face. After a long time, Batman took a deep breath. "Next time you tell me something like this, can you tell me everything at once? Is it fun to see other people's shocked expressions?" The wizard blinked, pretended to think for a while, and then nodded neatly. "Yes, it's interesting." He even showed a friendly and bright smile. "Look, I actually know a lot of things, but I just don't say it. What do you think? I mean, do you want to know more?" His tone was simply impatient. "No, thank you, but I still want to maintain a normal and sober mind." Batman stood up expressionlessly, pointed at the wall, and said rather stiffly, "Open the door to the Terra space station and let me go. I'm not a bad person." Shenyan yawned, pointed his finger, and a simple door appeared on the wall. Crane walked over there without hesitation. He would rather fight 10 bloodthirsty demons of corn than ask Shenyan another question. This person's bad taste has reached a critical point, and he is on the verge of becoming a bastard. However, just as he was about to leave, Shenyan still said the last sentence with a smile. "By the way, Crane, do you want to think about why the bracelet makes Vulcan forget some things and conceal his existence at the same time? Guess correctly and you'll win a prize." He turned around in a rage, but before he could finish his words, he was thrown out by the mage with his mental power. Shenyan burst into laughter. No one would believe him if he told others that he had seen Batman's angry expression, but the jokes stopped there. He put his fingers together and leaned back in the armchair. His eyes suddenly became deep. The lights in the room began to disappear little by little, and darkness fell. Then, blurry starlight suddenly appeared. Surrounded by the starlight, he closed his eyes and began a thought that would last for a very long time, and the purpose was just to complete an operation. There are 2 more chapters. Chapter 804, 3 Idiot Musketeers. The black smoke suddenly dispersed, and a violent explosion sounded. The smoke should have dissipated and calmed down. But the next shell would not stop it. So, a stronger explosion sounded, the ground trembled, and the storm of smoke and dust surged again. Gather to the left of the trench, charge, beat these sons of bitches back, the political commissar shouted hoarsely in the communication channel. His microphone should have built-in noise reduction, but in such an environment, he had to roar loudly in order for the surviving Astra Militarum to hear his voice clearly. Holding his M35, Corey huddled in the trench without moving. If you only look at his appearance, some people might think he is dead. After all, his body is covered with black smoke and dust left by the explosion, as well as dried blood. Half a minute later, he began to move. However, this so-called action was not in response to the call of the political commissar, but continued to crawl in the trench with his gun in his arms. He crossed over the bodies of his comrades, his nose was filled with all kinds of unpleasant smells, and a trace of sweat rolled down from his dirty forehead and fell to the ground. There was no way. The heavy firepower troops on the opposite side were really experienced. Corey felt that they must have new equipment, otherwise the remote sensing and mapping were all a bunch of psychics. Otherwise there was no way to explain their extremely accurate shells. The position where Corey was located was blown through by the artillery fire from the sky before he even had time to set up the machine gun, and suffered heavy casualties. If this was not a simulated battle, Corey estimated that the commander would have started to curse wildly. He would probably scold the scouts for eating and doing nothing in the communication channel, and then yelled at the guys in charge of remote sensing and mapping to work harder. Otherwise he would reward them with a bullet each. But this was a simulation. So at most they were sent to clean the bridge and do some odd jobs, and the punishment would last about a month. Thinking of this, Corey felt better. He gritted his teeth and crawled through the long trench, and finally reached the other end of the position. There were two unlucky guys like him, huddled in the trench and sighing. "Oh, what can we do?" one of the soldiers asked with a sad face and the air of artillery fire. "We can't move at all. It's fatal if we can't respond to the political commissar's order." He insisted on proposing to the commander that we be thrown into the warehouse to guard the gate. "What gate? There is no stealing on the Revenge. Is there something wrong with your brain?" The other soldier slapped his helmet without hesitation, and his rebuttal was quite vulgar. "You can't even respond to the political commissar's orders. Are you really crazy? We have to die on the way to the charge. Do you want those bastards from the 714th Regiment to laugh at us at the holographic image at the analysis meeting after the simulation?" The soldier who was scolded covered his helmet and said honestly, "Of course I don't want to. We laughed at them so hard last time. So, how can we charge out under this artillery fire?" "Hey, Corey is here. You think quickly, come up with a solution." Corey crawled over with a gun in his arms, speechless. Faced with this question, he was numb, and his face was full of obvious helplessness. "What can I do? We don't have heavy firepower to cover the opposing positions and ask them to stop bombing. Our tanks and self-propelled artillery are still fighting a seesaw battle with their people in the east. You expect me to come up with a solution? But you might as well expect the simulation cabins on the opposite side to have a collective problem and make them offline. What should we do? Really stay here? If that's the case, the simulation will end and the three of us will definitely be caught by the array." The soldier holding his helmet took a breath as if he had a toothache and cursed Cadian. "Do you two remember what the four idiots who were caught last time were sent to do?" "I remember," Corey said expressionlessly. "They were sent to count the warehouses, responsible for counting the number of bullets, and they had to record it by hand, without any mistakes." "How do you remember it so clearly?" "Because I am one of the four idiots you mentioned." I apologize." Corey suppressed his desire to scold this idiot with great willpower. He took a deep breath and then took out a military telescope from the inside of the carapace. He carefully poked his head out from behind the trench and glanced at the opposite position with the telescope. With the help of this treasure that can zoom up to 2,000 meters, Corey successfully saw the specific situation on the 714th Regiment's position. Unknown Cadian swear words. "These bastards, they are actually smoking." Corey angrily threw the military telescope in his hand to the ground, then hurriedly picked it up and wiped the dirt off it with his sleeve. He sighed and wanted to say something, but the world collapsed quickly in front of him. The light blue light disappeared quickly, and the corpses, artillery fire, splashed soil and the sky covered by dark clouds. All these disappeared quickly. Corey knew that this was the end of the simulation. It's over, he thought. I have to go to count the warehouse again. Did he go? No, or not yet. The head of the 717th Regiment looked at the three guys who were specially picked out by the tattoo array with a bad face. He sat on the chair, his chest rising and falling rapidly. If you only look at the frequency, someone might think he has a disease like asthma. But in fact, it was just anger. Corey Adams, Tareen Nalai, Morrison Bart, you three bastards really made me proud. Do you know the importance of this simulated battle? As he spoke, his eyes twitched and he looked like he had epilepsy. Did you know that Sister Ankoshaw was in the audience this time? She was responsible for recording what happened on the Revenge, and her record will be published in a book. Emperor, you three idiots. Look at what you have done. Now it's good. The commander said desperately and darkly. The name of the Cadian 717th Regiment will resound throughout the Empire. All citizens will know about your deeds. They will all talk about it after dinner. There were three idiots from the Cadian 717th Regiment hiding in the trenches and chatting during the crucial simulated battle. It's not that serious, Commander. Tareen Nalai, the soldier whose helmet was hit, he shrunk his neck and replied, Sister Ankoshaw must know what to write and what not to write. Right? I met her once. How could she report such a thing? Are you her? You know shit. It's not that serious. You didn't even listen to the political commissar. He asked two together, and you son of a bitch was hiding in the trench chatting. Fierce Cadian curse. I'm going to kill you. The captain looked like he was mad. He pulled out the laser pistol from his waist with trembling hands and almost fell off the chair. Corey quickly stepped forward and held his hand, smiling apologetically. Captain, Sister Ankoshaw hasn't published her account yet. She has to stay on the ship until the end of the expedition, right? Hey, why don't we go find her now and ask her not to write this in the account? Don't be so angry, he explained incessantly. Talon is a little stupid, but he is a member of our regiment after all, right? Didn't he perform well on the previous simulations? Looking back, during the nest-clearing battle, didn't he defend the entire position by himself? 317 traitors. He held on by himself. Looking at the captain's face gradually calming down, Corey hurriedly increased his strength. Otherwise Talon's brains would probably really splatter on the ground, right? Do you remember? Corey said cautiously. The purpose of simulated combat is to discover problems and solve them in time. That's what the captain said. We made a mistake, but we will correct it. Don't be angry. We will go find Sister Ankoshaw now. The captain glanced at him, pulled his hand out, snorted coldly and put the gun back, and even looked away, as if he didn't see it. He didn't mind it. He said coldly, if this matter is not resolved, you three don't have to think about training and new equipment. I tell you bluntly, at the end of half a month, we will be equipped with new weapons and equipment and vehicles. But if you can't solve this matter, the captain sneered, forget about the new guns. You three won't even have a chance to check the warehouse. Get out. The three of them immediately walked out of the captain's office in disgrace. Morrison Bart, who had been silent until then, immediately began to sigh. What should we do? The captain is really angry this time. You also know that he is really angry, but why didn't you say a word just now and share some of the firepower? How do I know what he is thinking? What if I speak up and make things worse? Morrison replied. Corey glared at him. We joined the army in the same batch and have served for more than 4 years. Don't you know what the captain's character is? The fact that he didn't shoot us right away means that there is still hope. You say that, but who knows what the nun's character is? Morrison said pessimistically. She is a combat nun. We go to discuss this kind of thing with her. It's good if we don't get beaten up. Alas, what he said actually made some sense. For a moment, Corey was silent. It was Tareen who broke the silence. I think you should give it a try first, right? The stubborn man said seriously. Let's go and ask her, plead with her, and explain things to her. Sister Ankoshaw will definitely agree. The remaining two looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes. However, in fact, Sister Ankoshaw, whom they were talking about, didn't care about this matter at all. Chapter 805, The Nun Seeking the Truth. So that's how it is, Chapter Master Insil. You and your chapter have made such outstanding contributions. Sister Ankoshal nodded happily. By the Emperor, I am meeting such a hero. Insil coughed in discomfort in the face of her sincere words. Sitting upright, he said meticulously, "It's all part of my job. Sister, do you have any other questions?" "Oh, yes. What do you think of the captain?" This question made Insil silent for 30 seconds. If he was not sure that the sister's question was not malicious, I'm afraid he would have changed his expression now. The question is, why did she ask this? The chapter master of the Iron Snakes thought quickly. She was a recorder sent by the Primarch. Did she have free will? Was her question her own will? Or was it a sign from the Primarch? Was the Primarch investigating the captain? No, this was impossible. "May I know why you asked this question?" Insil asked expressionlessly while still thinking. "Because this question is very important, Chapter Master Insil. You see, since I boarded this sacred ship, all I have seen are miracles brought by the captain, but he himself only met me once, and never spoke to me again." Ankosa held up her notebook seriously and handed it to Insil. "You can flip through it. I have been visiting people on the Revenge, from Astartes to Astra Militarum, from civilians to merchants. I have been trying to restore the true image of the captain, but all I get are vague and one-sided words." Insil reached out to take it and roughly flipped through it. It must be said that he was quite surprised by the nun's pursuit of the truth. Her investigative ability should not be placed on a battle sister. She should be an inquisitor. The content of the notebook is the same as what she said, mostly one-sided words. From the date, Insil deduced that she did this work a month ago. In just 1 month, she summarized a complete image of the captain through fragmented speculation on a page of her notebook. Captain, a living saint. He seems to be a mystic, friendly, but actually very distant. He often walks on the first bridge, his whereabouts are uncertain, he greets everyone he sees, and can chat with everyone. He is not arrogant, but according to the description, he is naturally awe-inspiring. The real owner of the Revenge and its forger. I can't imagine how the captain shaped such a planetary battleship. Is there a limit to his power? Insil read bit by bit, and soon read to the bottom, which was a line of circled words. The existence of the captain deeply shook my cognition of the material world. In my cognition, the existence of such power can only be a natural phenomenon. He helped the Empire so selflessly, but to a considerable extent. He did not care to expose that he was not a person who was educated and raised by the Empire. I can't understand. On the other side, Sister Ankoshal continued her story. According to the few pieces of information I have, the captain first appeared in the early days of the Eye of Terror, and he saved many people as soon as he appeared. He has many other achievements that I have not yet investigated, but I think that the Imperial traitor Abaddon has been killed by him. She did not hide anything, and did not even care about the dangerous size of the 2 iron snakes standing by the door. Insil put down her notebook, her expression calm, no longer the same as before. "Do you know who you are investigating, sister?" he asked calmly. "I know. I am investigating the captain of the Revenge." "He is not just the captain of the Revenge." Insil stood up slowly, looking down at the sister who was very insignificant to him, and anger appeared in his eyes for the first time. "He also represents many things. He saved the Iron Snakes. He brought new hope, and you are investigating him. I hope you will seriously consider your actions, sister." "At the same time, I have a question for you." "Why?" "Because be careful, sister," Insil shouted. "Watch your next words and what you are about to say, because this concerns your life. Do you understand?" Ankoshal stood up without giving in. She still looked small in front of Insil, but her courage made up for it. The sister expressed her thoughts to the commander of the chapter word by word with incomprehensible firmness. "Because I have to do it. My conscience does not allow me to forget the truth. The captain is an undisputed hero. I can see this from your attitude and the attitude of others. You treat him with genuine respect, not with the disdain you usually show towards the military affairs department or senior officials. Yes, I know your attitude towards them, so I know that the captain must be an extraordinary man. Then his deeds should not be buried. Those honors should be known to the entire empire. and even the most remote planets should begin to sing his name. If we don't respect heroes, then for whom will their blood be shed? Her words softened Insel's attitude a little, but the atmosphere was still tense. What you said makes sense, but the captain's own wishes are the most important. If he doesn't want his deeds to be known to people, will you insist on doing this? Yes. The nun nodded solemnly. Like I said, Captain Insel, the captain himself may not care about what he has done, but we must care. He has paid so much. Look at the warship under our feet. How can such a creation not pay a price? She became more and more excited as she spoke. The captain has the right to not care. But we must also express our gratitude, otherwise, what are we? For the first time in his life, Insel felt speechless. Yes, he has never been good at speaking, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know what to say. However, in front of this mortal nun, Insel completely lost the will to refute. I think you are right, Insel said slowly and sat back on the sofa. You have won my respect, nun, but I still can't tell you the whole truth of the matter. Ankosha's eyes suddenly dimmed. She pursed her lips, took back her notebook, and was about to turn around and leave. Insel's voice sounded at this moment just right. But I can tell you one thing, he said. Yes, just as you thought, he is indeed a hero. Ankosha walked out of the Iron Snake's base in a daze. She didn't understand why everyone was hiding the past deeds of a hero from her. What are they worried about? Will I go crazy after learning the truth? With this thought in mind, she sighed and ran into 3 Astra Militarum soldiers. Sister, is your name Ankosha? One of them asked cautiously. We are from the Cadian 717th Regiment. My name is Corey Adams, a sergeant. You watched the simulated battle between us and the 714th Regiment this morning, right? Ankosha looked at him for a long time before she barely gathered her energy to sort out the matter. She nodded and asked weakly, Yes, I am Ankosha, Sergeant Corey. What can I do for you? It's not convenient to talk here. Can you go to a relatively quiet place to talk in detail? I can assure you that we just want to talk to you. Okay, lead the way. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a tavern between the second bridge and asked for a private room. The 3 rough Astra Militarum soldiers huddled together, nervously looking at Sister Ankosha sitting opposite them, and then Corey spoke again. It's like this, Sister, we want to know what you think of our simulated battle. Ankosha thought to herself, I didn't pay attention to how you fought at all. While watching the battle, I was asking your commander who died prematurely about the past. Of course, she couldn't answer like that, so she smiled politely and said, You fought very well, 3 of you. I am very impressed by you. In her mind, since these 3 people were sent out to ask such questions, they must have made a considerable contribution in the simulated battle. But she found that after saying this, the 3 people's faces changed immediately. The expression of the leading Sergeant Corey became quite absurd. He opened his mouth and stared, looking like he didn't know what to say. The person sitting next to him wanted to bury his head under the table, and as for the last person, his eyes were already blurred. Ha, ha, is that so? Corey laughed tremblingly. So, will you write about this battle in your account? It depends on the situation. Ankosha frowned. Although she didn't know what they meant, she still answered according to the rules and regulations. My account is only a draft at present. The specific publication matters have to wait until I compile a more detailed manuscript. So, I'm sorry, 3 of you, I don't know whether I will record this battle. Sergeant Corey first made an indescribable monotonous and drawn-out sound, and then suddenly came back to his senses. He seemed to realize something and asked anxiously, That means you cannot record this battle, right? That's right, but, Sergeant, why do you say that? Ankosha frowned more and more, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Isn't this a good thing for you 3? I mean, since your regiment sent you 3 to discuss this matter with me, then you 3 must have made outstanding achievements in the simulated battle. How can someone not like their achievements to be recorded? At this point, she obviously had some associations, so her expression became not so good. I'm sorry, I can't understand this. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. Corey exchanged glances with the remaining 2 people. After realizing that the nun didn't know the truth of the matter, he gritted his teeth and simply told the truth of the matter. After a flustered explanation, Ankosha's emotions calmed down temporarily. She looked at the three soldiers sitting upright with suspicion, and her expression was quite wonderful. "Honestly, three of you, I didn't expect your request would be this," she said with a bit of a smile. "Besides, the three of you chatting in the simulated battle is indeed a bit, well, childish." She thought for a long time before coming up with this less hurtful word, but Corey's expression still became more bitter. He nodded. Yes, we did not do anything wrong, and we deserve to be scolded. But, sister, you see, we are not bad people, we just relaxed for a while, so, can you not record this matter?" Tarin stammered in agreement. "Yes, please, sister. We will do anything as long as it does not involve military regulations." "I swear to the Bart family, sister, as long as you agree to our request, we will definitely serve you at all times." Morrison Bart raised his right hand solemnly, put four fingers together, and swore solemnly. "Is that so?" Ankosha's mind, which had originally faded away from the pursuit of the truth, became active again at this moment. She asked a question as if nothing had happened. "So, how long have you three served?" 4 years, 6 months and 3 days. Corey said without hesitation. "We entered the 717th Regiment together." "So you are three respectable veterans. Then, I have a question for you three." Ankosha tried hard to suppress her urge to smile. She licked her lips, suppressed her excitement, and pretended to be nonchalant. "What do you think of the captain? I mean, can you tell me some of his deeds?" The three looked at each other. A few minutes later, they walked out of the tavern with their heads held high. Ankosha chased after them with an unpleasant look on her face and shouted, "Are you really not going to consider it again?" "No, sister." Corey, who was just humble, answered rather stubbornly at this moment. "Just look at the warehouse. We won't do such a thing." "You underestimate us a little bit." "What do you mean by such a thing?" The nun almost collapsed. She didn't care about the eyes of others and shouted loudly on the bridge, "I just want to admire his glory." "What's wrong with me?" The three people had already walked away. They returned to the base uneasily and informed the captain of the whole thing. There was nothing to hide. Unexpectedly, the captain, who should have been furious, seemed no longer angry, and even smiled. "You can return to the team," he said with a grin. "This matter is written off." "What?" The three looked at each other and found it incredible. "But, the captain laughed more and more wildly, raised a hand to stop them from talking, and said seriously, "Don't talk about this kind of thing anymore." The captain took the initiative to announce your immediate return to the team through the array, and also gave you a batch of composite magic cannons. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly laughed wildly. "Let's start the simulation battle tomorrow. These bastards of the 714th Regiment wait for me." Yes, the mage is actually a social phobia, and he doesn't want everyone to know what he has done. "Well, congratulations, there are still 2 days left this month, and I lost my full attendance this month because of the new crown. In short, my mood is almost as broken as the nun." Attached is an imperial joke, from Bilibili. "Sir, I'm new to the Inquisition. Can you tell me about the great traitor Horus?" "Horus, he is extremely powerful, holds a high position, has trusted followers in every chapter, is extremely talented, and has conquered countless worlds. He split the empire and led hundreds of thousands of Astartes to Terra, causing a bloody storm." He was interrupted, and the new inquisitor said unkindly, "Sir, you'd better be talking about Horus." "Why do I feel like this sounds a bit like Lord Gilliman?" Chapter 806, Second. What second? Send a poet, a writer, a philosopher and a traitor, and then lock them in a room and ask them to write a book of 1 million words. Only this can describe Vulcan's current mood. He held Gilliman's personal portable terminal in his hand and had not said a word for more than 15 minutes. Robert Gilliman, who was sitting opposite him, looked helpless, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Finally, after another 5 minutes, he couldn't help it. "It's like this, Vulcan, I have to work, review documents, issue new decrees, and pass some feasible bills," he said tactfully. "I am the regent, you understand?" "Ah, yes," Vulcan answered, obviously absent-mindedly, still holding the terminal and reading it endlessly, his fingers sliding rapidly. Gilliman sighed. "But if I want to complete these tasks, I need my personal terminal. Do you understand? He said helplessly, and emphasized the word my. Vulcan finally raised his head, with a hint of surprise on his expression. You use this thing to handle government affairs? Yes. What else? Arrange 2 servos and 4 servo skulls to stand where you sit, and bring me new parchment endlessly like in the past? Gilliman shook his head with amusement. No, no, this method has long been eliminated, and I don't want to do this again. The efficiency of personal terminals is much faster than paper documents that require manpower to transport, like the difference between a canoe and a cruiser. But, aren't you worried that the evil god will do something wrong? Vulcan asked cautiously. He will never let go of such an opportunity. You have to be careful, brother. You haven't seen the information about Sinch yet? Gilliman rubbed his brows and explained to Vulcan's shocked eyes. Don't look at me like that. He is already dead, so it's okay to call his name directly. You don't need to be so careful. Secondly, you have been watching for 20 minutes. Why haven't you seen the information about this part? Well, Vulcan explained hesitantly, I've been looking at other things. Other things? Gilliman looked at his brother suspiciously, and this frown made the Lord of Fire Dragon even more nervous. He coughed, and explained in a way that made things even more obvious. I'm just looking at some historical materials, and the possible subsequent legacy effects. Give me the terminal. Gilliman squinted and stretched out his hand, emphasizing his tone. Let me see. Vulcan, what are you looking at? At this point, Vulcan had no choice but to hand the terminal back honestly. Gilliman glanced at him, stretched out his hand to take it, and the first line he saw when he lowered his head made his eyes twitch. It clearly said that he had made an alliance with the Eldar. He began to flip the pages, and Vulcan saw this and waved his hands repeatedly, as if he wanted to explain, but Gilliman raised his left hand and said softly, Don't talk yet, Vulcan, let me take a look. Gilliman continued to flip the pages. According to the historical reading records displayed on the terminal, what Vulcan read in the past 20 minutes included his alliance with the Eldar, the specific impact of the Astartes Codex, the future development path of the state religion, etc. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing wrong, but if Vulcan really only read these things, why was he so nervous? Gilliman flipped to the top bit by bit, and a line of words came into view. Emergency Preparation Plan, Second Empire. Gilliman let out a short cry, and then put the terminal down suddenly. The poor machine made a loud noise on his steel desk. If the terminal itself had a soul, it would have started to make indescribable weird screams. Vulcan's expression was very complicated at this moment. He didn't even look at the regent of the Empire, who was even more panicked than him. He just stammered, Russ mentioned these things to me, but he didn't tell me where he knew them from. I'm just curious. I'm really just curious. The regent raised his trembling hand and covered his face. He leaned back and simply lay down on the wide chair. He asked weakly, How much did you read? Vulcan made a meaningless long sound. From a certain perspective, this was enough to answer many questions. Okay, I knew this day would come sooner or later. Gilliman covered his face and said, But I have to explain to you seriously, brother, this matter is really not what those scholars who have been digging into history claim. The best evidence of my hidden ambitions. They are completely slandering me. Vulcan nodded repeatedly. Yes, I think so too. You are not that kind of person at all. Besides, I am not setting up another empire. We knew nothing about the situation of the empire at that time. I just wanted to leave a spark for mankind. Yes, you did it right. Vulcan nodded more quickly, his face full of sincerity. It seems that he completely agrees with Gilliman's words. But in fact, Gilliman knew very well that Vulcan just wanted to let this topic pass quickly. His Royal Highness the Regent sighed, sat up straight, put down his hands, and the expression on his face could no longer be described in words. Forget it. Let's skip this issue. Why did you stretch out your hand? I want to continue reading the information on your terminal? Vulcan asked cautiously. I'll tell you. What do you want to know? Hearing this, Vulcan was silent for a while, and then quickly threw out a long list of questions. What about Angren and Fulgrim? How did Sanguinius survive? Who is that wizard? Also, how did Sinch die? How is father now? Where are my children? Obviously, These questions have been in his mind for a long time. He spoke so fast that even Gilliman was a little overwhelmed. The Lord of Ultramar thought while answering, Angren's situation is more complicated. He is not from the world we are familiar with. Well, I'll tell you about this later. As for Fulgrim, Gilliman blinked in embarrassment. How to say it, Fabius Bile, an apothecary in his legion cloned him at some point. This clone is Fulgrim who has not yet fallen. Then, he sold this clone to a certain Necrons. Oh, you don't know Necrons yet, right? This is it. 2 hours later, Vulcan walked out of his office with a look of wandering in the sky. His expression was dull, and he didn't even respond to the greetings of the ever-victorious army in the first place. When he walked away, the two ever-victorious army couldn't help but look at each other. "What's wrong with Lord Vulcan?" one of them asked. "How should I know?" the other replied. But his expression reminded me of the same expression the chapter master had when he learned that an Eldar was coming aboard. There's one more chapter left. 4K subtitles ready. Chapter 807 The Most Beautiful Mistake. That night, a dinner was held on the Vengeance. There were only 7 people attending the dinner. Actually, there were originally 8 people, but Gilliman, considering some reasons, found an excuse to work overtime tonight to get little Horace out of the way. Vulcan had been stimulated enough today. He woke up in the morning and thought he was still in the warp, but found himself surrounded by 6 brothers. Then, at noon, Gilliman threw a series of important news into his mind, and he didn't come back to his senses for the whole afternoon. Humans have limited receptive capacity, and Gilliman thought it would be better not to stimulate him for the time being. Then, to Vulcan, Sanguinius stood up with a smile on his face, holding an exquisite golden cup in his hand, with bright red wine shaking in it, giving off an alluring aroma. "Let's drink this cup for him together." After saying that, he tilted his neck back and drank the wine in the cup. Logically speaking, everyone should follow him and drink this cup of wine. Unfortunately, this was a party with Leman Russ, so some things would change. For example, they had agreed to drink only red wine today, but Russ refused to obey and somehow colluded with the Khan. The two spent an afternoon smuggling a batch of special wines from the Vengeance from the Terra space station. Bang! Russ laughed and slammed the thick wooden barrel wine glass in his hand onto the table, waving his hand wildly. "Okay, Sanguinius, why drink red wine? You are not afraid of your wings being stained with that damn color. Come drink this with me." He smiled evilly and picked up a glass bottle that was only the size of his palm from under the table. The transparent wine was shaking in it. He pointed it at his wooden barrel wine glass, and then a miracle happened. A steady stream of wine gushed out, and it took less than a few seconds to completely fill his huge wine glass. "Hey, this treasure is the biggest surprise today besides Vulcan's return. Look, such a small glass bottle can hold so much wine." Russ showed the glass bottle in his hand to everyone with great interest, and his action attracted Angren's cold eyes. The latter said sarcastically, "Its apparent capacity looks about the same as your brain capacity, Russ." As soon as he finished speaking, the Archangel sitting next to him tapped his shoulder with his hand. Sanguinius looked at him dissatisfied, leaned in and whispered, "Don't forget what you promised me this afternoon, Angren. You said you would behave well at the dinner party. Do you expect me to show a good face to Leman Russ?" "I don't care. Will the great Lord of Red Sand break his promise?" Angren was silent for a while, and a smile that was so stiff that it couldn't be any stiffer appeared on his face, and then he pushed his glass across the table without saying a word, and it stopped just in front of Russ. The Wolf King looked at him with amusement, but his hands were not slow. With a flick of his wrist, the wine gushed out and soon filled Angren's glass. "You have to drink it all in one gulp, brother." The Wolf King stood up enthusiastically, put down the small glass, and then held Angren's glass with both hands and handed it to him. While winking maliciously, Angren took a deep breath, reached out to take his own glass, looked at the full glass of special wine, and drank it all in one gulp without fear. Leman Russ immediately blew a sharp whistle. "Oh, great. Do you need to tell me?" Angren smiled disdainfully. "What's this little bit of wine?" Seeing that the two of them were about to start a drinking contest, the Archangel who was fanning the flames was panicking at this moment. The last time they drank was because Russ provoked Angren, and in the end everyone fell into a confused hangover. He didn't want to experience lying on the floor again. Sanguinius suddenly coughed, interrupting Lehman Russ, who was about to respond. Then he said, "Today is not a drinking contest, Russ. Restrain yourself. Today is the day when Vulcan returns, and he is the protagonist of this banquet, isn't he?" Vulcan lowered his head and did not respond at all, obviously not listening to what Sanguinius said. The height of the Fire Dragon Lord made him stand out from the crowd. They were both Primarchs, and they were both sitting, but he was a full head taller than Fulgrim next to him. Seeing him like this, Phoenix on the side poked him with his elbow helplessly and reminded him in a low voice, "Sanguinius is calling you." "What?" Vulcan shuddered and came back to his senses. What happened? The scene fell into silence for a moment, but Sanguinius kept smiling and repeated what he had said. "You are the protagonist of today's banquet. Vulcan, are you going to give us a toast? I remember that you are quite accomplished in philosophy, so a toast should not be difficult for you, right?" Vulcan put on a forced smile, stood up, opened his mouth, but had no idea what he should say. He looked around and looked at his brothers. His expression was helpless and stiff, as if he had suddenly become as helpless as a child. It was not until half a minute later that he said the first sentence. "Until now, I still think this is a dream," he said. "I had a conversation with Guilliman in the afternoon." Everyone turned their heads, and the Lord of Ultramar coughed unnaturally, and glared at Russ, who felt quite good about himself. The latter scratched his head in confusion. "He told me things that I never thought would really happen. The world is not kind to humans, it never has been. But, Guilliman, the things you told me are so beautiful that they seem like a fairy tale. I once thought that hope was gone, and the remaining humans could only survive in the darkness, abandoning our remaining humanity and waiting for the end of the world. I once truly thought so, but the world finally proved me wrong." Fulgrim on the side noticed that Vulcan's hands under the table were clenched so tightly that they had turned white. "We hate mistakes. We all make mistakes, but we still hate them. I'm not a perfectionist, but I also hate the existence of mistakes. But I have to say this, my brothers." With an unprecedentedly gentle tone, Vulcan lowered his head, supported the heavy dining table with both hands, and whispered, "This is the most perfect mistake I have ever encountered in my life. It completely overturned my pessimistic speculation, making me ashamed and extremely ashamed. But," he raised his head and said with a smile, "there is no better mistake in the world than this." Well, the story of the Primarch ends here for the time being. Tomorrow, we will turn to solve the problems of the Octarus sector. In the first month of 2023, I will try to write some big scenes. You are also welcome to make suggestions at any time, and I will read them. Attached is an imperial joke. I won't open the regent today. It's not easy for him. The High Lords decided to show the artistic development of the empire to the emperor on the throne. Soon, under the escort of the guards, huge paintings were pushed into the throne room. What's with all this common-like branching? This is a realistic night view of Terra. What about these shiny corn spirits? This is an abstract painting of your noble guard. What about this hideous-looking rotting skeleton? This is a mirror. Chapter 808 Star Map Meditation Desire. With a little annoyance, Sicarius looked at the star map showing a whole galaxy covered with green and gray in silence. By the Emperor. He heard Dan Jade standing beside him muttering to himself, "So many abominable aliens, they are indeed numerous, but we are not without a chance of victory, brother," Sicarius said while looking at the star map. "I am sure that we can still find some way to deal with them." "I am not as optimistic as you, Captain Sicarius. I am just a mortal body. I have neither your wisdom nor the wisdom of a veteran." And Jade stroked his sword gloomily. The face of the Emperor's champion looked like a stone wrapped in ice at the bottom of the abyss, extremely cold and hard. "I only know how to swing the sword and cut off the heads of these abominations for the Emperor, so, if you have any plans, please tell me now." "Plan?" Sicarius shook his head. He was an excellent battlefield commander, but if he was asked to make such a comprehensive plan, the second captain would probably only smile helplessly. "I don't have any plans, but they are the same, brother." And Jade. Sicarius supported the cold metal table with both hands. The array's creation was running steadily. Even the weight of an armored Astartes could not stop it from continuing to work. It was completely loyal to its duties, just like all the Astartes on this ship. They would never back down. What do you mean? Yes, it's just as you think, Brother Anjade. The green beasts and the Tyranids are fighting each other. They can't have any countermeasures against our rival under such circumstances. Sicarius raised his hand, pointed to the point at the edge of the star map, and spoke slowly and seriously. From here, we can start to eat away at their manpower bit by bit. We can wipe them out planet by planet. Airborne fortresses and teleportation decapitation tactics are very suitable for such a situation. Besides, the Adeptus Mechanicus of Sigma Astari are right behind us. It seems that you are more suitable to be the commander than me, Sicarius. A voice at the door interrupted their conversation with a little smile. If it were someone else, they would probably think that this was a hidden knock, dissatisfaction with Sicarius's meddling. However, Sicarius knew that the person who spoke was Steve Rogers, so he was really sincere. It's just a little superficial understanding, sir. Sicarius lowered his head modestly. Have you finished the treatment? Yes, it's over. Steve walked into the command room with a little helplessness on his face. He sighed and said, the result is not very good. I can still feel that call. The call he mentioned was something that had been happening since the beginning of the expedition. Ever since entering the Octera system, Steve had been feeling uneasy. As he went deeper, this phenomenon became more and more severe. A week ago, he could even begin to hear those calls clearly. In his description, those voices were war cries full of enthusiasm and joy, shouting my name and hoping that I would lead them in battle. It sounds like a good thing, right? However, those war cries full of enthusiasm and joy were shouted by orcs who could not speak Low Gothic clearly. Steve knew it as soon as he heard it, so he had been receiving treatment with the array recently. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. The treatment did not show any obvious effect at all. The magic and technology of the array had no effect on this strange phenomenon. What's worse, just last night, Steve even saw them clearly. A sea of green, frenzied beasts wearing armor made of tattered leather, metal and nails, holding strange guns that looked like garbage. They were everywhere, raising their arms and shouting, all looking at him fanatically, shouting his name. To be honest, if Steve hadn't shown this symptom, an ordinary Astartes or Psyker would have been sent to the dissection table by now. Steve rubbed his brow and asked tiredly, Brother Angiad, where is Supreme Marshal Helbrecht? The champion whose name was called immediately straightened his chest and answered meticulously, the Supreme Marshal is doing the usual pre-war meditation. Do you need him to come? No, there is no need. Let him finish his meditation. I know that soldiers have some little habits before the war begins. But you, monk, have you not slept all night again? Sleep is not a necessity, my lord, Angiad answered loudly. As the Emperor's champion, I have the necessity and duty to temporarily serve as your guard. Please forgive me. His attitude was sincere, but there was a problem. The more sincere his attitude was, the more Steve didn't know how to persuade him not to do it again. Seriously, what kind of guard does the Primarch need? Not everyone is Robert Gilliman, who needs several victorious soldiers to hold him back all the time so that he won't abandon his combat experience and fight one-on-one with others. Besides, Steve didn't think he would lose to anyone in a one-on-one. He had the confidence. Steve quietly skipped the topic, looked at the star map, and began to estimate the time to enter the combat distance. His expression when he squinted his eyes and thought was easy to be misunderstood. That expression made him look like a butcher, selecting the ingredients in front of him and carefully observing the right place to cut. In the past, Tony had made this joke more than once, sometimes even calling him Michael directly. It was 3 years later that Steve learned from a movie night that Michael was a murderer in horror movies, famous for his pale leather mask. Although he didn't think the joke was funny, Tony's metaphor was very vivid. At this moment, Steve Rogers, standing there staring at the star map, looked as chilling as a cold-blooded, stalking prey murderer. Even Sicarius felt that he was a little strange. But the second captain didn't say anything, but waited until he finished thinking, and then asked, "What are your plans, sir?" "Not a plan." Steve shook his head. "I'm just thinking about the question." He pointed to the planet at the edge. its surface painted light green and dark gray by magic, and said, "Although the orcs have no special needs for destroying the environment, their special physique will obviously cause the soil of the planets they visit to become harmful ground for the continuous birth of orcs. The bugs are even more cruel. The planets they visit are no different from dead, so I'm thinking, why don't we use some powerful weapons?" He raised his hand thoughtfully and crossed the star map away. The rotating light blue lines appeared in front of them, and the synthetic sound of the pattern array appeared just right. Level 1 Authority Holder, Steve Rogers. Acting position: Captain, what do you need? I need a large-scale, complex flesh curse. Steve laughed. Your database should have information on this, right? Searching. 413 related information on the flesh curse has been retrieved. Very good. Steve's smile began to become more and more prosperous. Helbrecht entered a state that was difficult to describe. His thoughts were stagnant like a stream blocked by stones and river sand. But his senses were clearer than ever before. He could sense the special fragrance in the air created by the array, and could clearly hear the slight breathing of the Black Templars in the corridor 200 meters away. He closed his eyes, but a new world appeared in front of him, beautiful everywhere. Even the dust on the ground seemed so fascinating, so beautiful, so clear, so disgusting to him. I shouldn't have this mentality, the Supreme Marshal of the Black Templar thought. I should always maintain hatred, fanaticism and piety. With such thoughts, he began to recite the Emperor's prayer, which was so familiar to his blood, over and over again. It was like a robot. He had been reciting this prayer since he could read. Over the years, he has always regarded it as a beacon to guide his path, and fulfilled every word of it without hesitation. However, not long ago, the god he believed in came to him in person and gave him an oracle. The god said, "Believing in me will not help you at all. All the difficulties you have overcome so far are by your own strength. I have never really helped you." Absurd, shocked, sad, and of course, a little anger that could not be more obvious. Helbrecht could not understand why the Emperor said this, but he obeyed instinctively. Originally, he would pray 3 times a day. Now, he only meditates once a day. He was reluctant and did not want to do it at all. But since this was the request of the Emperor, he had to do it. Then, it came to this. He did not want to do it, but his guide asked him to give up his belief in himself. Out of his belief in him, Helbrecht obeyed, but also out of his belief in him, Helbrecht could not really make himself a shameful unbeliever. Isn't believing in the Emperor something that every human being should do? They are all guilty. It is the Emperor who protects everyone and allows them to survive in this dark galaxy. In this case, how can they not repay their faith? The unbelievers, the heretics, and those who have wavered in their faith in the Emperor deserve to die. They are all a bunch of shameless ungrateful people, and ingratitude is a shameful blasphemy. Helbrecht opened his eyes. Those eyes that used to be only firm and fanatical were now full of hesitation and pain. He placed his hand on the sword of the Supreme Marshal lying on the table in front of him, as if he wanted to feel the remaining power of Rogaldorn and the will of Sigismund. Humans are always like this. When they are in trouble, they will definitely seek help from others. This is an instinct, an unchangeable fact engraved in their genes. Since ancient times, humans have helped each other through many dark nights. However, there are some things you can only solve by yourself. Rogaldorn can't help him, Sigismund can't help him, and even the Emperor can't help him. This is a battle between a person's will and his beliefs. In other words, it is a battle that belongs only to him, and whether he wins or loses, he will feel sad, but he must do it. Helbrecht stood up in silence, and the array immediately brightened the room for him. A synthesized voice sounded, "Supreme Marshal Helbrecht, your meditation has lasted for 4 hours and 31 minutes. Thank you for letting me know." Helbrecht said, "Does that lord have any tasks for me?" "No, but Chapter Master Pedro Canto of the Crimson Fists asked you an hour ago if you were done." After receiving a negative answer, he left. Helbrecht hurriedly asked, "Has Chapter Master Pedro come to see me? Did he say what it was?" "No." "Do you need me to notify him for you?" "No, no, there is no need." Helbrecht picked up the Supreme Marshal's sword and solemnly placed it on the weapon rack beside him. The pale blue fluorescence lit up, and the spell of the array immediately began to maintain and clean this sword that was more honorable than Helbercht. After doing this, he walked towards the door. Pedro Cantor, a warrior of great reputation, a veteran with rich combat experience, and the Crimson Fist's hatred for orcs is comparable to that of the Black Templars. Of course, the more important point is that the Crimson Fists and the Black Templars are both of Dorn's blood. They are blood brothers. Helbercht has little interest in the political situation of the Empire, and does not want to be a politician. However, there are some things that you cannot escape as an Astartes. When you become an Astartes, especially a member of the Black Templars, you will inevitably deal with various forces. In this case, it is obviously a very wise choice to build a good relationship with your blood brothers. Moreover, even if all this is put aside, Pedro Cantor is fully worthy of his respect. I'm going there in person. Wenzin, can you tell me the current location of Captain Pedro? Received. Searching. Search completed. Captain Pedro is currently in the command room. Do you need to teleport within the ship? Is Lord Steve here? After getting an affirmative answer, Helbercht shook his head. No, I'd better walk. The movement of teleporting within the ship is not completely silent, and he doesn't want to make Steve feel unhappy, although Helbercht actually knows very well that with Steve's character, he would never be angry about such a thing. But they are talking? The Supreme Marshal narrowed his eyes, and a kind of eagerness began to boil in his heart. It was a desire for killing and fighting. Thinking of this, he hurried away. I saw the nun's pornographic picture on Twitter today. I confess, I sincerely confess, that thing is too damn evil. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 809 on War, Father and Son. Before today, Pedro Cantor had never thought that he would hear such a terrible battle plan from Steve Rogers. The Curse of Flesh. After the array was explained to him in detail, the chapter master of the Crimson Fist immediately fell silent. Judging from the description of the array, this weapon is almost equivalent to the Plague of Nurgle, but it is a kind of magic released by the array, or in other words, it is a spell constructed by the knowledge of the Captain of the Revenge. Two words flashed through Pedro's mind, and these two words screamed in his heart with a horrified voice. Blasphemy. Are you okay, Pedro? Steve's voice pulled him out of that situation. Pedro looked up and found that the Primarch was looking at him with concern. Pedro opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, so the scene fell into awkward silence again. Fortunately, there were not only the two of them present. Cato Sicarius rescued Pedro in time, and the latter felt grateful. He didn't know whether the second captain did it on purpose, but his action did save Pedro from a verbal argument. My lord, forgive me for being blunt, but the curse you're talking about is really too horrifying. Sicarius frowned, trying to find the right words to describe what he was thinking. Don't you think this curse is familiar? I know what you are thinking, Sicarius, but it is not the kind of power you think. I have seen he used this flesh and blood curse a long time ago. Yes, although it is somewhat similar to the Plague of Nurgle in its manifestation, the essence of the two is actually completely different. Steve began to talk fluently, and his fluent speech did not seem like a person who had been sleeping in ice for many years, but rather like a university professor. However, he was actually just imitating the way Shenyan taught them. The curse of flesh and blood comes from his knowledge. He has done a lot of research on this aspect. Magic is different from psychic power. They are two completely opposite forces. Magic itself may be unpredictable, but magic must be systematically studied and researched. In a way, it is not much different from science. He has done a lot of research on this aspect. A long time ago, he and I fought side by side against an alien race called the Chitauri. They put us in a difficult battle. It was he who released the curse of flesh and blood at the last moment, which allowed us to win a hard-fought victory. Since then, I have realized the horror of this curse. Sicarius and Pedro were listening carefully, but Anjade on the side was completely different. He silently remembered the fact that Steve Rogers had fought side by side with the Captain of the Vengeance, and planned to inform the chapter master afterwards. His behavior made him a little disgusted with himself. Astartes should not do things that are too close to politics, but he must be responsible for the chapter. And Jade knew very well that the Black Templars were not welcome in many places and administrative agencies in the Empire. Not only that, even in the mother chapter, there are many people who do not like them, thinking that they have deviated from Dorn's teachings and Sigismund's spirit. Angered has no intention of having a debate with them, but as the Emperor's champion of the Black Templars, he must be careful and pay attention to everything. Forming a clique is not something an Astartes should do, but it is a necessity for the survival of the chapters in the 40th millennium. They are far away from the mother chapter and the treacherous political situation of the Empire, so they must rely entirely on themselves for supplies. In this case, being cautious has become a necessary quality. There are too many precedents. With a silent sigh in his heart, Angered put down his thoughts, and Steve's narration just entered the most important part. We will release the flesh curse on the planet. There are two types, one for the orcs and one for the Tyranids. If the plan succeeds, then in just 40 minutes, the enemies on this planet will be completely dead. Their flesh will also dissolve and turn into nutrient gelatin without any genetic characteristics. Steve looked at each of them seriously and said, "Any questions?" "No, sir." Sicarius's brows were no longer furrowed, and there was even a hint of smile on his face. "I must admit that this weapon sounds horrifying, but if it can really achieve the effect you said," he made a gesture, "then I think it would be a blasphemy to the Emperor if we don't use it. There is something worth saying. If the Emperor of Mankind personally announced to the state church, I mean to raise his arms and shout, not to call a few bishops to talk privately, 'I am not a god,' then wouldn't the state church declare him a heretic and try to burn him to death? This matter is very interesting, and it is also the primary concern of Vulcan, who is currently studying." There were many misunderstandings about him, even among some of his brothers. They did not know that Vulcan was not only an excellent blacksmith, but also a philosopher. He did not want to brag, but he had indeed gone a long way in philosophy. Perhaps because the process of forging steel was very boring, blacksmiths were always good at finding something to do for themselves. Vulcan was no exception. He was good at thinking and was passionate about thinking, and all humans who embarked on the path of contemplation inevitably entered the temple of philosophy. Philosophy has always been inseparable from theology. He stood between two rows of huge bookshelves and turned the page of the book in his hand. The Lord of Fire Dragons was so tall that even with his head lowered, he was almost as tall as the bookshelves themselves. Vulcan thought, "I probably look like a black giant tree standing in a wooden creation. This metaphor is interesting." He smiled. At the same time, he closed the book. In just a few minutes, he had completely understood the entire content of the book. Apart from the fanatical description of the Emperor, there was nothing particularly interesting to him. The author of this book may have died thousands of years ago. Vulcan thought about it and raised his hand to put the book back to where it was. "This is Gilliman's library." He established several such collections in Macrag's glory. The Ultramarines have been expanding them for 10,000 years and putting many precious and forbidden knowledge into them. They did this as a tradition to inherit the spirit of the Primarch, but after Gilliman woke up, this tradition made him very happy. Vulcan reached out and took another book. There was a line of silver font on the black cover. It was old and felt that it had been read many times. The book looked small and scary in Vulcan's hand, but the Lord of Fire Dragons held it with great care and respect. He respected knowledge and other people's ideas. On war? "Ah, this title is really eye-catching," Vulcan muttered to himself and turned to the first page. He had to admit that the title of the book had successfully aroused his interest. "On war. This is really a big tone. War is an extreme means. The purpose of war is to win. What can we abandon for victory?" The first sentence of this book made Vulcan frown. He didn't like the word abandon, never liked it. Out of patience, he continued to read. "In most cases, when facing these terrifying enemies, humans need to abandon their morality, humanity and even their lives. Victory is the most direct and fundamental goal. In order to achieve this goal, commanders can send soldiers to die without hesitation, and soldiers will accept the commander's orders without hesitation, because they all know that the consequence of failure means the death of more people. From this, we can deduce a point: war is for victory. In order to win, we need to abandon our humanity. But the root of our purpose is to let more people survive. So, should we condemn those who made difficult decisions for this? Vulcan was already a little annoyed. The author of this book was completely sophistry. He was using a few rare cases to replace more common things. Not all commanders sent soldiers to die in order to avoid more people from dying. Many people just did it for military merit or simply made a bad decision. Besides, difficult decision? No. Sending people to die in war is never difficult. War's all about bloodshed and death. The real difficulty is to save more people from death, to preserve humanity, morality and conscience, rather than throwing them all away for victory. Nonsense. The Fire Dragon Lord commented coldly, and then closed the book. He didn't want to read anymore, and even had a little complaint against Gilliman. Why would you put such a book on your bookshelf? Well, if the regent who was still working overtime knew his evaluation of himself, he would probably feel a little aggrieved. He didn't put this book there. Vulcan, a voice sounded in the silent library, bringing an echo. Vulcan turned around and saw an old man standing between two rows of bookshelves waving at him. He stood in the light, his face tired and dim, and his raised right hand was skinny. "I put it there," the old man said. "I wrote this book." "Did you write this book?" "Yes." The old man nodded slowly, looking up at his tallest son, his tired expression gradually fading. He smiled sincerely. "I wrote this book for a dirty political purpose, so that those soldiers who made difficult decisions in the War of Unification would no longer blame themselves. So I wrote this high-sounding book. Some of the views in it are extremely disgusting to me. I don't understand." "It's a good thing that you don't understand, Vulcan, and I don't want you to understand." "Gilliman can understand, but I won't let him see this book." The old man lowered his head. His white hair was withered and unrecognizable. "Like I told you, I wrote this book to make those soldiers stop blaming themselves. To be more thorough, I want them to cheer up and continue to work for me." The lines on both sides of Vulcan's cheeks tightened. Although he had expected it, this was the first time he heard his father admit this. Admitting that he had no humanity in the past, was full of coldness, and regarded everyone as tools. "Why did you tell me this?" "Yes, why?" "I may not know the reason behind it myself, Vulcan. I am no longer like before, with a far-reaching purpose behind everything I do. I am now more motivated by passion." The old man looked up. "Yes, I think I am now doing things based on my humanity," he admitted, "rather than relying on machine-like rationality and coldness." Vulcan believed him. It was not out of a son's love for his father. In fact, he did not have much love for the Emperor. Maybe a little, but definitely not much. He believed in the Emperor because he knew that if the Emperor was still the same as before, he would not let him see the book, nor would he appear in front of him and say so much. "So what?" Vulcan asked with a little provocation. "What is the reason for your sudden change? What is the purpose behind it?" The old man smiled, with tolerance and a little relief in his smile. "There are many reasons. I hope you can slowly discover them yourself. As for the purpose behind this, I have no purpose, Vulcan. I just want to come and see you." The expression of the Lord of Fire Dragon, as if he had been sunk, gradually became dazed. He had never thought that he would hear these words from the Emperor's mouth, especially, he could feel that the Emperor was not lying. "I hope you can forgive what I have done and my attitude towards you. Of course, if you don't forgive me, I will accept it, because I deserve it." The old man sighed, and the light suddenly dimmed. Vulcan knew that this was a signal for him to leave. "You can't do this." Vulcan said this at the last moment before he left. "You can't just come to me out of nowhere and say a bunch of nonsense to me, and then cunningly pin your hopes on my humanity, hoping that I will forgive everything you have done. You can't do this, Father." Vulcan crossed his arms. "You shouldn't apologize to me. You should apologize to others, those who have been truly hurt by you. You know their names, and you know how much they once loved and respected you." The old man had his back to him, his hunched body motionless as if frozen. After a long time, he sighed. "Apologies no longer have any meaning," he whispered. "At least not for now. They need to be corrected, and I'm working on it." There are 2 more chapters, and I will write 10,000 words today. Chapter 810, Questions and Answers. You mean he came to talk to you? You can say that, Robert. You can say that too. Vulcan sat opposite Gilliman, his arms folded, his face tense, looking like he was sulking. Gilliman, who rarely saw him with this expression, was stunned for 2 seconds, and suddenly laughed. That's all? Gilliman laughed and shook his head. Forgive me, brother, but I really want to know what he said to make you so angry. Vulcan glanced at him and spoke expressionlessly. 5 minutes later, Gilliman sat there with an ugly expression, and began to regret what he said. Well, he is indeed a little difficult to understand. Gilliman took a deep breath and said so. And, he also put the book in my library? Yes. After getting a positive answer, the regent's expression suddenly became gloomy. It took him a long time to sort out his library and clean out some of the dross. And now, the emperor quietly stuffed one of his own books in. Considering what he had done before, Robert Gilliman had reason to believe that his library might have been contaminated. The emperor definitely stuffed more than one book in. He was obsessed with his collection, or obsessive-compulsive, and for an obsessive-compulsive person, this was a pure bad thing. His expression was seen by Vulcan, who quickly realized that his brother was overwhelmed by his temper again. Robert Gilliman has always had this problem, and there is no way to correct it. If he could correct it, he would not be Gilliman. Calm down, brother. Vulcan had to speak to comfort him, and just like that, the obligations of the listener and the listener were reversed in an instant. The Fire Dragon Lord said, "Isn't he always like this? Don't be too angry. You still have government affairs to deal with." Gilliman almost choked and became the first Primarch in history to be choked to death. He looked at Vulcan in disbelief. His expression was so shocked that even Vulcan realized that he had said the wrong thing. That's not what I meant." Vulcan raised his hand awkwardly. "I mean, the Empire can't do without you, right? We all need you to deal with these things." "No, I mean, we can't do this kind of thing, only you can do it." The more he spoke, the lower his voice became, and the more he explained, the lower his head became. In the end, even his eyes were focused on Gilliman's desk. The office fell into silence for a long time, and Gilliman sighed. "I know you are not very good at speaking, Vulcan, but I really want to ask, are you really not coming here to make trouble for me on purpose?" "Why do you think so?" Vulcan asked in shock. "I have never thought of this. For Ultramar's sake, I am the only one among you who needs to spend 18 hours a day sitting here. I am the only one who needs to contact the Military Affairs Department and the Law Department every day. I am the only one who needs to hold 13 meetings a week." He picked up the personal terminal weekly, turned it over, and showed Vulcan the 8 pages that were open at the same time. "Just before you came, I was still dealing with the equipment problems of several regiments. Now, I have no intention of doing this. My brother, please go out for a while, and call Angren. By the way, I have something to talk to him about." Vulcan had no choice but to nod his head, and stood up carefully and left, fearing that his big movements would interrupt Gilliman's work. Angren came very quickly, perhaps because he had nothing to do on the Macrag's Glory. In the past few days since he came here, he has been watching the White Scars and the Ultramarines sparring in the training grounds on the ground floor every day, and he always likes to point out and criticize them when they spar. If he didn't always hit the point with his words, and he was not a Primarch, Gilliman estimated that he would have been invited to the ring long ago. "What's the matter?" Angren asked briefly, not even intending to greet him. He looked like he had something to say quickly. Gilliman felt a toothache when he looked at him. "But, work is work, and it is impossible to go back on your word." He clicked on the terminal a few times, and then handed it to Angren. "Take a closer look. It's about your legion." The Lord of Red Sand raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised. He looked at Gilliman suspiciously, but still reached out to take the terminal. It listed a complete recruitment plan in detail, and even the method of cultivating gene seeds was clearly written. "According to your request, I have produced a plan. Of course, you can also follow your own ideas, but I have to remind you that this is not a joke." Gilliman spoke with a little warning. "It took me half a month to get this approved by the people in the Military Affairs Department. As a result, More than 10 senior officials resigned. Until now, I have not found anyone to promote to take over. Let's not talk about this. Wait, why do you have that expression? Gilliman frowned, looked at Angren with a complicated expression, and waved his hand with a chill. Don't look at me like that, I'm not doing this for you. If the teacher hadn't asked me to find a suitable planet for you to recruit soldiers, I wouldn't bother to spend so much time. Don't stand there, turn the page. Angren did as he was told without saying a word. See, the gene seeds come from the storage of the Adeptus Mechanicus. These people are really bold to hide so many gene seeds. Humphrey, Gilliman sneered, but did not continue to delve into this topic. They are all pure gene seeds from warhounds. You can use them with confidence. I will give you a behemoth-level mothership and matching new weapons and equipment. Of course, you will handle the follow-up matters yourself. In addition, for now, although you can call yourself a legion. He paused. His expression became a little sincere. I still hope that you will not cross the restrictions of the chapter. To reform the Astartes Codex, you must do it step by step. I can't give you this privilege, of course, as long as you don't cross it openly. Any other requests? Angren asked. Say it all in one breath. Oh, this is really rare. You actually spoke to me in this tone? Gilliman made a little joke, and then immediately returned to the topic. No more requests. Whatever you want to do is up to you. I know there are 2 World Eaters veterans on Terra. You can take them with you, or not. It's up to you. I won't interfere with your legion. Angren. Of course, I have a small question, Angren said seriously and slowly. Any questions I ask will be answered. What are you going to do? The smile on Gilliman's face disappeared. I know you are from another universe, but I have no idea what you did there. The Primarch of the Ultramarines said so. I also know that I am the biggest traitor there. I have no intention of opening your scars, but I do want to know about it. His expression was very complicated, and the most obvious emotion Angren saw in it was hope. The Lord of Red Sand thought, he wants to know what I have done, and wants to see the possibility of Angren who has never betrayed. He wants to get some comfort from me, who has never betrayed. Angren said, another me committed a blood crime here. I did not. I am not responsible for his mistakes. However, he made the warhounds the victims of his mistakes, and that is something I do not want to see happen. He spoke slowly and seriously, his expression extremely serious. In my universe, they are the role models of the Astartes, the work and pride of my life. They are the World Eaters, a group of brave warriors that I am honored and proud of. I cannot tolerate someone using a similar name to discredit them here, so I will change all this. Perhaps in 1,000 years, perhaps 10,000 years. Sooner or later, people's impression will change, and they will recognize the name of the World Eaters again. Gilliman suddenly relaxed. It was only a slight change in posture, but it was enough for Angren to notice. He had a gift that allowed him to read everyone's most subtle thoughts. He did not use this gift much, but there was one thing he could not deny. It did help a lot. I wish you success, brother, Gilliman whispered. I wish you all the best in advance. I hope you can achieve your wish and wash away the shame on you and your legion. Although I have some complaints about this, the mistakes of others cannot be blamed on you. But I know that you have made up your mind. Robot Gilliman smiled. And nothing can change it, right? Angren glanced at him and finally smiled. This was the first time he smiled at Robot Gilliman. Some things were eliminated in silent tacit understanding. Brothers from 2 worlds finally forgave each other's mistakes. They smiled without any grudges, sincerely and heartfully. Good words for you. Angren said so, then stood up and nodded to Gilliman seriously. Of course, before leaving, he still did something that could be regarded as repaying. There is something I should tell you, Angren said. Sanguinius has been learning how to handle government affairs recently, and he doesn't want others to know about this. However, perhaps you should talk to him. He walked to the door, looked back at Gilliman who was in shock, and a smile that was not quite like his appeared on his lips. I know you don't want others to interfere in your work, right, Robert? There is still 1 chapter to go. Chapter 811. So that's it. Indeed. Gilliman smiled bitterly after he left. Yes, it might be hard to believe, but Robot Gilliman did not want anyone else to interfere with his work. Dealing with government affairs was complicated and time-consuming, and always thankless, leaving him no free time to do his own work. But this is what he was created for. He was created to handle multiple tasks at the same time, a natural politician and leader of officials. If he didn't take on this responsibility, who could? Not even Sanguinius. The Archangel's mind was too delicate, too complicated. He couldn't harden his heart to make the decisions that needed to be made. If he were to sit in this chair, Guilliman was sure that Sanguinius would directly announce on his first day in office that many worlds would be exempted from taxes for 10 years to make their civilians easier. But this was unrealistic. Guilliman wanted to do so, but he couldn't. He couldn't do it. Without the support of taxes, the empire could not function. Sighing, Guilliman wanted to continue working and forced himself to focus on his work. But he suddenly remembered a sentence. "Have you asked them?" It was his father's voice. He seemed to be back on Terra, when the defense had just ended and the Emperor was sitting behind him, patiently teaching him some questions that Guilliman had never thought of before. "You should ask them, Robert. You can't arrange everyone's path on your own. It's good for everyone to do their job, but everyone has their own ideas." "Is that so?" Guilliman lowered his head thoughtfully. Perhaps it was true. He should ask Sanguinius what he thought before deciding on this matter, instead of directly rejecting his wishes. After all, he had been learning how to handle government affairs for a while. It was not a wise idea to directly reject his ideas. Guilliman suddenly realized this. The reason he did this was nothing more than for the good of Sanguinius. He didn't want Sanguinius to feel guilty and regretful after making a bad decision because of the chain reaction it triggered. But wasn't Sanguinius the same? That's it. Robert Guilliman thought for a long time and suddenly laughed helplessly. It turns out that for so long, we have been hurting each other under the banner of doing good for each other. All right. He picked up his personal terminal and dialed Sanguinius's communication. After a few seconds, the communication was connected, and the voice of the Archangel came from it. "What's the matter, Robert?" "I would like to ask you to come to my office, Sanguinius. I want to tell you something," Guilliman said softly. "Ah, you'd better bring a notebook. I'm afraid you need to write down some things." When the Crimson Fists and the Black Templars took their ships to the depths of the Octarius sector, the people who stayed on Sigma Ustari were cleaning up the battlefield. Not everyone had to participate in the war. They did send some people to join this expedition, but as a Forge world, Sigma Ustari must have sufficient defense. This is necessary. Isma R1 Gamma watched the groups of automatic chanters go away, and was slightly worried about their chassis. The uneven ground after the war could easily cause these mechanical creations to fall, and their chassis and wheels could not withstand such a harsh environment. At this moment, the voice of a person she hated very much sounded in the communication channel. "Come to the ruins of the 7th Foundry in the west. You are needed here to command the servitors." "Ah, you stupid guy, that is the material conveying pipeline. Put it down." The person who spoke yelled in frustration in the communication channel. I said, "Put it down." "Damn it, all you have to clean up are the corpses of the beasts and the collapsed stones." "Who told you to touch the material conveying pipeline?" "I really want to disassemble your core and see your thinking array. Be more tolerant of the servitors." Father Ismail said calmly, with a little gloating, "You won't make the God of all machines happy by doing this. You don't understand the God of all machines at all. You are not even willing to abandon the weak organic parts of your body." "Don't talk to me anymore. Damn it, come quickly, Father Ismaila. Otherwise I will report you to the sage for staying there for a long time doing nothing." "Go ahead." Ismaila laughed disdainfully. "You keep shouting that we don't understand the God of all machines, but you don't even have the most basic tolerance for a servitor. Don't you know that they can only execute the simplest commands? It's ridiculous. Don't talk to me anymore, you transformation maniac." After saying this, she exited the communication channel and continued to stare at the team of chanters in a trance. Coincidentally, in the orbit of Sigma Ustari, the Faith Messenger, a Retribution-class battleship, was also carrying out their post-war cleanup work. "Don't move, soldier." Sister Stacy gently but firmly held down the screaming soldier, gave him a shot of strong anesthetic, and then immediately used a special surgical saw to saw open the broken carapace on his chest and abdomen. The wound below was simply horrible, The orc's shoddy ammunition made it quite difficult to treat it. The flying shrapnel was stuck in his chest and abdomen, creating a huge wound, and his internal organs were bleeding violently. No wonder he was in so much pain. She frowned and turned to another soldier standing next to her and said, "I'm sorry, the tools I have can't help him. This soldier must be sent to the medical cabin." "But, sister, the medical cabin is full," the soldier replied helplessly. Stacy sighed. There was nothing she could do. Although those respected angels sent them such precious treasures, the quantity was not large. But what else can you ask for? Such a selfless act should be appreciated, not demanded more. "I'll give him some injections. You take him to the emergency room. It's over there. As soon as the medical bay is free, he will be sent there. As for the rest..." The nun closed her eyes. "Let's pray for the Emperor's mercy for him." The soldier immediately pushed his companion lying on the cart away, and did not forget to thank the nun. But Stacy didn't feel any joy in her heart, only self-blame. They won, but so many loyal soldiers of the Emperor were seriously injured, but she couldn't help much. Her self-blame made her mood a little depressed, but this matter will eventually pass. And war is the eternal theme song in the galaxy. Let's turn our attention back to the Crimson Fist and the Black Templar. Helbrecht, who arrived late for a long time, listened patiently to Engard's retelling and nodded from time to time. After the Emperor's champion finished his narration, the Supreme Marshal nodded, his face full of approval. "This is the way to deal with these abominable aliens," he said in a deep voice. "If Lord Steve's plan can succeed, then we may be able to gain a foothold in the Octera system on our own and set up a dragnet along the way to kill the damn-faced error." At this point, he frowned in dissatisfaction. The words of the Eldar are just like the changeable weather. One moment, it says that the faced error is behind us, and the next moment, it says that it has not set off yet. "Humphrey," he snorted coldly, "if it weren't for Lord Gilliman, I would kill her immediately." Helbrecht's words were of course sincere, but Engard knew very well that the Supreme Marshal might not be able to defeat the Eldar in a single fight. However, he did not say this. "Supreme Marshal, what did you talk about with Lord Pedro before?" Engard asked. Helbrecht missed Pedro's visit due to meditation, but he quickly rushed to the command room and had a private conversation with Pedro in the corridor outside. In this regard, Engard was very curious about the content of their conversation. Speaking of this, Helbrecht smiled quickly. "Captain Pedro wants to exchange his experience with us about fighting against the orcs," he said. "I agree. I can't think of a reason to refuse. What do you think?" "I think this is a good thing, Marshal," and Jade also smiled with surprise, "not to mention that the Crimson Fists have been fighting against the orcs. Their experience can definitely help the Black Templars. The hidden meaning behind this matter is the most important. This is a friendly signal from the Crimson Fists led by Pedro Candor to the Black Templars." "This is great." "That's true, but this exchange meeting will be held after the expedition is over. The main thing now is to kill that damn orc." The momentary happiness that just appeared seemed to be just an illusion. Helbrecht frowned again. "I will ask Second Captain Sicarius tonight to see what nonsense the Eldar said today. My patience with it is almost at its limit. My patience with you is almost at its limit, Lyris Hesperax." Sicarius called out her full name seriously. The second captain of the Ultramarines crossed his arms and looked at the Eldar who was huddled in the corner of his room, eating a bucket of ice cream, and his eyes twitched. "Oh, why do you say that? It's been so long. You talk about the faced error every day, but you always overturn your so-called feeling the day before the next day." Sicarius looked at her gloomily and asked word by word, "You'd better give me an explanation, and leave my room." Lyris didn't even look at him, and even waved the spoon she used to eat ice cream at him in dissatisfaction. "Go away, you're blocking it." "Blocking what?" "The answer is to block her from watching a series of entertainment works from another world projected by the array to kill time." Sicarius never thought that this elf would discover the entertainment function of the array without any guidance in such a short time. These days, she has been eating ice cream and watching these products from another world, which are called TV series. She doesn't look like a so-called arena champion at all. It's just like a useless person. If she just does nothing, then it's fine, But the problem now was very serious. The Astartes and the two Primarchs on the two ships were counting on the coordinates in the Eldar's mind to kill the face-steerer and complete Gilliman's mission. In this case, her behavior was like stepping on Sicarius's head, which annoyed him. "You shameless Eldar!" Sicarius was furious. "It's fine if you stay in my room. It doesn't matter if my personal reputation is damaged because of you, as long as the mission is completed. All of this is worth it." "But how dare you do this?" "What did I do?" Lyris looked at him in confusion. "Didn't I explain it all? The coordinates of the face-steerer have been changing because something is interfering with my perception in the subspace." "Didn't you say that your god gave you guidance?" Lyris frowned. "Ennead did give me guidance. That's true, but that doesn't mean he is omniscient and omnipotent. The god of death is powerful, but not invincible. We worship him because he is worthy, not because he has invincible power. Besides, can't your god make mistakes?" "I don't believe in any god," Sicarius answered stiffly. "Oh, that's interesting. It actually came from a race that has two gods to protect it." Lyris sneered. "Do you know how lucky you are? Take back what you said." Sicarius narrowed his eyes, expressionless, but the atmosphere in the room changed in an instant. His anger and doubts all disappeared at this moment, leaving only the deepest and most silent calm. Lyris saw that he had put his hand on the plasma pistol at his waist. "Or I'll ask you to take it back," Sicarius said slowly. "Don't jump to conclusions, Lyris Hesperax. I don't want to be your enemy, but that doesn't mean I can't. Calling them gods is an insult. Do you understand?" The Queen of the Night looked at this Astartes who suddenly became unfamiliar, and was silent for a while the drama projected by the array was still broadcasting steadily. The conversations of the characters in the drama sounded in the room as background sound, and it was continuous, and there were also some canned laughter. "I understand," Lyris Hesperax nodded. "I apologize for what I said. But you must understand that I am also eager to complete the task assigned to me by Ennead, just like you. But this matter cannot be changed because of personal wishes." Sicarius slowly put his hand down from the plasma pistol. The second captain looked back at the projection of the pattern array. The ordinary and happy lives of the characters in the play made his eyes become a little complicated, but it was only for a moment. When he turned around again, his expression had returned to that serious look. "Very good," Sicarius said, "but you'd better hurry, because we are about to go to the battlefield." I saw a brother in the forum asking, "If I let Khorne be Nergal, what god would I be chosen by? What do you think?" Chapter 812 Death from Overwork. Pedro stood at the porthole in awe, staring at the scene below. He had seen planets covered by glaciers, planets covered by large areas of forests and oceans, and of course, those dead planets and hives whose environments were so harsh that they could not produce the so-called nature. However, the planet below the orbit was none of the above. The orange-yellow liquid was boiling on the surface of the planet and expanding rapidly. The green and gray tides were disappearing little by little under their encirclement, like melting ice or corpses devoured by a group of greedy scavengers. There was no resistance, nothing else, only a gradually calming orange ocean. Pedro stood at the porthole, and only the slight hum of the pattern came to his ears. Standing here, he could not hear any sound on the planet, but he could imagine the screams of the orcs mixed with confusion and fear, and the creaking sound of the limbs of the Tyranids gradually disintegrating under the influence of the flesh curse. He felt a surge of pleasure in his heart, then panic. What kind of power is this? Unlike the extermination order, the curse of flesh and blood would not descend from orbit with flames and cause a violent explosion, nor would it be as loud as a salvo fired by a naval patrol fleet. The curse of flesh and blood is a silent force. It silently enters the atmosphere and acts directly on the target, and then brings about complete and incomprehensible destruction. The pattern array even monitors everything. 15 minutes after it was created by the pattern array, this composite curse of flesh and blood was dropped from orbit. 3 minutes after entering the atmosphere, the first orc and the first Tyranid were infected with it. 30 seconds later, their bodies turned into a pool of orange nutrient gel in a silent genetic collapse, and then there was a terrible chain reaction. There was nowhere to escape, no solution, only spreading death. The silent killing cleared all the orcs and Zerg on the planet within half an hour. And now, What appeared before Pedro was a planet covered with nutrient gel. 5 years later, these colloids will make the planet itself have soil that is very suitable for human survival. It all happened too fast, too quickly, and too quietly. Pedro stared at the planet, feeling mixed emotions. He didn't know what he was afraid of, and felt deeply ashamed of this emotion, but he couldn't stop it from spreading. However, between accepting and not accepting, there is actually a third option. You can choose to ignore it. Everyone has their own reaction to this matter. Pedro couldn't understand the existence of the flesh curse. Helbrecht was ecstatic about it. Sicarius admired the efficiency of this weapon, and Steve, to be honest, Steve was very satisfied with the effect of the flesh curse. What else could he ask for? Without bloodshed, without a single soldier, and even without firing a single bomb, he solved the orcs and Zerg on an entire planet. If anyone has any more requirements for this, he is probably crazy. However, after a brief joy, there is a bigger problem. The cold voice of the array echoed in the command room. The psychic readings have risen, and the test is completed. The conclusion is, Nurgle is watching here. The shielding barrier has no effect, Steve asked with a frown. All new ships with arrays manufactured by the Terra space station are equipped with shielding barriers, which can protect the crew's sanity from the pollution of the subspace. Steve's confidence in using the flesh and blood curse came from this. After all, according to analysis, there is no problem in expanding the shielding barrier to cover a planet. However, the array gave a negative answer. It didn't work. It said indifferently, the shielding barrier cannot play the role it should play. The evil god Nurgle has abilities far beyond the scope of human rational cognition. The description in the data is inconsistent with the actual situation. This is also one of the reasons for the error in the inference. There is a reason why I can handle problems more efficiently than humans. They have no concerns about making mistakes, will not be threatened by anyone, and will only faithfully perform their duties. Steve pursed his lips and asked without any hope, what are the consequences? It is impossible to analyze the consequences based on the existing samples. The array replied, what else do you need? What else do I need? I need a quick-acting heart-saving pill. It's not that Steve hasn't screwed up before. Quite the opposite. He screwed up a lot. When he was a kid, he loved playing baseball, or watching other people play baseball. To be more precise, no kid wanted to take him, a skinny guy, to the field. Anyone who played with him had to work twice as hard as his opponent. But once he got lucky and a new kid on their block was willing to let him play catcher, he screwed up. And of course he should. One afternoon, he was hit by a ball through his thick protective clothing and felt dizzy. The kid left disappointed, and Steve Rogers never played another baseball game in his life, or the dance he missed. But what could compare to this? You can miss a dance. You can stop playing any baseball games. You can even decide not to drive because of a car accident, but because of a wrong decision, a warp god will see a dangerous weapon like the curse of flesh. He dare not imagine the consequences. What else do you need? Wen Zhen asked again, and Steve took a deep breath. I need a quick-acting heart pill, he thought. A manic flame flashed by, burning the magic circle engraved on the floor of the room. The light blue magic light spot jumped out of the void in the next second, and condensed into the shape the master wanted again. In less than half a second, a complete and complex magic circle appeared on the floor again. Shenyan frowned, raised his hand and pointed, and a constructed life form was born in an instant. It has a very simple body structure, so simple that it doesn't even have legs and hands, and only has a torso and a head. Inject personality. The wizard issued the order expressionlessly, and the ritual prepared early in the morning began to work at full capacity. The temporary pattern array replaced him to perform this precise and error-free step. Injection of the first personality. Success. Do you want to continue injecting the second personality? No. Delay this step, keep the personality stable, and monitor the vital signs of the construct. After rejecting the question of the array, the wizard sighed. He had failed in this process 37 times. The 36 special constructs that died were not cheap. The people in the White Tower used the core of a star as the base for trading. He had no stock, so he had to sell something else. To be honest, this operation was more difficult than he thought. The extremely realistic simulation process alone was very difficult to achieve. He had not even found a way to keep the second personality awake while awakening the first personality. If it was an ordinary person, this would be easy to solve, but the person being operated on was not an ordinary person. "It's really troublesome," he muttered, and snapped his fingers to pause the time in the array. The good thing about the pocket dimension is that you don't need to have the time gem to play with time at will. Shenyan picked up the coffee on the side and took a sip. The bitter taste did not cheer him up, but made him almost spit it out. "What's that smell? The boss told me it was sugared." "Damn it, I remember. It's a mechanical life form." He threw the coffee aside in annoyance. Its shell made of precious minerals did not allow the liquid inside to spill out at all. Seeing this, the wizard became even more depressed, and at the same time, he decided not to go to that store again next time. Trouble, 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 trouble. Why is it so troublesome? Plopping down on the armchair, the wizard actually began to talk to himself like a student who couldn't write a graduation thesis. He rarely did this kind of thing, at least he hadn't done it much since he graduated. In a sense, his appearance was quite strange. Most of the time, he gave people the impression of either a riddle man who deserved to be beaten up, or a whimsical thinker who was always calm and had a way to solve a dilemma. It sounds exactly like a certain blue earless mechanical tabby cat, but even that cat, which is much scarier than him, would feel annoyed because it couldn't buy Doriaki, so it's not surprising that Shenyan would have similar moments. However, he was very thankful for one thing: at least no one saw it. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, an urgent and approaching psychic communication suddenly crashed into his mental capture net. The speed was incredibly fast. If you have to say it, it was like someone driving a Formula One car at full speed and crashing into the billboard beside the track. The anxiety contained in it was so huge that it even shocked the mental capture net, and the wizard himself was almost scared. Plus I need your help. Plus the wizard sighed. Well, since Steve Rogers was so panicked, plus let me guess, there is a bomb on your ship, and you can't defuse it. You have dispersed everyone, and there is only one big demon on the ship, and it wants to fight you to the death, right? Plus don't be kidding. Plus Steve Rogers' psychic communication at this moment gave people the feedback that he was covering his face and screaming. Shenyan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that something could make the former Captain America panic like this. Plus okay, go ahead. But I have to make it clear first, I won't say I can't do anything with you, Steve, and then take out magical props from my magic pocket. I have a magic pocket, but I don't have any magical props. Do you understand? Plus what are you talking about? Exclamation mark. Damn, this is not the time to joke. Long story short, I used the flesh curse, but Nurgle found out. Plus yeah. Shenyan smiled and shook his head, waving at the cup of coffee he had thrown out. The latter flew into his hands with a spin. He opened the lid and took another sip. This time, he drank a big sip completely without any complaints. The bitter taste reverberated explosively on his taste buds, and after he accepted it wholeheartedly, it produced a sweetness a few seconds later, which was endless. The wizard's eyes lit up and he took another sip. He nodded and said to himself, "It turns out that I was wrong. That guy didn't lie to me. He really added sugar. It's really strange. A mechanical life form that has a sense of taste." Plus what? Why are you silent? Plus Steve asked anxiously through the psychic communication. The wizard rolled his eyes. Speaking? What else can I say? You have to understand my painstaking efforts, Steve. I didn't speak because I didn't want you to have the illusion that Tony scolded you. He can't compare with me in terms of sarcasm. Plus it's okay, Steve. Plus the wizard closed the lid of the coffee and threw it into the sky, playing a game of tossing and catching for his own amusement. He smiled and replied, "Plus you continue to do your work, and leave this matter to the unlucky guy who works all year round. Alas, otherwise why can Gilliman be my apprentice? You see, we do have similarities." Plus after saying this, he cut off the communication network. He raised his right hand to catch the falling coffee cup, and then threw it up again, but his expression became very helpless. No one is worry-free, no matter old or young. They are all like this. One or two of them have character flaws. Even Steve Rogers, who used to be the last person he needed to worry about, fell into a big trap because of such a small matter. To be honest, if they keep making trouble for him like this, the wizard began to doubt how long he can live. But, after all, things still have to be done. It is not surprising that Nergal saw the curse of flesh and blood. It is normal that the barrier of the array cannot stop him. Under normal circumstances, he will not look at the things surrounded by the barrier, but if the things surrounded by the barrier are of interest to him, it is another matter. The subspace is a reflection of the real world. If a weapon like the curse of flesh and blood is used in the universe, it will definitely attract Nergal's attention. The question is, what will he do with the curse of flesh and blood? One thing is worth affirming: Nergal cannot directly reproduce the power and scale of the curse of flesh and blood. Genic energy and magic are two different systems. The wizard does not think that he can do this. Tzeentch may be able to decipher the other system, but he is already dead. In just half a minute, his mind was spinning like lightning, and an idea quickly took shape in his mind. Although his intuition told him that Nergal could not reproduce the curse of flesh and blood, he could not help but be on guard. This is an evil god after all. Then let's borrow the Astronomicon, the wizard said to himself. Engraving a super-large joint protective array in the subconscious of all mankind should be able to solve this problem. Fortunately, Steve only used the curse of flesh and blood. If he used the meme infection I bought, it would be a lot of fun. He sighed, turned his head and looked at the construct that was still in time suspension, with a look of despair on his face. I must have done something wrong in my last life. Shenyan said so. 10,000 tomorrow. Chapter 813. Strike my allies. Slow down the attack? But, sir, why? Helbrecht was puzzled, and the Supreme Marshal's eyes were about to burst into flames. Sir, your plan is obviously very effective. Even Pedro asked with doubts on his face. I agree with the Supreme Marshal's opinion, sir. Isn't the effect of the flesh curse very successful? If we continue to use it according to the planned plan, then the entire galaxy can be taken back by us. Only Sicarius did not speak. The second captain of the Ultramarines stood silently at the other end of the command room, frowning and looking at the star map thoughtfully. Because we can no longer use this dangerous weapon. Steve smiled bitterly. Just yesterday, he was still confidently planning to use the flesh curse as the main weapon. But now, he changed his tone and called the flesh curse a dangerous weapon. The contrast between the before and after is simply amazing. Sir Helbrecht obviously wanted to argue, but Pedro raised his hand to stop him. The chapter master of the Crimson Fists obviously realized something. As expected, Steve continued to explain, the curse of flesh and blood has attracted the attention of Nergal. The command room suddenly fell into silence. This incident happened entirely due to my negligence, Steve said seriously. I misjudged the situation on the battlefield, so that Nergal observed this terrible weapon. After this mission is over, I will report it truthfully. But now, we still have to focus on the mission. Sicarius, is there any new news about the Eldar lady? The face steerer is approaching. The second captain shook his head. It's still the same sentence. It hasn't changed. However, according to the detection of the pattern array, there is no accompanying ship behind us. The detector left on the Faith Messenger did not report to us about the Orc ship. That Eldar is lying. The Supreme Marshal raised his right hand with a gloomy face and clenched it into a fist. The metal made a sound of friction against each other, and the holy oil made the surface of his power armor sparkle. My lord, this cannot go on. Ever since the beast named Old Captain died, she has been giving us wrong information. The face tearer may not come at all. She may be fooling us, Helbrecht said in a low voice. I apply to take action against her. My lord, there are many monks in the Black Templar who are very proficient in interrogation. The possibility you gave is not unreasonable, but this matter has more than one direction of development. So, Pedro, Sicarius, what do you think? Across the thick projection iron table, Sicarius and Pedro looked at each other. The latter nodded slightly and spoke first. I think we should be more cautious in our attitude towards Lady Lyris. Firstly, she belongs to the Death Army, and the leader of the Death Army, Eveline, has reached an agreement with Lord Robert Gilliman. For now, this Eldar and the Empire are allies. Pedro Canto frowned cautiously. I can't think of any reason why she would deliberately waste our time. Besides, if her purpose is really just this, why don't we go and confront her directly? With the existence of the pattern, she can't lie. Steve nodded slightly. Sicarius, I don't have any special opinion, sir. The suggestions of Supreme Marshal Helbrecht and Captain Pedro both make sense. Cato Sicarius said expressionlessly. As for me, I just hope that the rumors on the ship can stop. She stayed in my room without my permission. In fact, I have been resting in the public lounge for 2 weeks in a row. His expression gradually became indignant, and then he shut up. In the command room, the conversation between the several people was smooth and fast. Although there were some minor incidents, it did not prevent them from reaching a consensus in the end. Unfortunately, they did not know that there was a person standing outside the command room who listened to the entire conversation word for word. It was Frank Custer. He turned and left without saying a word. His expression was as numb as always, and his eyes were like a pool of dead water. But he had a combat dagger and a special grenade launcher on his waist. He came to the door of Sicarius quietly all the way, then raised his leg and kicked the door open with a fierce kick. In the violent, almost explosive sound, the door that was specially strengthened and even covered with protective magic circles was kicked to pieces by him. Without any hesitation, Frank rushed in behind the flying fragments, and the combat dagger was unsheathed in an instant, and then raised it suddenly. A certain tooth-grinding metal friction sound flashed by, and a nimble figure lowered his body, and his slender and powerful thighs burst out with unimaginable strength, carrying her up and rushing out of the broken door in an instant. But at the moment she was about to leave, an iron hand grabbed her right ankle. A hoarse voice sounded, "Where do you want to go?" Frank waved his arm expressionlessly, pulled her back violently, and then threw her heavily to the ground. After this blow, Lyris Hesperax, who was not wearing any armor, let out a painful cry. The instinctive reaction of the creature made her unable to avoid the pain. However, a terrifying killer like her always has a way to recover from the pain and make countermeasures. She slapped the ground with both hands, and with the reaction force, she straightened her waist in a way that almost made the laws of physics cry, and jumped up. The two curved and slender daggers in her hands stabbed out like venomous snakes, aiming at Frank's eyes, but he stood there, not moving at all, as if he had no reaction at all. The dagger moved forward, piercing the air, but finally stopped when it was 2 centimeters away from his eyeballs. It was not then Lyris withdrew her hand, but that her wrist was firmly controlled by someone, and she could not move any further. "The way you play with a knife reminds me of another woman, but she is much smarter than you." Frank grinned and twisted his right hand, causing Lyris's hands to burst from the elbows to the bottom, blood and flesh flying everywhere, and bone fragments flowing down with the blood. This time, she gritted her teeth tightly and said nothing. "Do you know what's so smart about her?" Frank smiled to himself and loosened his hand to let her get rid of the restraints. But Lyris shook her hair at that moment. The flaming red hair was tied into a ponytail, and the sharp hook tied at the end of the tail whistled towards his eyes again. At this time, Frank just said the second half of his sentence. "When she sees me, she will always run away." Ding! Frank loosened his right hand again, looked at Lyris kneeling on the ground, covered in blood, and threw the hook that he had twisted into a knot over to her. He squatted down, looked at this quiet Eldar, and carefully observed her reaction. After making sure that she was trembling slightly because of the pain, the Punisher nodded. "Cyclius is a good warrior and a good soldier, but you have been deliberately destroying his reputation. This is the first point I am dissatisfied with you. Steve Rogers is a kind-hearted person. In many cases, he will not choose some drastic means, but you are obviously pushing it too far and not even reporting to him in person. This is the second point. The third point is also the most important one. Who do you think you are, the Queen of the Night of Comoros? I hope you understand one thing, Eldar. There are 2 Primarchs and 2 chapters on this ship. You will not get our respect, if it is not for Robert Gilliman." He stretched out his hand and shook the combat dagger in front of Lilith's eyes. "You will be cut off by this knife when you see me for the first time." After saying this, he stood up and walked out the door. Lilith remained silent. "Frank, what did you do?" Steve, who hurried over, looked at the blood on his body and the metal door that had almost completely disappeared in shock. He stepped aside to let Sicarius go in to clean up the mess, then angrily asked, "You'd better not kill her, otherwise I will really have you court-martialed." Lyris Hesperax is currently an ally of the Empire. "I didn't, Captain," Frank answered honestly, completely different from his previous self. "She was just slightly injured." "Minor injuries?" Steve looked inside and saw Lyris's horrible hands and blood flowing everywhere at first glance. He frowned and asked, "You call this a minor injury?" "She won't die, Captain, and there is a medical cabin. She will only be in pain for a while at most. This is just a warning." Frank sheathed the dagger and said calmly, "Our mission was delayed for so many days because of her. If it was for other reasons, then I wouldn't bother her. But she is obviously hiding something, so I came. Captain, please forgive me, that's who I am." Steve sighed. Yes, Frank Custer is that kind of person. If you ask him to gather intelligence, he will most likely kill everyone there, and then take out a blood-stained intelligence software and hand it to you. Everyone has their own personality, and Frank Custer happens to be the kind of person who only walks a straight line between 2 points. He doesn't make detours, he only chooses the simplest and most direct way. Go back and write me a self-review of 30,000 words, detailing what regulations you have violated. You are not allowed to let Bonavia write for you, and you are not allowed to let Wenzen think of templates for you. Submit it together with a self-review of your last violation of military discipline on Tulicolo Star by sneaking out in the middle of the night to kill the rebels. Steve took a step closer, raised his finger fiercely and pointed at Frank's face. "In addition, you'd better think about how to explain to Robert. He is the one who needs to deal with various forces to maintain diplomatic stability." Damn it. At this point, he couldn't help but cursed. "You attacked an ally, Frank," the Punisher replied calmly. "I know." There are 2 more chapters. Chapter 814, Nameless Person, Mad Person. Some people's beloved ones may be playing happily with others. No, I'm not talking about the person you've tried so hard to love but can't get. I'm talking about Grakia, the face-starer that Steve Rogers and others have been waiting for a long time. The thunder roared, strangely like some kind of empty echo. Lightning flashed across the gloomy clouds, making the earth tremble. It also made Moldrin's mood a little gloomy, although he was not very happy to begin with. Looking up, he looked at the raindrops that fell straight down, turning blood red due to atmospheric pollution, and stepped back 2 steps without leaving a trace to avoid letting the dirty rain fall on his power armor. Of course, as long as he started to fight close range with the group of orcs, it was inevitable that the power armor would be dirty. But what did that saying say? Keep it clean for a while. As a person with mysophobia, Moldrin Gyrodry thought he should have some small privileges. Of course, he thought so, but his captain might not think so. "Avoid the rain just looks scary," the captain said sternly. "You deserve to be despised by everyone." "Moldrin, please don't say that, Captain, for Korax's sake. I just don't like our blood." "That's not blood," the captain roared. "That's not our blood. It's the enemy's blood." Moldrin reluctantly returned to where he was standing before and began to carefully observe the movements of the orcs. After a while, his captain asked, "How is the situation?" "Very bad. They have rushed through the traps we set." "What are our casualties, Captain?" "For now, we are all dead, but no one is injured, except you, Moldrin." The captain's words did not move Moldrin. He yawned lazily, and the breathing grid made his voice sound like the call of a wild beast. "I am not injured, Captain." "No, you are injured. Your brain is injured." The captain's voice was serious but weird. It didn't sound like a person talking, but like an echo, a symbol, a blurry image that could not be looked at carefully. The captain said to him, "You should not talk to me. You should not even consider this as a fortification. You are not looking down at them. You are hiding from their search in the dark. Is that so?" The scene in front of Moldrin changed rapidly. In just a moment, he was no longer under the thundering clouds, and the scarlet rain disappeared. It was silent and dark all around. The orc graffiti stayed quietly on the wall. At his feet, 4 orc corpses were bleeding slowly. Corpses, bleeding. Ah, a familiar feeling. How many times have I seen such a scene? I can't remember, "But why can't I remember it?" the captain said. "Because you forgot, and you can't recall it now, because you can't, Muldrin. Now, make a booby trap to make those stupid beasts who are looking for you suffer." Muldrin nodded, squatted down thoughtfully, took away their guns, and tied them together with a few simple tricks. Then, he placed the 4 guns on the ground, making a simple booby trap. Ordinary guns certainly can't do this, but this is an orc gun, a thing that can cause 5 out of 10 bullets to explode. Strange, why do I know this knowledge? Just as he was wondering, the captain's voice sounded again. "Go forward, Sergeant Muldrin, complete your mission." The captain's voice sounded in his mind again, as serious as before, as strange as before, and as always made him obey instinctively. Muldrin answered meekly and asked, "Yes, Captain, but what should I do?" "Destroy their ships, destroy their actions, and then remember why you came here, Sergeant Muldrin. Remember everything. Remember who you are." "Who am I, Captain?" Muldrin muttered to himself, moving forward silently in the darkness. He had destroyed the lights early in the morning, and the orc's crude electrical system was directly scrapped after he manually overloaded it. Now, the ship was his playground, a dark cage. He was the jailer, but also the prisoner. "You are Mordrin Gyrodr. You are a member of the Raven Guard." The captain raised his voice, which made his voice echo like thunder in Mordrin's mind. "And your mission is to kill them all." "I understand, Captain." Mordrin silently threw 3 sharp blades. These very ancient weapons with a history of existence have once again blossomed in the universe of the 40th millennium. They drew deadly arcs, pierced the air, and accurately hit the back of the necks of 3 orcs and deeply penetrated their brain stems. They fell, and Mordrin walked out of the darkness and quietly hung them from the ceiling. He pulled out the combat knife from his waist, which didn't even have a sheath, and instinctively wanted to start doing something on these orcs that would cause fear to other orcs. "What are you doing, Sergeant Mordrin?" the captain shouted angrily. "That's what those dirty night lords do. We don't use such things." "But, Captain, I need a little help. I'm alone, and I don't even have a bolter. I need something to cause fear in them to create an opportunity for me." "Remember the teachings of Corax, Sergeant." The captain's voice became more and more weird, and it would be like this every time he mentioned Corax. Mordrin was used to it. He nodded, cut off the orcs' heads, let them hold their heads with their own hands, and then hung up 3 orcs with the ropes taken from his waist. Their bodies swayed in this empty corridor, and occasionally a hollow breeze blew, making their dead bodies move a few times as if they were alive. Blood flowed down their bodies, dripping to the ground, making a monotonous echo. Mordrin hid aside and soon heard the footsteps coming. "Is it him?" an orc asked in a low voice, his voice full of tension. Could it be him? His companion did not answer because he was already stunned. The greenskin let out a scream of fear from his throat, and Mordrin knew that it had seen the idea he had plagiarized, so Mordrin knew that he should take action. Once again, he walked out of the darkness, the dagger silently pierced their necks, and gently released the blood. They would feel pain at first, and then whimper, but it only took a few seconds for them to no longer feel anything. "Well done, Sergeant Mordrin," the company commander suddenly said to him in a whisper. "You did a great job, but you need some other help." "What help, Captain?" Mordrin also asked softly. "You need a gun," the captain told him seriously. "Doesn't your radar show that there is a patrol of orcs coming here just 200 meters away?" "Without a gun, you can't deal with them." "But I can't use the orcs' guns, Captain, and I don't have a radar," Muldrin answered meekly. "I need some help." "Yes, you need some help." The captain's voice began to become softer and softer, and more strange. It was like lightning and thunder. In an instant, the gloomy clouds returned, and then there was scarlet blood that fell like raindrops. "So these things are blood, aren't they raindrops?" Muldrin's fingers trembled slightly, and he raised his hands like a machine, and the light condensed, and a gun appeared in his hand, exquisite, solemn, gloomy, and violent. It was a standard Mark 5B Goodwin bolter, and it was brand new. Holding it, Mordrin walked out into the darkness in a daze, while the captain's voice was still churning in his mind. With his voice, Mordrin seemed to return to that ruined planet again, to the pile of dead bodies, and to the bones of his brothers. You must avenge them, Mordrin, he cried out sadly, standing beside a pile of dead Astartes, his eyes wide open, and blood continued to flow out of his empty abdomen. They are all dead. Everyone. Najarin, Krenlos, Lionel, Bloom, everyone is dead. Boom. A flash of lightning split the gloomy clouds, and blood poured down, boiling the ground. The smell of rust rushed into Mordrin's nose, making him make a low sound of pain. He couldn't breathe, but it was not because of the sea of blood that completely submerged him. Sadness, endless, as vast as the ocean, made it difficult for him to breathe. But a pair of hands grabbed him, and looking up, Mordrin saw the captain's face. He looked like he had been dead for a long time. His cheeks were swollen, and his eyeballs almost fell out of his sockets. The dark mouth opened and closed, and in the sea of blood, he uttered a cold cry. Avenge them, Mordrin, in the name of Corax, avenge them. The captain's voice quickly faded away, and disappeared without a trace. Mordrin also returned to the real world. He was not surprised to find that he was wrapped in darkness. The radar reading on the eyepiece told him that the group of orc patrols were approaching. Ah, that's it. Yes, I don't have a radar. Mordrin whispered. Yes, I understand, Captain. Yes, I will avenge them. But what about you, Captain? Who are you? This time, the nameless captain did not answer him. A few seconds later, the sound of a grenade launcher rang out. There is another chapter in 4K. Chapter 815 Barter. Lying in the medical cabin, Lyris Hesperax was calmly peeping at Sicarius' face through the transparent, glass-like mirror. What are you looking at? The second captain suddenly asked, obviously not unaware of her peeping. I'm not looking at you. I'm thinking. I'm not asking you, what are you looking at me for? I'm asking you, what are you looking at, Eldar? Sicarius lowered his head and looked back at her seriously. Now, tell me, what are you looking at? I'm looking at you, Lyris Hesperax said. No, you're just thinking, Sicarius replied coldly, like a stone. And I hope you'll come up with an answer to why you provoked Master Frank. I didn't provoke him, Astarte, Lyris said. Until just now, I didn't even know who he was. Now you know. Sicarius adjusted the settings of the treatment cabin, making her recovery faster. But while doing these actions, the second captain kept frowning, because he found that Lyris Hesperax was always staring at him. What are you looking at? Finally, he asked in a deep voice. I'm thinking, Lyris said. He said that I was deliberately destroying your reputation. I want to ask, do you see this? Of course I can see it, Sicarius replied calmly. But the means you used were too low level. No one would believe that an Astartes would be so close to the Eldar. Although it caused some impact, it was just a few good-natured jokes. Then why didn't you stop me? Because there was no need. Sicarius shook his head. Everything you did was for a purpose. I am sure of this. Those who can survive in Comrose cannot be naive sheep, so you must be hiding something. To put it more deeply, you probably want to get something from me. But I never gave you the opportunity. Are you disappointed? A little bit, Lyris said frankly, but not much. I have many missions, and approaching you is just one of them. Of course, please believe me, the face terror thing was not intentional by me. I don't care about this. I just want to know, was it Eveline who instructed you to do this, or someone else? It has nothing to do with Lady Eveline. Lying in the medical cabin, Lyris Hesperax's eyes looked very clear. Since you know everything, I think there is no need for me to cover it up. Then no. Sicarius stopped her from wanting to tell the truth. You don't have to say it out and cause your mission to fail. What's more, I am not interested in such things. The political significance behind the soldiers' actions is not within my consideration. For now, Lyris Hesperax, as long as you still want to kill the face-steerer and save the Octaria sector, you are still our ally. After saying this, he turned and left without any nostalgia. No, I don't want this. I've said that pure mechanical creations are useless to me. I need something a little mysterious. Do you understand? It's better if it looks related to science but actually has nothing to do with it, such as the Getter robot that has been very popular on the intranet recently. Shenyan talked incessantly about his thoughts to the withered figure in the cloak in front of him. You know, I want a lot of things, but I definitely don't want everything, okay? The cloaked cross-border wizard let out a frustrated grunt. I thought you needed this. Are you really not going to consider it again? This kind of large war machine that can be operated by 2 people is still very useful in many worlds. I already have something similar, and it's much better than yours. See you next time, sir. I hope you can bring me something good. Next one. The cloaked man left in frustration, and the next cross-border wizard stepped forward. Judging from its magical properties, it should be a hell demon, of course. If you ignore its overly cute appearance, the top of this demon's head is not even a ferocious pair of horns, but a pair of cat ears. What race are you, sir? No, ma'am, no, wait, do you have any concept of gender? Shenyan asked. I am a hellcat, the demon crossover wizard answered calmly. Obviously he had been asked this question more than once. I am a race cultivated by a crossover wizard, a species born from the combination of the genes of demons and spirit cats, but you'd better not think I'm cute. I'm serious, and I'm female. Okay, Ms. Hellcat, what do you have? The Hellcat spread out her right hand, and on the pink ball of flesh lay a small glass bottle with a little rotating light in it. The light of the soul, condensed by the will of resistance of an entire world. Of course, the means of collection are absolutely legal. No one was injured in the whole process, and that world finally survived. Shenyan touched the stubble on his chin and looked at the small bottle thoughtfully. He pondered for a while and asked, what do you want? I don't want star cores. Those things don't taste good at all. I want a portion of your blood, without magical properties, so you don't have to worry that I will use it as a medium to curse you. I can also swear under the watchful eyes of the intranet that I will not extract genes from your blood, so you don't have to worry about you having more children one day. Hellcat asked calmly, how is it? Do you accept it? I can't think of a reason to refuse, but I want to ask, what do you want my blood for? Hellcat licked his lips. Eat. The mage raised his eyebrows strangely, looking at this guy who did not hide his quirks, and finally did not refuse. After a pleasant transaction, another cross-border mage replaced her position and walked up. Respected human mage Shenyan, hello, I am the goblin Gragmo. It's an honor to meet you. The goblin who spoke was not short, on the contrary, it was surprisingly tall. According to visual estimation, it was at least 3 meters tall and very strong. The goblin rubbed his hands in a mercenary manner, with a big smile on his face and his long nose swaying. Hello, Mr. Gragmo, what did you bring? The goblin smiled and put his right hand into the pocket of his dark green coat. After rummaging for a long time, he finally pulled out a severed hand. It was obviously not human, because the 5 fingers of this hand were all very sharp, and the gripping function was not prominent, but more like a claw. This is Millie's severed hand. She is the famous leopard wizard. You know her, right? She has been looking for a marriage partner on the internal website recently, but has not been successful. She even posted a thread to complain about this. What do I want her hand for? Well, sir, you don't know, but Millie is the one among us with a very keen business sense. In my opinion, she should be a goblin instead of a leopard. And this hand is the one she lost to me at the gambling table in her early years. TSK. You didn't see her expression at the time. The goblin grinned and shook his head. She chopped off her hand without hesitation, along with part of her soul. Now her right hand can't regenerate, so she can only get a mechanical prosthesis to temporarily replace it. Of course, I sold her the prosthesis. You are good at business. Shenyan laughed dumbly. So, this hand contains a part of her soul? Yes, sir. And not only that, you can use this hand to ask her to do something. Anything is fine, as long as it does not violate her rules. Do you know her rules? I don't know. Well, let Gragmo explain it to you, good sir. The goblin raised the leopard's right index finger mysteriously but very provocatively. First, she will never randomly slaughter any intelligent life on the side of order on a large scale. Shenyan hummed without comment. Second, she will never joke about her dignity. Sounds good, Shenyan said calmly. Third, she will never participate in any form of gambling. The goblin smiled evilly and said, so, good sir, are you interested in her hand? As I said, You can take her hand to her and ask her to bring you something you need, free of charge, because you have already paid the price to old Girigamo. Then, Shenyan answered slowly and carefully. What price do I need to pay? It's very simple, sir, it's very simple. Girigamo wants your friendship. The tall goblin bowed deeply. My friendship? Yes, your friendship, sir, the goblin said, bending down. I am a person who likes to make friends very much. There are friends of mine everywhere in the White Tower, including the 2 elf ladies you have dealt with. It raised its head and blinked at Shenyan. How about it, sir? Are you willing? I can't think of a reason to refuse, and I have always been generous to my friends. Shenyan smiled, took out a broken world barrier fragment that he had just captured from the endless sea of stars when he crossed the border from his pocket dimension, and threw it to the goblin. Then, let this be a testimony of our friendship. Ah, this is really great. Thank you, sir. The goblin stood up, handed Miriam's severed hand to the wizard, blinked at him again, raised his hand and pointed behind him, and then this guy immediately took the fragment and ran away. When its 3-meter-tall body completely disappeared, the last cross-border wizard who wanted to trade with Shenyan today, who was blocked behind him, also showed up. Her face was wild and beautiful, with black marks similar to tear marks on her face, and 2 proud ears on her head. Oh, Shenyan looked at her unexpectedly. I didn't expect this. You are not Miss Million? Yes, it's me. The leopard wizard folded his hands unkindly. Isn't that my right hand in your hand? I think so. Shenyan nodded slowly and looked at Million's right hand, I mean, the one she was holding. It was an exquisite mechanical prosthesis, with a solemn silver color as a whole, giving people a pure mechanical beauty. The only flaw is that it doesn't have the meatball of a cat. So, sir, the leopard asked murderously, did that stupid goblin tell you something? What do you mean? Shenyan asked cautiously. Unless necessary, he didn't want to provoke this leopard man. The reason was that this leopard man had too many things in his hands. She had very good relationships with many wizards and had more than 13 worlds for trade. She could sell you magic materials, high-tech products, and some bodyguards or partners with powerful powers that were bred through genes. In short, she sold almost everything. I mean the so-called 3 rules. Million's face was gloomy. For example, the 3rd rule is that I will not gamble anymore. Did he tell you so? More or less. This damn goblin. Million was furious and slapped the wizard's table with a slap, and her claws popped out. I'm going to beat him up. This time, even if he takes out the scepter of the Dragon of Time, he can't stop me. Damn bastard. Shenyan raised his head as inconspicuously as possible to avoid being injured by mistake. He glanced at the leopard wizard and raised her right hand. Of course, this time I'm talking about the broken one. So, ma'am, do you want this? Of course I do. Millie sounded like she was screaming. Who wouldn't want to give up their own hand? Well, you know I'm setting up a stall here to barter today, right? Shenyan shrugged. So, you have to give me something in exchange. I have much more experience than you in trading. Millie interrupted him impatiently. Really? A young man who hasn't lived for 100 years is actually telling me how to barter. What do you want? What do you have? Shenyan asked back. I have everything, Millie said disdainfully. Really? Really? Okay. Shenyan smiled and threw her hand back to her. Facing the puzzled look, the wizard said calmly, I need the help of a cross-border wizard who specializes in spiritual studies. I have a complicated operation that needs help. I mean very complicated. Million's eyes condensed slightly, but the leopard man suddenly became cautious at this moment. Specialized in spiritual studies. I have to remind you, kid, you should know that the best spiritualist in the White Tower is a weird bastard, right? I know, but, ma'am, you said you have everything. Shenyan grinned. Now, it's your turn to bring me what I want. No, the person I want. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 816 Surgery. The White Tower is a place where good and bad people mix together. No, this is not a metaphor. This is a real narrative sentence. As the only gathering place for cross-border mages in the endless sea of stars, the White Tower is extremely inclusive. After all, there are so many worlds, and the races of cross-border mages are naturally too many. In addition to those mages who are born as alien races, there are a few who have lived too long and want to try a different race. There is even a section on the intranet forum dedicated to discussing this topic. Some mages of humanoid races want to try the bodies of monsters. There are many choices, but for some reason, the most popular monster race has always been the Minotaur. Other cross-border mages whose original race is monsters want to try the bodies of humanoid races. They are tired of their claws or blade-like arms that cannot hold things. Humans naturally became the first choice, followed by elves or orcs. Some special guys would choose succubus and then work in massage parlors. In short, when you go to a massage parlor, if you are not the kind of person who has no taboos, in addition to biological gender, you have to look at the other person's real gender. I have gone off topic. Back to the point. Due to the large number of people, no matter what topic you are studying, there will be people who will take the same path as you. The mages obviously don't like this. Although more people can promote communication and development, too many people are not a good thing. It's like a highway with traffic jams. All around are different types of vehicles. You are blocked tightly, and where you want to go, someone has already gone. This is a very desperate thing, which will undoubtedly wear down the mage's enthusiasm for research. However, if you talk about soul science, there is only one person in the White Tower who can pat his chest and say that he is the one who drove the farthest. Yes, even if there is a traffic jam, it can proudly declare that it is the one who is stuck in front of everyone. Now, this famous master of soul science was standing in front of Shenyan unwillingly. From the appearance, it was difficult to tell what race it was. It was not tall, only about 1.4 meters, and it was wearing a large black cloak, which made it impossible to observe the whole appearance of its body. However, judging from the exaggeratedly raised back, it should not belong to the humanoid race. Its face was mechanical and gleaming silver. Outside the metal lines, it still had a bit of biological softness. The expression of this face that looked like both a machine and a creature was completely impatient. "You are the guy that Milian was talking about, right?" it said bluntly. "Damn it, you need my help. Everyone needs my help. Either they ask me to give a lecture or they ask me to share my experience. What about you? What do you want to do?" "I want you to help me with an operation." Shenyan didn't care about its attitude. Geniuses always enjoy privileges. He understood this. After all, he himself was one of the beneficiaries of privilege. "Surgery? Ha! Are you kidding? Do you think I have time to help you with the surgery? You have come to me, Master K-173. Shenyan smiled and said its name. "So you should have time, otherwise you would not have come at all, am I right? In addition, although I don't know what conditions Miss Milian promised to help me, I don't really care. The deal between me and her has been completed," the wizard said softly. "Like I said, an operation. You don't need to lecture me or share your experience. You just need to help me complete the operation. That's all." The soul scholar named K-173 curled his lips. His expression was still bad, but his tone was much more normal. "Then you lead the way. What are the world coordinates?" Fulgrim is reading. Gilliman's library has an unimaginable collection of books, basically everything, even some more taboo books. The definition of this taboo is actually very interesting. You see, rashly describing the top leaders of the empire is one of the taboos, but a sketch of a slain-ish demon is also one of the taboos. Which one is more serious? The answer is obvious. These taboos of varying degrees are now piled on the same huge bookshelf, waiting for Fulgrim to read. He sat on a comfortable sofa, reading quietly. Judging from the curved corners of his mouth, the Chemos man was obviously in a very good mood. He was reading a collection of sharp political satires. According to Gilliman's annotations, the author of this book was arrested after writing it and has been dead for a full 700 years. 700 years have passed, but this book can still amuse Fulgrim. It must be said that the author of this book does have a top sense of humor. It's a pity that he was born in the wrong era. Turning a page with a little regret, Fulgrim realized that there were not many pages left in the book. He sighed slightly, memorized the page number, and then closed the book, not even forgetting to put it back to its original place. He was borrowing Gilliman's collection, so he naturally had to be more respectful of his collection. It is not polite to leave it anywhere. Phoenix put his hands behind his back and walked out of the library door leisurely. The two ever-victorious soldiers immediately bowed their heads to him in salute. The one on the left holding the power halberd did not forget to remind him quietly, "Lord Fulgrim, Lord Sanguinius hopes that you can go to him after you finish reading." "Ah, thank you for telling me." Fulgrim nodded to him gracefully, but immediately thought about the reason why Sanguinius came to him. Could it be that he wanted to organize another banquet? No, this should be the least likely option. Sanguinius was drunk and fell to the ground at both banquets. During the second banquet, Russ even took a photo of Gilliman's personal terminal. This made the Archangel particularly angry, and he troubled Russ for 3 days afterwards. So, he wanted Vulcan to know the existence of Little Horus? This is a bit possible, but Fulgrim did not agree. Walking in the vast and magnificent corridors of Macrag's glory, Chemos thought, if Vulcan knew about this now, he could not say how he would react. He had not yet fully recovered from the excitement. All day long, he was either making small things in his foundry with the rescued little girl, or running around the ship looking for materials. It was obvious that he was trying to escape from reality. After making many assumptions in his mind, Fulgrim came to the door of Sanguinius's room, raised his hand and knocked on the door. After receiving a response, he pushed the door and walked in, but Sanguinius's appearance scared him. The latter looked extremely haggard, and the two white wings had lost their former glory. Sanguinius, with a messy golden hair, weakly raised his head from behind the desk and greeted Fulgrim. "Ah, you are here, Fulgrim. Please forgive me for my appearance. I really don't have time to tidy up my appearance." Fulgrim closed the door and out, took a step closer and carefully observed his face. "What happened to you? Did something happen to Bao?" "What? No, no." Sanguinius was shocked by his terrible guess and quickly shook his head to deny it. "I am just a little tired after helping Robert deal with government affairs for 3 consecutive days." "You don't look tired, my brother," Fulgrim thought. "You look like you have been fighting 3 corn demons at the same time for a week." Sanguinius naturally didn't know what he was thinking. The Archangel didn't have the mind to observe Fulgrim's micro-expressions at the moment. He immediately lowered his head after saying that, clicking back and forth on his personal terminal, frowning, and the whole person looked even more haggard. Seeing this, Fulgrim immediately reached out and took his terminal. Facing Sanguinius' puzzled gaze, Phoenix said seriously, "Although I don't know what kind of magic potion Robert Gilliman has fed you, Sanguinius, if you are determined to help him deal with these annoying government affairs, it is actually a good thing, but you should at least pay attention to your image." Sanguinius seemed to want to argue something, but was forced to shut up honestly by Fulgrim's glare. Phoenix put down his personal terminal angrily and said angrily, "Do you think that you can work recklessly just because you have become a psychic creature, or that you don't care about the mental consumption with the help of the medical cabin? Act normal, Sanguinius, like a normal person, separate work and rest." "It's not what you think." "What?" For Bao's sake," the Chemos shouted Bao's name and said sternly, "The air in your room is stagnant, and your wings are so dull that I have never seen them before. Have you not used hair smoothner recently?" "I have never used that stuff," Sanguinius retorted in a low voice, feeling a strong sense of discomfort. Normally, he was the one who scolded them, but now that the roles were reversed, Sanguinius did not think there was any big problem except for the discomfort, and even liked Fulgrim's extremely human appearance. "Okay." Fulgrim seemed to have calmed down and stopped glaring at him. Instead, he slowed down his tone and apologized sincerely. "I hope you can forgive my tone just now, Sanguinius, but I still have a question for you. How difficult are those government affairs to make you look like this?" "Honestly, Fulgrim, it's not a question of whether it is difficult or not." Sanguinius smiled bitterly, clicked a few times on the terminal, and showed Fulgrim a page with red vetoes on it. Sanguinius opened another one, apparently wanting Fulgrim to read it. Facing Fulgrim's puzzled look, he said, Robert gave me some government affairs to help him deal with. Of course, he still had to review them in the end, but I never made the right choice. You see, every judgment I made was rejected by Robert. Fulgrim raised his eyebrows and looked at the government affairs carefully. Isn't it a good thing that officials from the Terran Ministry of Agriculture requested 4 new farming sites? It should be approved. Fulgrim's idea on this matter was obviously consistent with Sanguinius, but Guilliman had a different idea. He rejected it and gave a complete analysis process below, obviously to let Sanguinius know why he was wrong and let him know clearly why he was wrong. Terra is now self-sufficient in food, and with the Terra space station behind it, it can trade food at any time. Adding more places to cultivate now will only create some unnecessary profits, giving some people an opportunity to take advantage of it. After this sentence, Guilliman posted a 40-page Terran agricultural analysis report, as well as the types and flow of food for each cultivated land, and even a 15-page Terran food export trade flow. If this policy is passed, I will not mention the rapid construction modules used in the process. I am afraid that a large number of officials will be shot or sent to prison for hard labor during the review in 3 months. In summary, this policy should be rejected. Fulgrim looked up, his eyes full of disbelief. Yeah, you also find it hard to understand? Sanguinius sighed softly, and said to Fulgrim with a painful face, I thought handling government affairs was just a few simple judgment questions, but I didn't expect there were so many twists and turns. To be honest, Fulgrim, in the process of handling these government affairs, I have suspected more than once that Robert's brain structure is different from ours. As the Archangel spoke, he actually showed an expression of admiration, you know? He even corrected these for me while handling his own government affairs. Fulgrim didn't know what to say for a moment, and even almost forgot the purpose of his coming here. He coughed lightly and asked, it seems that Robert has indeed suffered a lot. But, what's the matter with you calling me here? It's like this, I want you to give me some advice. Sanguinius tapped the terminal again. He looked very nervous. In the past 3 days, I haven't done a single government matter right, so I began to think that it might be because I am not good at this, or it is simply because I am not smart enough. So I thought of you, Fulgrim. That's it. Fulgrim suddenly realized that when he was still on Chemos, he had also taken on a lot of responsibilities as the decision-maker of the city. 50 years after he came to Chemos, he had made all the cities ally with Karax, which he led at the time, without any soldiers. He was much more experienced than Sanguinius in handling government affairs. The Phoenix smiled, and Sanguinius also smiled, a smile of joy. Although the Archangel was not good at handling government affairs, he was also competitive. He had failed so many times. Even if he used such a cheating method, he wanted to succeed once, so that Robert Guilliman would look at him with new eyes. However, 2 seconds later, Sanguinius did not hear the words he wanted to hear from Fulgrim's mouth. It's a pity, Fulgrim said. I can't help you, brother, because the captain is calling me. He held back his laughter, looked at the dumbfounded Sanguinius, and said in a light tone, Goodbye, my brother. In addition, I strongly suggest that you ask Shagatai Khan to help you in this matter. Fulgrim didn't know yet that his good mood could only last for a short while. That's all for today. I'll update about 7K tomorrow to complete the Phoenix operation. Chapter 817 Surgery. Operation? If one only heard the sound, one might think Fulgrim was screaming. He turned his head to look at the cold and large operating table, and the series of cold and gleaming tools piled beside it. When he caught a glimpse of the saw that was obviously used for craniotomy, even as the Prime Arch, Fulgrim shuddered. But I'm fine, Captain, Phoenix explained hurriedly. I have no problem at all. Why do you want an operation? Shenyan did not explain at the first time, but raised his finger to signal him to wait. The mage took a sip of coffee slowly, and waited until the mellow aroma fully bloomed on his taste buds before he spoke. You are a patient, Fulgrim. You say you are fine, but that doesn't count. A patient will of course think he is fine before seeing the medical records or test results, but I am a doctor, so. He put the cup of coffee on the table with a smile, raised his hand and pointed at the operating table. Are you going to lie on it yourself, or should I use some other method? The chemo's man took 2 steps back with a pale face, and argued, "You should at least tell me what is wrong with me. I still have basic knowledge of medical treatment. It is obviously a saw used for craniotomy." "Ah, you are mistaken." Shenyan raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the craniotomy saw disappeared immediately. Not only did he not hide it, but he didn't even change his expression. "There is no craniotomy saw at all, Fulgrim. Just some gauze, scalpels, disinfectant alcohol and other things. This is just a small operation." After a moment of silence, Fulgrim decided to forget about his snapping of his fingers. However, he was persistent in asking another question. "What's wrong with me, Captain?" "There's something wrong with your brain." Shenyan wanted to tell him this directly, but even considering the context, this sentence might cause Fulgrim to misunderstand. The wizard coughed lightly, pretending to explain to attract Fulgrim's attention, and then immediately paused the time of the pocket dimension and released the long-prepared sleeping spell. The mental power immediately supported Fulgrim, who should have fallen to the ground. "I'll explain it to you later," the wizard muttered. He moved his fingers, and Fulgrim's body was moved to the operating table by mental power. At the same time, K-173 also walked out of the darkness on the side. No, it would be better to say that the darkness dispersed to avoid it. The only master of soul science in the White Tower looked at the dispersing darkness with disdain and said dissatisfiedly, "You really should adjust the concentration of magic power in your place. Even these things have self-awareness." "How bizarre." The wizard shrugged and simply regarded the "how bizarre" behind him as a compliment. Then, "Master K-173, thank you for your help." I know. Damn it, you didn't tell me on the way you brought me here that I would have to play a guest surgeon." K-173 muttered dissatisfiedly and threw a small piece of silver metal from his cloak. It quickly enlarged and finally formed a futuristic operating table. But the size of this operating table did not match Fulgrim. However, it didn't matter, it was not prepared for him. Shenyan took off his black robe and lay on it calmly. The craniotomy saw that had disappeared before appeared again and floated freely. The scalpel cut open his own scalp, and blood gushed out, but it was still in the air. Then, the white skull under the scalp was exposed. "Do you have to go to this extent?" K-173 asked as he stood beside the operating table. "Using yourself to simulate the operation, I have to say, although I don't like you very much, human, you are one of the more radical lunatics I have ever seen." Shenyan performed the craniotomy on himself calmly, and even had the energy to answer K-173's question. Those constructs simply cannot completely restore the experimental process. They will always fail in the second personality injection stage, and cannot simulate the subsequent soul entanglement stage at all. "So you plan to replicate it on yourself? Even specifically turn your body into flesh and blood?" TSK. K-173 turned his head to look at the unconscious Fulgrim, and was amazed. "Did this person save your life? You are willing to do this?" "No, on the contrary, I have saved them many times," Shenyan said. "As for the reason, do I need to say it? We are the same kind of people, Mr. K-173. The wizard smiled and turned his head slightly. His brain trembled slightly in the air, and the sawed skull floated to the side. K-173 heard him say, "Of course it's because of pride, Mr. K-173. I am an extremely conceited person. Can't you see it? I thought everyone could see it. I don't allow anything I don't like to happen within my sight, that's all. As for the question of whether you are crazy or not, I haven't thought about it at all." The smile on his face grew bigger and bigger, and finally it even made people feel a little chilling. "I am just carrying out my own will. This is the happiness that belongs only to crazy people. To be honest, I have been a madman for a long time. I don't even want to be a normal person anymore." "It's your turn to take action, Mr. K-173. K-173 was silent for a while. His cloak trembled slightly, and 2 pale and almost transparent arms stretched out from it, carrying a deep breath unique to the dead. It shook its head and said, "Then, I will inject you with a second personality first." "Wait. You already have one?" "It has always existed." Shenyan stared at the ceiling and said softly, I never said that there was only one patient in this operation. K-173 snorted coldly. Shenyan had said one operation before, but it didn't expect that there would be two patients. Logically speaking, it was deceived. But, for some reason, K-173 was not angry at all. On the contrary, a smile appeared on its weird mechanical face. You are very interesting, human. Maybe the most interesting human I have ever seen. There are not many madmen like you who are original. Thank you for the compliment, but you should quickly perform soul entanglement for me. It doesn't feel good to expose your brain to the air. You are here again. You remember this place, right? Yes, I remember this place. How could I forget it? Shenyan raised his head calmly, looked at the winding bloodstains on the ground, and smiled nostalgically. He was tied upside down on the cross at the moment. His 2 feet were nailed together, but his hands were just tied up, and the winding blood was his. Ah, this familiar feeling. In 12 minutes, the devil will come in through the gate. It will bring a seriously ill child and her alcoholic father who often beats her and her mother, and let me choose one of the two to die. He laughed. As long as I choose to let that scum die, then the child will be cured. But you didn't choose. Another voice sounded from the darkness. A beam of light fell from the sky and also illuminated the small corner where the speaker was. He sat on a chair, wearing a blood-stained white shirt. His hair was messy and full of dried blood. There was no white in his eyes, but a pure black. As for his face, yes, I didn't choose. But I didn't come here for this. Long time no see, Shenyan said. How have you been recently? Not very good, he replied. I've been experiencing those things over and over again. Shenyan whistled. Then you must be in great pain. No, actually, I kind of enjoy it. He shook his head. I like the feeling of suffering. It makes me feel alive. After all, I can't do anything here. I can only experience these things over and over again. I'm sorry I can't let you go out. Shenyan smiled apologetically. The kind of apology. I dare not let you appear in front of the world again. The past experience is a lesson. We must be on guard. It doesn't matter. I don't care about this, he said calmly. Besides, didn't we make this decision together? I made it, Shenyan emphasized. It has nothing to do with you. You just stay here. Whatever you say. He smiled mockingly, and this was also the first time he smiled. You know it yourself. We made all the decisions together. Does that include killing the Skrulls? Of course. He laughed wildly with joy. Don't tell me you didn't feel happy when you saw those Skrulls turned to ashes in the explosion. This is the debt owed by the Skrulls. Their soldiers came to Earth, kidnapped innocent civilians and conducted various experiments on them. And what we did is called revenge. Revenge is legitimate and just. Those philosophers and idiots raised their arms and shouted, promoting their bullshit ideas, saying that revenge is just to stain their hands with blood, and that they will feel endless emptiness after revenge is completed. Bullshit. Revenge tastes great. His laughter never stopped. Compared to him, Shenyan was much calmer. Happy? Maybe I did at that time, Shenyan said without comment. I completely lost my humanity at that time. This can be regarded as a good thing. Yes, yes. If you still had some humanity at that time, the person sitting in this chair would be you, he said with a smile. And I didn't. So I'm sitting here. You're very self-aware. Shenyan whistled again. But, after all, we did this together, right? Of course, he answered softly. You and I always make decisions together. Yes, yes. Shenyan smiled. Blood gushed out from the wound on the sole of his foot, flowing down, winding on his body into a scarlet river. Just like that, he said. Come on, it's time to take you out. Okay, he replied. Chapter 818 Surgery. Fulgrim stood in the darkness and confusion for a long time before he realized that he should look down at his hands. It was like an instinctive reaction. People always do this. His vision was not affected by the darkness, so he could clearly see the purple robe he was wearing, which had a faint golden thread on it. Low-key yet gorgeous. Fulgrim recognized it immediately. This was the clothes he wore when he was young. To be precise, when he was young, he was 15 years old that year, but he was already 2 meters tall. No one dared to ask his age. They only dared to bow down when Fulgrim walked by, and secretly glanced at his handsome face with divinity when he was about to leave. Kimo's phoenix laughed at itself. Perhaps, the seeds of the pursuit of perfection were planted at this moment. Fate is not generous, it has already secretly marked the price of everyone's life. Fulgrim shook his head and wanted to ask the captain directly what he was doing. According to his understanding of Shenyan, the latter was probably hiding in the dark and watching him at this moment. But before he could say anything, a mirror suddenly appeared before him. The man in the mirror had smooth white hair that fell naturally to his shoulders. His neck was long and white, and his arms were strong but with a soft curve. His face was a combination of the delicateness of a boy, the softness of a woman, and the handsomeness of a man. Fulgrim looked at the man calmly, without reacting to his androgynous charm. "Is that all?" the Kimorian said. "Captain, this trick is a trick for me." He stopped in the middle of his words, his expression no longer calm, but tense. His eyes were fixed on the mirror, for no other reason than that the man in the mirror was smiling at him. But he was not smiling. "Hi." The boy waved at him excitedly. "How are you, future me? I noticed you are still wearing this suit." "Ah, our own craftsmanship is really the best, isn't it?" Fulgrim did not speak, and the boy continued, talking endlessly. "Have we made peace with Kimur?" the boy asked. "How is the development of art and culture in Kirax?" "Ah, do you remember the painter named Dronto? Has he made any progress now?" Fulgrim remained silent, and the boy slowly stopped. He asked carefully, "Why don't you speak?" "Because I don't know what to say to you, child." Fulgrim looked at him, his lips tightly pursed. "What should I say to you? Describe your future to you, or those terrible dooms, or what you will look like after your fall. You pursue perfection, child, you know that you are different, and you know that you are born with outstanding appearance. People respect and love you because of your appearance and your talent. You enjoy this, but you are also afraid that you will lose their respect and love. But don't do this, child." Fulgrim looked at the boy in the mirror sadly. "Be an ordinary person." After a long time, he said so. "Contact and communicate more with those ordinary people. Try to accept your imperfections, okay?" The boy looked at him in confusion, and then the mirror surface fluctuated, and he turned into a misty smoke and disappeared. When the fluctuations subsided, the person in the mirror was already wearing exquisite power armor. He smiled at the mirror in a friendly manner, with waves in his eyes. His long white hair shone and spread on the edge of the armor. "Hello, future me," he said proudly but gently. "It's a pleasure to meet you. How is the Legion now? Please tell me that we have become a symbol of perfection and a true child of the Emperor. Ah, I wish I could see the world over there with my own eyes. It must be perfect, right?" "Perfect?" Fulgrim almost had the urge to laugh. He remembered this set of power armor, from the emblem on the right shoulder of the armor. He knew that in another 6 months, he would get the stabbing sword from the Temple of the Stabbing People. All the corruption began from here. The person in the mirror frowned. "Why don't you speak?" "Don't." "What?" the person in the mirror asked in confusion. "Future me, you look terrible. What has happened to you? Is there something I did wrong? Please tell me. Perfection cannot be flawed, you understand? Do not take that sword," Fulgrim said, his voice hoarse with pain. "Do not touch it." "What sword?" the figure in the mirror asked the question, spoke the last words, and then disappeared. The mirror surface trembled. Again, Fulgrim stared at it in sorrow and despair, and he could guess what the next person would look like. He remembered everything, even the touch of the blade when it passed Ferris' neck. However, this time, no one appeared in the mirror. Only a voice, sweet as honey, poisonous as arsenic, soft as a lover's whisper, gentle as the evening breeze on a summer night. A pair of hands came up from behind, gently wrapping around Fulgrim's body. "I'm glad you remembered me." A musky scent surged in the darkness, and the thing spoke in its own voice. "It's been a long time since I last saw you, myself. I missed you wearing this suit." Fulgrim froze, barely able to breathe, and the thing continued to chatter. "You know, these days I often think of the old days, those good old days. Chemos, the Legion. Everything seemed so beautiful back then, right?" he said thoughtfully. "Memory has a beautifying function. It seems that this is true." The hands loosened. Fulgrim crawled on his tail, motionless, and the thing came to him on its own, revealing its blasphemous form in full. Scales, 4 hands, swaying soft waist and white skin. The demon waved at him nonchalantly. "Hey, come back to your senses, idiot. I have no interest in you now." "What?" The demon rolled his eyes and even yawned. He smeared the purple lip gloss with his finger, raised his hand to take a look, and smacked his lips in disgust, then quickly wiped off the lip gloss on his lips. "Really? Why purple again? I like black recently." "It's me, I am you. Really? Why can't you think straight?" The demon laughed, bent down and patted Fulgrim's cheek with his hand, then turned around and walked forward. "Come on, idiot." Fulgrim did not answer, but his body walked forward involuntarily. "This place is actually not bad, you know," the demon said to himself, "although I have never wanted to see what happened after the piercing sword. The ones before are not bad. I didn't expect I would say that." He raised his hand and pointed to the darkness on the right, and it immediately lit up, and a picture appeared. It was the appearance of the Emperor's children charging on the battlefield. They united under a banner, fearlessly fighting against an enemy that was 10 times their number. "Honestly, I'm quite proud of them," the demon said. "It's strange to say that, but it's true. After regaining my sanity, I finally had time to review my memories and analyze my heart." He turned his head. His face, which had become more charming due to the makeup, was full of calmness. "The wizard was right. I am indeed very inferior. I live among a group of supermen, the supermen of supermen. Each of them is so perfect, so admirable. Even Angren was so brave on the battlefield. And what about Fulgrim? What does Fulgrim have?" The demon laughed at himself, pointing at his face and chuckling. "A perfect face. I tried my best to catch up with them, and even rushed to Bizes with only 7 people. Everything was just to prove that I was no worse than them." The demon lowered his head in confusion. "But why did things turn out like that?" Fulgrim did not speak, because he had no answer. Many things don't need an answer. Normal people don't need to know why 1 + 1 = 2, nor do they need to know how to stab the blade into the enemy's heart at the most labor-saving angle. But this is not the case. Whether it is the demon or Fulgrim, they all want to know why things turned out the way they did. "There is nothing wrong with pursuing perfection, right?" the demon asked softly. "It is not shameful to desire to be loved. It is human nature." Even Perturbo hopes that someone can understand him. "But why? Only I have fallen into this state." "Is it really fate?" Fulgrim closed his eyes. "Fate? Maybe." He no longer cares about these things. He cares about the sins he committed in the past. He cares about the innocent people he killed. He cares about the unjustly killed heirs in the Legion. He also cares about his brothers, the Empire, and the captain. But he doesn't care about the so-called fate. Fate knocked him down once and made him a hateful monster. But there will never be a second time. Fulgrim opened his eyes, and walked over to the demon, facing his confused and puzzled eyes, and gave him a hug. He gave himself a hug. Stars of light emerged from the darkness, making the place as bright as day. Fulgrim heard the demon's breathing become smoother from the initial rapidity, and could also sense that his body was gradually disappearing. He opened his eyes and saw a skinny man lying in his arms. His cheeks were sunken, his moist lips were dry, his skin was dull, his hair was withered, but his eyes were bright and persistent, and he was already in human form. "You forgive me," he said with a smile. "Thank you. Soul entanglement is not as simple as you think. I demand additional payment." "What a joke. Millie has already paid for me." Mr. K-173, aren't you a little too greedy? Without me, can you restore his tangled soul like a ball of yarn to normal? Do I need to remind you again how much I paid to shield that damned evil god of the warp in this process? This is a deal, and deals must be rewarded. Frankly speaking, Fulgrim was woken up. He opened his eyes and was in a trance for several seconds. He heard such a conversation before he sat up. Turning his head slightly, he saw Shenyan staring at a short-cloaked man with an unhappy look on his face. "Slaanesh shit," he cursed. "That bastard can't come in here at all. This is my pocket dimension." "My pocket dimension? Without my permission, even the old guy can't come in, let alone it? But it is indeed watching here. I blocked its influence. Otherwise who knows what will happen." You don't understand how terrible the soul entanglement phenomenon is. Damn it. It's not like I haven't read those papers you published, Shenyan said angrily, pointing at K-173. No matter what, you charge me 3,000 stellar cores for one operation. You might as well go and rob me. I don't care. K-173 sat down on the ground and raised his middle finger to the wizard with his two ghostly hands without any image. If you don't give it to me, I will hang you on the intranet forum and say you are a shameless villain. I wonder which elf will take the initiative to find you in the future. Do you think that's a good thing? The wizard almost couldn't breathe. With a gloomy face, he opened a portal and threw K-173 out directly, along with 500 stellar cores. Get out, you greedy guy. Same here, you bastard who made me do 2 operations. K-173 left angrily, and Fulgrim sat up from the operating table as if he had heard nothing. He acted like he had just woken up and knew nothing and asked, "What happened, Captain?" Shenyan glared at him, still pretending. "Do you really think I don't know you're awake? I watched the whole operation." Fulgrim looked at him with a guilty and strange look. Instinctively, he felt that the captain was acting a little strange at the moment. "What are you looking at?" Shenyan dragged him off the operating table in a bad mood, pointed at the blood and bone fragments on the floor and said, "Clean them up for me." Fulgrim was stunned for 2 seconds and asked, "Even if you want me to clean them, I don't have the tools, Captain." His sincere words made Shenyan close his eyes in pain, and then he actually threw him out of the pocket dimension. "Captain?" Fulgrim looked at him helplessly, cautiously. "Stop yelling," Shenyan first angrily retorted to him through the portal, and then immediately changed his tone like a mental patient. He said softly, "The operation is complete, Fulgrim. Do what you should do." "No, wait, The portal suddenly disappeared, and Fulgrim was empty-handed. The Chemo's man stood there, scratching his face as if he had seen a ghost. Shenyan had never called him Fulgrim, and there was that weird behavior. A guess emerged in his mind. "Oh no, I am cured. Will he be okay?" Update completed. The next one is confirmed to be Korax, and then Kurz. Why write these two? Because I want them to be together with Batman. Chapter 819. Very poor quality. "What did you say?" Angren, who was packing up, looked up and repeated Fulgrim's words with a frown. "What's crazy?" Fulgrim carefully corrected his words. "I didn't say that, I just think the captain is a little mentally ill." Angren rolled his eyes and retorted unhappily, "Come on, what's the difference between mental insanity and madness? Ha, this is really the funniest joke I've heard recently, even funnier than the bets made between those ultramarines. You know they've been lately. Forget it. What's so funny about this?" "I don't understand where your sense of humor comes from." Fulgrim frowned. "I am discussing a very serious topic with you." Yes, too serious," Angren replied sarcastically. "It's as if you met Shenyan for the first time." "Isn't he a madman? Tell me, which normal person would do what he did?" Fulgrim was stunned by what he said, but he stood there and thought about it carefully, and found that it seemed to be true. He pulled a planet full of demons in front of him, built a planetary battleship, drove the ship around in the Eye of Terror, chased Abaddon all the way, and even held a loudspeaker to shout at him to pray. He didn't think there was anything wrong before, but after Angren said this, he suddenly realized that normal people really couldn't do what Shenyan did. No, it's better to say that normal people don't have that kind of brain circuit. Fulgrim was shocked. So there was no one on the ship who was mentally normal at that time? How did we survive? You are right. Fulgrim finally reached a rare consensus with Angren on something, but it did not last long. He changed the subject and talked about another detail. "But he called me Fulgrim. You see, the captain never called me that," and the tone of his voice was totally unlike him. Angren frowned, but soon relaxed. He snorted coldly, "Oh, your description makes it sound like he is possessed by a demon. I wonder what kind of demon could possess him." He grinned. "Honestly, Fulgrim, the great phoenix of Chemos, you come here and tell me with a serious face that he is mentally ill, but why do I feel that you are the one with the mental problem?" Fulgrim pursed his lips, his face full of anger. "I am fine now," he said angrily, and then walked away. "Asshole." "If you don't believe me," Forget it. I'll go discuss it with the others. Go ahead. Go ahead. Angren waved his hand perfunctorily and continued to pack his things. He would leave soon. He hadn't slept for several days because of the reconstruction of the World Devourer. Not only because of excitement, but also because of worry. He didn't know if he could create a miracle again. After all, the things he packed were not actually his own, but weapons he won from some White Scars veterans and several teams of the ever-victorious army. Of course, the way to win was not to go to the ring himself, which would be bullying, but to guess the winner. To put it bluntly, it was actually a bet on who would win in the ring. Angren's vision and experience helped him win the following spoils: 3 finely crafted power swords, 2 from the ever-victorious army and 1 from the White Scars. The White Scars sword looked the most shabby among them, which was obviously related to their 10,000-year journey on the webway. But because of this sword was the most favored by Angren. In his opinion, this plain-looking and even a little tattered sword was much better than the 2 ornate power swords. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head again, disdaining Robot Guilliman's Ultramarines aesthetic, a power axe that was said to be more than 400 years old, 2 plasma pistols, and a complete set of bolter gloves. Looking at these things, the Lord of the Red Sand couldn't help but smile. He sorted them out, maintained and oiled them one by one, and finally placed them on his desk, leaving a note with only 4 words: "Return to the original owner." These things would be priceless in any chapter, but Angren didn't want them. He already had a favorite weapon and didn't need more. Moreover, he didn't want to reward them to those outstanding Astartes and the upcoming World Eaters. These weapons have their own history, and they have been branded with the marks of their respective legions. The glory of the Ultramarines and the White Scars shines on them, and anyone who sees those emblems will understand this. They are indeed precious weapons, but they are not what the World Eater needs. Warriors and divine weapons need to be forged in blood and fire. To take someone else's honor, someone else's divine weapon, what is that? As for the problem mentioned by Fulgrim, thinking of this, he smiled. He has experienced so many things with the wizard, and he has long known what kind of power he possesses. To put it bluntly, if he Shenyan is really crazy or possessed by a demon, I am afraid that no one in the Empire will survive except that old man. You are really surprised by something you have never seen before, Fulgrim. You still don't know him as well as I do. Walking on the way to the hangar, Angren thought to himself with pride. At the same time, Fulgrim was running towards someone's office. Robert Guilliman raised his head with a little surprise and glanced at Fulgrim, who rushed in. Then he immediately raised his hand and spoke before he could speak. "Wait a moment, Fulgrim. Let me sign this decree first." No, this matter is very important. You have to listen to me. My matter is also very important, Fulgrim, Guilliman replied without raising his head. Do you know the Tau Empire? They have been harassing the fringe systems of the Empire again recently. This decree is about sending some Astartes to deal with them. Well, what did you say? The captain is crazy, Fulgrim said solemnly. Guilliman raised his head and looked at him, but did not speak at first. After a few seconds, he said, "I don't smell alcohol on you, Fulgrim, so you should not be drunk." Then, "I can't think of what made you run to me and say this. Did you lose the bet to us?" "What? No, I'm telling the truth." "Okay." Guilliman pondered for a moment, put the personal terminal on the other side, leaned back in his chair, and began to analyze. "Let's take your word for it. The captain is mad. So why?" Guilliman spread his hands. "Come on, Fulgrim, tell me what you think." Fulgrim placed his hands on Guilliman's desk with a serious look on his face, and said in a serious tone, "You have to listen to me carefully. This is not a joke, okay? Even if he is not mad, he is at least mentally ill, you know? He calls me Fulgrim. He has never called me that before. It's just a matter of name, Fulgrim. Besides, isn't it to express closeness that he calls you that? Why are you like this?" No, you don't understand. He Fulgrim struggled to find the right words. He behaved in a completely different way than usual. You understand? I mean, he looked like a chatterbox version of Dorn a few seconds ago, and then he immediately turned into a happy Sanguinius. Guilliman frowned. "That's interesting. You should have said that earlier, Fulgrim. he said. It's obviously impossible for a person to have the personality traits of both Dorn and Sanguinius, but that's the teacher, so I think he may just be in a bad mood temporarily. At this point, he even winked at Fulgrim. You know what I mean? This is obviously normal for him. Fulgrim almost collapsed. What's wrong with these people with super brains? Why are they so stupid? Don't they know how terrible this is? Moreover, Angren is fine. Anyway, that bastard is against him all day long. Why doesn't Gilliman understand him? Obviously, Fulgrim didn't realize one thing when he was thinking about this. His brothers were not like him who could see Shenyan's crazy appearance with their own eyes, so it was undoubtedly a pipe dream to want them to believe that Shenyan was mentally ill now. He left in a daze, and soon after he cheered up and decided to go to the Khan to discuss this matter. What are you looking at? Shenyan asked in a rather rude tone. Faced with these impolite words, the old man with white hair and beard just shook his head. I'm just a little surprised. What are you surprised about? You still have the nerve to be surprised. Can't you work harder to finish the work at hand? Only half of Magnus' soul fragments have been found so far. Are you ashamed? And you're still making excuses all day long. Oh, the warp rejects me. Oh, Slaanesh came to interfere with me again today. Oh, I'm old and tired, and I can't get along well with my own sons. Shenyan looked at him sarcastically. To be honest, if you continue like this, I should contact the ecclesiarchy and ask them to replace the face on the emperor's statue with mine. After all, I'm the one running around all day, and you've been living in the warp. The old man gave him a slightly strange look. Faced with this long list of words, he still behaved very calmly, and even his eyes didn't change. If you want, you can try it, he said. I don't mind, but you have to convince Robert first. He is the one who makes the decision now. Of course you don't mind. After all, he is the one who handles government affairs, not you. The Emperor of the Empire is in the warp all day, while his son sits in another chair pitifully and corrects documents all day, as if he has a web under his butt. Hey, who is the Emperor? I admit that I am more than a little surprised now. The old man finally frowned. What kind of personality are you hiding? Shenyan laughed and raised his middle finger. Can't you see it? The Emperor shook his head and sighed helplessly. Just as he sighed, the scenery above his head changed again. A new warp storm began to evolve in just a few seconds, and the chaotic scene appeared again and obscured his vision. From this point of view, the Emperor was not lying. The warp did instinctively reject anything that was beneficial to him. As long as he agreed, the warp would oppose it. This time, Shenyan did not say anything sarcastic to him, but shook his head while holding his head. After a long while, he continued to speak. In this case, you can consider solving it by engraving the reverse formation. It's useless. I used a similar method. Did you return to normal? No, not back to normal. I'm crazy again, Shenyan told him calmly. In most cases, if I talk to people nicely, it means that I'm not normal now. Don't you mean the way you looked just now is your normal look? Of course, otherwise, why did so many people hate me when I was learning magic? Shenyan nodded. As a matter of course, but this situation should disappear soon. The Emperor paused for a moment, and asked cautiously, what do you mean? Don't worry, I won't keep switching back and forth between the two situations. This is one of the sequelae of soul entanglement, and it will end soon. Ah, Fulgrim is much luckier than me. He doesn't have any sequelae. Rubbing his eyebrows, Shenyan raised his hand and pointed, dispelling the storm in the warp. The bright lights of the stars appeared again, looking much more beautiful than the real universe. The gorgeous lights were so perfect against the dark background that it was difficult to see their true appearance. By the way, have you been paying attention to Steve's situation recently? Of course, the Emperor replied. I guess you want to talk about the curse of flesh and blood. The wizard nodded. Don't worry about that. Nergal is not interested in your magic. Oh? This answer surprised Shenyan a little, but after a brief surprise, a surge of anger came. He despises my flesh and blood curse? No, it's not what you think. The Emperor looked at him with a smile. He is simply not interested in things that have nothing to do with bacteria and viruses. If you use plague-like spells, he may be a little interested. Shenyan sneered. Ha, this damn green fat guy. Sooner or later I will burn his garden completely, and then cut off his fat and big ass and throw it on Slanesh's face." The emperor coughed unnaturally and decided not to make any verbal response to this sentence. However, he obviously did not succeed. "Why are you coughing, old man?" Shenyan glared at him. "Is there something wrong with what I said? Don't you want to kill them?" "Of course I want to kill them, but I don't think I will do that kind of thing." The emperor paused. "Honestly, you should pay attention to your mental state." After saying this, he disappeared like smoke. "I may take a day off tomorrow, or I may not. If I don't take a day off, I will update 10,000 words. Chapter 820, Shadow Blade Lorgaran, the crazy drunk driver of a six-wheel truck. Mental state. Standing in the warp, Shenyan shook his head. This kind of thing is completely dispensable to him. He tried to concentrate himself to master this hard-won, sober madness, but failed. At this moment, his consciousness was blurred. Two completely different reactions to things were running rampant. Obviously, they will eventually merge with each other, but not now. And now, he sighed and looked up. The heavy curtain that had no logic at all was now covered with a scarlet color, falling into his eyes. It undoubtedly made the mage more irritated. He knew who this red belonged to. Suddenly, he had an urge to tear everything apart. What made things worse was that the next second after this impulse appeared, the laughter of Korn echoed in his ears. The mage's face twitched, just at this time. "Yes, experience this rage," he said with a wild laugh. "Human wrath, mage, precious wrath, experience it, and then release it." "Shut up," Shenyan whispered. "You fucking stinky bastard, you can do this." Korn ignored his insults and even encouraged him. "As long as you completely abandon all this, don't you think all this is restricting you? You could have become more outstanding. You could hold a sharp blade or a battle axe in your hand and personally execute those damned people, or demons. Don't lie, I know you like to see the blood of your enemies and hear their wailing." "I told you to shut up," Shenyan shouted furiously. He raised his hand and pointed to the sky. The curtain was torn apart by the lightning shot from his fingertips in an instant, but Korn's wild laughter still echoed. "You use rules and reason to bind yourself. This is not how you should be." The blood guy roared. "Stop hiding it." Shenyan lowered his head without saying a word, trembling, and opened a portal to other parts of the warp, and left quickly. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would rush into the wasteland of Korn alone. Of course, in order to vent, he still adjusted the direction of the portal. After a few seconds, the mess left by the lightning quickly disappeared, and the scarlet color covered everything again. At the same time, a purple cloud floated over from the other end of the starry sky. Clouds appearing in the universe should not exist, but this is a warp. Anything can happen here. Even Slanesh trying to talk to Korn. "Ah, did the little wizard just leave?" A lazy voice came from the cloud. "Am I late?" "Oh, you are here too." He pretended to be surprised and laughed. "I should not have come if I had known. It is really disappointing to see a big fool like you." Korn snorted coldly and did not take action immediately. However, his color quickly disappeared. In the end, he only left a malicious word. "You should think about what you should do, you rotten and smelly meat. How long do you think you can hide those soul fragments?" Slanesh did not answer, but just smiled ambiguously. "Don't bother with that," he replied lazily. "It doesn't matter if he finds it, as long as he is distracted. I just want that little wizard now." He chuckled again. Mornings on Kovilo are usually colder. To be precise, the bottom layer of Kovilo hive is colder in the morning and at night. The bottom layer of the hive does not have the heating measures of the middle and upper layers. The people in the bottom layer can only keep warm through limited means. Being a resident of the lower level of the hive means a lot of things. You have to deal with the endless gangs, the threat of mutants, and the layers of exploitation from the upper level. You don't eat well, don't sleep well, don't wear warm clothes, and die early, but you have to get married and have children to contribute to the empire. Moreover, with the increasingly harsh climate now, if you don't have a place to live, then you can only pray to the emperor. In most cases, the latter is of no use at all. A worker, Tolan, was standing in front of his house and was furious. He wanted to go out, but he couldn't open the door. This action, which should have been simple, Took him a lot of effort, and it didn't achieve the desired effect. This damn door seemed to be frozen today and couldn't be opened. He didn't know the reason, but he was very angry. For the Emperor's sake, he pushed his shoulder against the door, again and again, muttering, "What's going on? I still have to go to work." A few minutes later, just when he was about to tear down his door in anger, the old and broken door finally opened a small gap. At the same time, there was a sound of heavy objects rubbing against each other behind the door. Panting, Talon peeked out from the open gap angrily, wondering what was blocking his door, but from this angle, he could only see a vague dark color, like black, which reminded him of the night in Kovara. "What is it?" Talon shrank back and out, even retreating directly to his bed. His heels hit the wooden bottom of the bed, causing it to make a loud noise, and he couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. No one saw the funny scene, but Talon's doubt was quickly turning into anger. He felt ashamed of his weakness. Talon didn't know what the word shame meant, and he didn't even know how to write his own name, but he instinctively felt that being frightened by an unclear black shadow was not a good thing. In this way, the worker approached the door again. His overly mature face was pressed tightly against the door frame and the crack of the door, and his gray right eye tried his best to look out. This time, he saw more clearly. The black shadow seemed to be made of metal. Talon squinted his eyes and carefully distinguished it, wanting to know what it was. Unfortunately, he couldn't do this. His eyesight was too severely damaged. 3 years of working in the factory had seriously damaged his health. Although the word health did not exist for a resident at the bottom of the hive, Talon was still clear that he was getting worse and worse, just like his damn bed, which was always shaking. He looked carefully, guessed, and finally came to a conclusion that was imaginative but very logical. In the hive city, this black metal must have been deliberately piled up at his door by someone to prevent him from going to work. As for the purpose, it was nothing more than to disgust him. Thinking of this, Talon became surprisingly angry. "These hateful bastards," he cursed. "Are you jealous that I am more efficient than them?" While cursing, he paced in his small room. After several minutes, he finally calmed down. In any case, he had to go to work. There were still 15 minutes before he was late. If he couldn't get there within these 15 minutes, his food ration for this month would be reduced by 1/3, which meant that he would be hungry again, and he might even faint from hunger. If he fainted, he would be late for another day, and his food quota would be deducted by 1/3 again. If all of the above happened, Talon felt that he might have to sell himself to the gangsters to buy food like those people who borrowed money. The question is there any way to get this damn thick and heavy piece of metal away from his door? After a long silence, Talon simply dragged a long piece of metal from under his broken wooden table. He picked this thing up from the scrap heap a few months ago. Although such behavior is not allowed, everything in the factory, including but not limited to workers, is the property of the factory. But at that time, the lower hives were in uprising every few months. In order to avoid being robbed without the courage to resist, Talon still took it back. Unfortunately, it didn't work at all. The strike uprising was suppressed in just 2 hours. Although it didn't come in handy at the time, it now has a new purpose. Gritting his teeth, Talon inserted it into the gap on the other side, that is, the side with the hinge, and then tried his best, even jumped up, and pressed down with all his strength and his weight. With a click, Talon laughed happily. Ha! Did the bad guy think he could stop him like this? No way. 2 minutes later, he finally destroyed it completely. Okay, muttering broken sentences, Talon used both hands to lift the door and put it aside. He wiped the sweat off his face, turned his head to look at the door, and even squinted in advance, wanting to know what the piece of metal blocking his door looked like. But he found that what he saw now was not metal. It was a person, a giant. To be more precise, a lying giant. The surface of his armor was full of mottled marks, motionless, as if dead. His face was a metal skull, black, with 2 red dim lights in his eye sockets, which reminded Talon of the furnace that was about to go out in the factory. He looked at the giant with trembling and shock, and even forgot to scream. He should have screamed. Humans always do this when facing things beyond their understanding, but he didn't. On the contrary, A transcendent rationality suddenly attacked him. Toland raised his head and looked at the front of his house. His home had a unique structure. He lived behind a long strip of old metal. The old metal and discarded cloth together made up the strip, which gave his home a special feature that no one else had, a long, useless corridor. Moreover, there was a door at the end of the corridor. He squinted his eyes and saw clearly after more than 10 seconds that the door was closed. This matter was very important to him at the moment. This was the work left by his father. His father always liked to do these useless things, and now, this useless thing prevented others from seeing the giant lying in front of his door. "Thank you, father," Toland muttered to himself, then knelt on the ground and touched the giant's body carefully with a trembling hand. The giant did not respond, didn't suddenly jump up and chop off his head, didn't make a furious shout and tear him in half. He didn't react at all, as if he was really dead. "Is he dead?" Toland knelt there, his teeth chattering. His shoulders were rising and falling rapidly, which was one of the chain reactions brought about by the heavy breathing. He nervously moved his knees to move forward a little, and then he reached out and touched the giant again. Still no response. Toland did not give up, and began to repeat it again and again. After an unknown amount of time, the giant finally gave him a little response. A weak voice came from the skull-like face, but it still sounded scary. "Who is it?" Yes, it's me," Toland stammered and gave a stupid answer. This answer was so stupid that even the giant laughed a short laugh. "Who are you?" he asked friendly and weakly. I'm Toland. I'm a worker. I work here," Toland answered tremblingly, and he couldn't help but use the attitude he used when facing the factory owner. Extremely respectful and extremely nervous. "Ah, a worker. Interesting. I can smell that the air here is toxic and rich in many harmful chemicals." "So, worker Toland, is this a hive city?" "Yes, this is a hive city, sir." Toland quickly got into the role and even started to call the giant sir, a title he didn't understand. He was just told to use this title when facing those senior personnel. In his opinion, this giant was obviously one of them. Although he didn't know why he fell at the door of his own house, Toland didn't dare to ask. "This surprised me a little." The giant panted for a while, and in just a short moment, his voice sounded much better, at least not as weak as when he just woke up. "So, where am I now?" After a while, he asked. "My doorstep, sir," Toland answered stupidly. "Your doorstep, ha 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 ha." The giant laughed kindly. Toland didn't know why he laughed, but at least he could tell one thing. He was not laughing at himself, so he also laughed foolishly. The laughter of the two echoed in the corridor of metal and rags, and then the giant suddenly raised his hand. Toland was startled, thinking that he was going to hurt himself, and immediately lowered his head obediently. If he resisted, he would face greater pain. This was his experience in the past. But the pain did not come. He heard the sound of metal rubbing. He looked up and found that the giant was rubbing his hands on the ground. Mustering his courage, Toland spoke. "Sir?" Worker Toland, I need you to do me a favor." The giant coughed violently. "Help me sit up." "Okay, of course. How difficult can it be?" Toland thought. Reality told him how difficult it was. It took him 20 minutes to help the giant sit up, and he had completely forgotten that he had to go to work. His mind was now on the giant. "That's much better, thank you," the giant said gently. "Next, I want you to stand further away." Toland obediently walked a few steps into the house. He held onto the door frame, knelt down again, and looked up at the giant. He saw the giant pull out a cold and gleaming knife from his waist. To him, it was just a small knife, but Toland felt that the knife could completely pierce him through. He looked at the knife in awe, watching the giant stab the knife into the gap of his armor. With a sound of metal friction that made people's teeth ache, the giant actually succeeded in removing the armor on his chest. The flesh under the armor was bloody. The boiling, hot blood rushed out like molten iron in a furnace, staining his armor and the ground of Toland's house red. Can a person really bleed so much? Toland wondered. He had seen a worker whose arm was cut off by a machine in the factory, and the guy didn't bleed so much at the time, not even a third, and he later compensated the factory with a part of the food ration. "I'm sorry I soiled your doorstep," the giant muttered, throwing his knife aside. His skull looked neither sad nor happy, but Talon thought he must be in great pain. There was a huge wound on his chest, which was inexplicable considering that his armor was intact. Talon stared at the wound for a long time, but it was unwise. It took him a long time to distinguish the thick white stripes as the giant's bones, and this discovery made him step back pale. "It's a bad situation." The giant lowered his head and assessed his situation. "There's no way to stop the bleeding." "Worker Talon, do you have any at home? Forget it. What am I thinking? I don't need those things anymore. I'm not a S." He sighed and smiled again. "And you actually want to ask a civilian for medicine to treat your injuries? Well, Talon, I hope this doesn't scare you, but I'm injured, and it's serious." "You are injured?" Talon repeated, and immediately realized how stupid he was at this moment. But the giant paid no attention to his folly. "Yes, I am wounded," he said gently, repeating himself as Talon did. "So badly, at present, that I cannot even move on my own. Fortunately, my armor is only a poor imitation of the past, and it is only for show, otherwise I might not have been able to see the wound immediately." Talon could not understand what he said, at least not most of what he meant. His poor vocabulary did not support him to understand the giant's words, so he just apologized in a humble and fearful manner. "I am sorry, my lord." "Why are you apologizing?" Talon looked at him blankly. The giant sighed. Deep in his heart, he knew why the worker apologized. He apologized because he did not know what to say. He was born and educated to be completely obedient to his superiors and those who seemed to be more noble than him. He apologized to him, but the commoner did not know who he really was. He just obeyed, that's all. The Empire loves such commoners the most. They are labor and consumables. No different from screws on a machine. They can be anything, but they cannot be a person with their own will. The giant raised his hand and fumbled on his skull mask for a while, then took it off, revealing a tired face. He should have been handsome, but his emaciated face and those eyes ruined everything. It didn't matter whether he was handsome or not, because his eyes were completely black as ink. They didn't even make him look like a human. "Talon, you said you were a worker, right?" he asked. Talon nodded tremblingly, not daring to look up and look directly at his face. He was afraid of those black eyes, thinking they had magical powers that could suck away people's souls. Invisibly, he respected the giant even more. He felt that he was not just a big shot of the same level as the factory workshop director. He must be a nobleman. "Well, what does the factory produce?" the giant asked patiently. "This I don't know, sir." Talon was stunned. He had never thought about this question. "Do you produce food, or metal products, or something else?" "It's metal products, sir." "Is it shaped, or embryos?" "It's embryos, sir." The giant nodded, and the wisdom in his voice made Talon stand in awe. "It seems that you work in a processing plant. Metal products. This can also explain why there is such a serious gray on your fingers. They almost penetrate into your skin. Don't you wear gloves when operating those machines?" "What are gloves, sir?" The giant was silent for a while, and then changed the subject. He didn't talk about anything about the factory. The interest in chatting completely disappeared after Talon's answer, leaving only a pure calmness. "We have been talking for a while, but I haven't told you my name yet." "It's impolite." "So, Talon, my name is Corvus Corax." "It's a difficult name to pronounce, isn't it?" Talon tried hard to imitate his pronunciation in his mind. After more than 10 seconds, he nodded. "Don't you know who I am?" Corax stared at him with interest. "Have you never met the Astartes?" Talon continued to shake his head blankly, his face flushed. In his past life, he had never felt that ignorance was a shameful thing as at this moment. "It's a good thing that you haven't met them, Talon," Corax told him calmly. "There are not many of them, at least compared to you, and the place they are going to is always death. In other words, they are always on the road of sacrifice. The same is true for me." His voice was very light, but there was a power in it that Talon couldn't understand. At the same time, the worker was horrified to find that the wound on Corax's chest was healing rapidly. He wanted to say something, but Corax interrupted him. "They are coming," he said to himself. "My essence has returned, which means they are coming with me. I thought I would die in that dangerous psychic explosion, but I was only slightly injured." He looked down at his chest, and it recovered so quickly. Korax said something that Toan could not understand, and stood up from the ground. He was terrifyingly tall, just like a mountain. Toan stared at him blankly, not realizing what was going to happen next. For this mortal, his story ended here. What happened next was something he should not and could not see. Korax waved his hand, and a force surged from the highest sky, causing Toan to faint. With pity, Korax placed the mortal on his own bed. Darkness gathered behind him and took back the knife, placing it next to Toan along with the scabbard. This was also a kind of thank you. If Toan needed money, this knife could exchange some for him. As for how to exchange, Korax knew that he did not need to worry about this problem. The residents of the lower level of the Hive City had their own way. They will always survive. Survival is human instinct. No matter what, this instinct will not be abandoned unless the person really thinks he deserves to die. After doing all this, he walked out of the overly small room. Korax walked forward calmly. With each step, a part of the armor on his body fell off. It didn't matter. This armor was originally made by him out of his memories of the past. It was just a facade and didn't even have a server. In the end, he was only left with a black robe, tattered, and his black hair was scattered behind his head, making him look like a saint. However, what he did next was not the saintly story described in those religions that worship gold. Korax raised his hands, and a flock of crows emerged from the void. They were silent and made no sound, just like darkness itself. They gathered around him, and he went into the darkness. Bring the next sacrifice. The old priest issued an order to his servant in a voice that was almost whispered. The tall and strong servant nodded and shouted in a loud voice, "Bring up the next sacrifice." 2 members of the church immediately took a woman with her hands and feet tied up to the high altar and placed her in the magic circle carved on the ground. It was covered with blood and the body of the child, and the woman looked at it numbly, without any intention of resisting. The priest nodded to his servant again, and the unbelievably strong servant walked forward and cut the woman's throat with a dagger. Blood gushed out. She looked helplessly at the dark ceiling, opened her mouth, as if she wanted to call for help, but in the end she only uttered a painful whimper. The servant held her down and looked back at his master. The old priest stood up, his face under the hood old and greedy. He stared at the woman, walked forward, looked at her dying eyes, and smiled with satisfaction. "With the blood of the mother and the bones of the child, we pray here." He opened his arms and shouted fanatically, "Gods, respond to your faithful servants. Please grant us your grace. Please guide us on the way forward." Then the believers in the audience shouted together. There were not many of them, so the momentum of their shouting was quite terrifying. The sound echoed and hit a place deeper than the bottom where they were, causing a terrifying echo. The woman gradually lost her voice. The servant let go of his hand and began to concentrate on carving blasphemous patterns on the woman's body with a dagger. They did not let her go when she was alive, and they became even worse after her death. Her flesh was cut open, and her skin gradually turned pale. The magic circle on the ground began to flicker and brighten, and dazzling light gathered from it. Seeing this, the priest laughed ecstatically, and the servant was also happy. He raised his head and looked at his master, and looked at him with pleading eyes, hoping that he would allocate more food to him after receiving grace. But his reason suddenly gave him a reminder at this moment. This reminder made his eyes see something behind the priest, something that did not exist a minute and a half ago. It clung to the rock wall, like a shadow. However, was it really a shadow? No, it wasn't. A shadow would not have a human-like outline. The servant stared at it and realized this. It was more blurred and more terrifying. It had no eyes. It should not have eyes. But the servant felt that he was being stared at by a monster with the most terrifying eyes, which were full of anger. He screamed. This anger destroyed his mind in a short half-second, causing him to lose control of his bowels and bladder, and his muscles to spasm. Then, along with the scream, the shadow shattered in the flickering candlelight, and countless black ravens emerged from it, making shrill cries and circling wildly above the heads of the believers. Their blade-sharp feathers fell straight down, and because of the sudden gust of wind, they turned into a terrifying feather storm. 3 seconds later, there was no living person at the scene. In the broken flesh, Korax walked out of the darkness silently. He came to the dead woman, looked at her, and then looked at the dead children around him. His cheeks tightened. At the same time, a mist surged out from nowhere around him, like smoke, ethereal and weightless. The magic circle was still flickering, as if it was breathing. Korax looked at the activated magic circle and did not react at all. He could not stop it. The formation was already activated, and it could not be closed from the outside. The foolish priest did not know what kind of horror his prayer would bring. Brain to the warp, what you get will always be pain and torture. Grace. Korax smiled. He stretched out his hand, and the crows gathered and turned into a black sharp blade. He inserted the sword into the center of the formation, twisted it, and the mist that was filled around him suddenly began to rush into it like some kind of inspiration. He closed his eyes, breathed calmly, and after a short wait, he turned into a wisp of black smoke and entered the magic circle together. After a few minutes, the circle stopped. The circle could not be closed from the outside, but it could be closed from the inside. Lorgar. Standing in the storm of the warp, Korax whispered, "Where are you?" No one knows where Lorgar or Lion is now. Who knows where Elreason is? Even if you throw this question to Erebus, Lorgar's lieutenant who calls himself the Hand of Fate, he will probably only give you a helpless look. Of course, whether he knows or not is only known by the Sky and Kerfarin, a bastard who is as famous as him. According to the official statement of the Word Bearers, the noble Lord Lorgar or Lion is living in his city of fanaticism. Of course, this is the official statement of the Word Bearers, and the Word Bearers. So, let's get back to the topic. Where is Lorgar or Lion now? The answer is that he is running away. Yes, he is running away. If he were to describe it with an honest and rational mindset, then Lorgar would admit that this was the most embarrassing moment since he ascended to the demon realm. Even the battle with Korax had not made him feel so humiliated. That time, he could at least fight back. In his opinion, he at least gave the hateful crow some pain. But this time, what was this? Lorgar ran, running wildly in the endless wasteland. He did not use psychic energy or chaos spells, but simply ran with the power of his body. It was not that he did not want to use them, but that they were blocked. Now, he could only rely on running to avoid. In the interval of thinking, he heard a piercing scream. Lorgar turned around and saw a demon being lifted into the air by some invisible force. It screamed helplessly. Fear should not appear in a bloodletter, but it was undoubtedly screaming with fear now. Lorgar slowly slowed down his pace, unconsciously. His eyes were full of surprise, and he began to look forward to what was going to happen next. The bloodletter's limbs suddenly twisted, and its screams spread throughout the wasteland in an instant. Then, its chest and abdomen were completely pierced and cut open by invisible sharp blades. Broken bones, internal organs and blood mist shot out, and blood flew. The bloodletter kept screaming until it died, and its fellow corn demons, who should have been full of anger all the time, were actually trembling. This scene has happened many times, and not only to corn demons. Lorgar originally came to this wasteland just to relax, and by the way, catch a few demons to preach to them to satisfy his desire for speech. He originally liked to talk to the demons of Tsinj, but, so he retreated to the second best and planned to talk to the demons of slain Eshor Nergal. As a result, the nightmare came inadvertently. An invisible being descended on the planet and began to slaughter all the creatures on it without saying a word. Lorgar was very angry at first, because the first to suffer was the Nergal demon who was talking to him. He raised his warhammer and wanted to find trouble with the invisible thing. In his imagination, this was nothing more than the work of a demon prince, and most likely Khorne. What was a demon prince to him? However, the invisible thing immediately deprived him of the ability to use spells and began to kill all the demons in front of him one by one. So he knew that he should run. The demon prince could not do such a thing. His chaos spells and psychic energy came from the four gods. Although one of them died, there are still three. Lorgar immediately began to think, and even began to speculate in unspeakable places. Could it be that this is a newly born god venting the instinctive desire after birth? He likes killing so much, and he will definitely have a battle with Khorne. Should I notify the Lord of Blood and Skull immediately? It didn't work. His whispers, which were the same as before, were no longer effective. Lorgar was horrified for a moment. He thought that the gods had abandoned him, But that was not the case. After he calmed down, he realized that this was the power of the newly born god. He sealed this place, so no other god could touch this planet again. Lorgar wanted to kneel down and offer his loyalty on the spot without hesitation. The one on the throne could not save mankind. There were only 3 of the 4 chaos gods left, which proved that they might not be able to save mankind either. But what about this one? What about this new one? Is this the right way he has been looking forward to? Unfortunately, the new god did not pay any attention to his prayers. Lorgar knew that this was probably because he was not sincere enough. He immediately wanted to leave here, find a place to start a blood sacrifice and communicate with the new god to obtain his blessing. But there was a problem. He could not leave for a while, so he could only run to the altar and activate the portal there. He could only hope in this way. Well, no matter how Lorgar guessed or how happy he was, he would not know that this matter was actually just a mental patient venting from beginning to end. Ordinary mental patients will smash things and have epilepsy when they are ill, and in severe cases, they may even endanger their own lives. As a not-so-ordinary mental patient, Shenyan will endanger the lives of demons or some aliens when he is ill. The demons have a lot of opinions about this, but they have no way to deal with it. There are demons of Khorne, demons of Slaanesh, and demons of Nurgle on this planet. They gather together. Demons of Nurgle spread plague, demons of Slaanesh rejoice all day long, and demons of Khorne cut whoever they see, which is a very common scene in the warp. Death is nothing to them, but if it is real death, the situation is different. After the massacre came, the demons of Slaanesh began to pray to Shalish, but there was no response. While the demons of Khorne resisted, they fanatically tried to find the person who slaughtered them. At the beginning, they shouted loudly for the other party to come out and fight them. However, when the emotion of fear was forced into their minds, these demons immediately dropped their weapons and ran away screaming, and Khorne withdrew his blessing. Nurgle was the only evil god who wanted to help, but unfortunately he was powerless. A drunk driver driving a 6-wheeled truck was ruthlessly crushing all the demons on this highway. The father was kind, but he didn't want his garden, which had just been restored, to be burned to ashes. He couldn't help. This was his answer. So the scene became what it is now, chaotic, absurd, and even mixed with a little comedy. If you can put everything aside and look at it with a rational eye, you will find that this is actually a very funny joke, just as funny as Lorgar or Lion himself. There is another chapter of 5K. The author will have dinner and continue writing, then answer the reader's questions. Answer to Ryo 27, 1. The RH line is a complicated matter. The Frenchman is still writing it. I think it's better not to join in the fun, but I will write about the interaction between the Primarchs and the two world lines. Let some embarrassing things have a good look at their own possibilities. I actually want to let Archangel see what kind of a mess he has become in the other world. Hehe. 2. 10,000 words a day? I can't do it. Women's clothing? I can't do this either. Answer to Amo. The Vengeance Expedition has not started yet. A lazy author writes too slowly. It is definitely impossible to start the expedition after getting everything together. That's not called an expedition. That's called playing games with cheats. Although it's cheating in the first place, as a GM, I must be fair. Otherwise, how can chaos be played? The interaction between the Primarchs is okay. I'm actually considering whether to write some extra chapters about their daily lives, but I always don't have time. Chapter 821. A person who claims to be pious. Korax remembered the familiar smell. He remembered it, deeply. He knew it, as if he knew how to swing a blade. An unspeakable rage began to boil in his heart, twisting his flesh and body, turning him into a monster dormant in the shadows. It took him several minutes to recover and regain his human form, the familiar form. I found you. The Lord of the Crows roared like a madman. I found you, Lorgar. Under the 6 stars, he turned into an amorphous cloud of smoke and disappeared quickly. Unlike most of his brothers, Korax has mastered his essence and can move quickly in the warp. It is with this ability that he has searched for Lorgar for the past 10,000 years, and now he has found him. He has found him, and so, although Lorgar does not know it yet, he is about to face the most terrible disaster in his life and magic life. Lorgar walked to the altar, The corners of his clothes were blown up by the wind and sand, but he didn't care. He didn't care about the terrifying screams and the sound of flesh and blood exploding behind him. For now, he only cared about one thing. Lorgar half knelt on the ground. The familiar movements in the past were so strange now, but he soon became familiar with this posture. He raised his hand and swept away the wind and bones that buried the altar. The magic circle underneath was completely exposed. Seeing the intact pattern, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lorgar smiled, pulled the bones of a dead demon next to him, and used its bones to draw on the ground. Just adding a few strokes, the magic circle changed from summoning demons to a chaos portal. His knowledge of demons can be seen. He has not done nothing in the past 10,000 years. Then, it's time to see if this altar can be activated. Lorgar turned around thoughtfully. He was unfortunate, but also lucky. A demon happened to die not far from him, so Lorgar ran over and took the demon belonging to the Lord of Pleasure back. It was still half alive, but its cries were full of pain. "What's the matter, believer of Shalish? Do you no longer enjoy pain?" Lorgar looked at it worriedly, not wanting to get a confirmed answer from it. Seeing a believer become a non-believer with his own eyes was very cruel to him. Fortunately, the Slaanesh demon did not say so. It screamed in pain. No, it's him, it's him. He changed me." Lorgar's eyes lit up. "Who? Do you know his name?" Wait a minute. "Can you live a little longer, hey?" The Slaanesh demon looked at him resentfully and died. Lorgar shook his head and helplessly put its body on the ground, tore off its arms, took out its internal organs, and cut off its head with its own bones. Then, he arranged all these things neatly and placed them on the altar. Then, the altar did not respond. The magic circle did not move, and the essence of the flesh and blood of the Slaanesh demon was not absorbed. Lorgar frowned immediately, and a hidden anger flashed in his heart. But the next second, he changed his mind. It couldn't be a problem with the altar. The magic circle was intact, which meant that it could still work. It must be because the sacrificed flesh and blood was not enough. Lorgar immediately ran down the altar. At this time, he was truly running fast. After the ascension, his body was maintained in a loose human shape. The golden skin moved, and the light shone through his body. It looked very intimidating. But what he did at this moment was simply to make a sacrifice. A few minutes later, a dozen demons were brought over by him. Lorgar was very picky. Since the first one he sacrificed was a Slaanesh demon, he would find Slaanesh demons in the future. Several of these den demons were still alive, and they all wailed in pain without exception. Seeing this scene, Lorgar became even more fanatical. "What kind of power is this?" It can actually make the power of the Lord of Pleasure ineffective, make his followers no longer feel happy from pain. Lorgar looked at them in shock and joy, and became more determined to gain new enlightenment from this god. There was another busy period, and the neatly cut bodies of a dozen Slaanesh demons were piled up. Lorgar wiped the blood on his hands on the stone tablet of the altar. He looked at the stone tablet that was about to weather, patted his hands on it, and sighed with a relieved smile. "Okay," he cheered up, "it's time." "No, wait, why do I have to leave?" Lorgar raised his eyebrows, realizing that he had fallen into a misconception of thinking before. Why did he leave? It was for a blood sacrifice, to please this new god. Then why did he leave? Isn't there already a blood sacrifice? After clarifying his thoughts, Lorgar even trembled at the end of his fingers. His face burst into uncontrollable joy. And then he knelt down on his knees without hesitation, opened his arms, and shouted to the sky with sincerity, over and over again, more and more devoutly. To be honest, it took Shenyan a while to notice him and what he was doing. His perception was very confused. In fact, let alone perception, even his ability to think had become quite slow. The reason why he didn't kill Luogia was out of instinct. He planned to save Luogia for the last kill, and he always did so in the past. Moreover, he didn't recognize who this was at first. In his perception, all demons were disgusting like shit, and Luogia, who was blessed by the three gods, was confused. Broken sentences came out of his mouth, with a little humor, but more of mania. "What kind of mental retardation is it that you offer loyalty to me with the demons I killed? Are you crazy? Why don't you run away?" Shenyan took a deep breath, closed his mouth, and calmed down his anger. He had been suppressing this anger for a long time, but Korn took advantage of him not long ago. The bastard who had a broken leg and could only sit on a chair did not let him go even after he left. He actually chased him and kept nagging in his ear, which made the mage want to rush into his kingdom of God and give him a super psychic bomb. However, some people are a little rational even when they are crazy, like him. Even in this situation, Shenyan still knew that he couldn't go in. That place is Korn's kingdom of God. Even for him, it is impossible to say that he will be unscathed after entering. He must have left something behind, or something extra. As for returning to normal, forget it. With a little hesitation, he opened his pocket dimension and took out a bottle of medicine from it. This was given by K-173, which can treat the sequelae of soul entanglement. At least it can curb some symptoms in a short time. What? You asked him why he didn't take it before? Because he is now mentally ill. He wants to compete with K-173, and plans to survive by not taking medicine and go to the White Tower to laugh at it. However, now, it is obvious that he has to eat. The reason is simple. In addition to Sorcerer Lion, there is another force rushing towards this place. Shenyan does not know the owner of that power, but he can easily distinguish the projection intention of the owner in the warp through psychic search. A huge black raven. Then, there is no need to say who the person is. Considering that Corvus Corax is obviously still on the side of the Empire, the mage feels that he needs to give him a relatively normal impression. At least he should look normal, not like now. After taking a pill, Shenyan coughed and regained some of his rationality, but overall, his thinking logic is still in a relatively strange range. How strange? A normal person should first meet with Corax, explain his identity, explain why he is here, and invite him to kill Lorgar together. But Shenyan's current idea is not like this. He stood there and thought about it, and decided to put on a disguise, talk to Lorgar, and scare Corax. By the way, the thought of leaving a good impression a few minutes ago disappeared without a trace. If Master K-173 knew that this would lead to Shenyan posting on the White Tower intranet forum to condemn his medicine for being useless, he would probably be so angry that he would jump up and down and curse. You have to take 15 pills of that medicine at a time. Luogia continued to call the new god. This was his 1783rd call. He still did not give up, and still stubbornly believed that the god would be moved by his soul. In a sense, he was right. A black flame bloomed in front of him, with boundless power, and even just the moment it appeared, it captured Luogia's full attention. He widened his eyes, his pupils dilated, and he gasped unconsciously. At the same time, the world fell into silence and darkness in an instant. Then, a voice sounded. Lorgar heard a majestic voice. "Who are you?" He immediately touched the surface of the altar with his forehead and answered devoutly, "Your first believer." The voice took a long time to answer him. In Lorgar's view, this was nothing more than a god testing whether he was really that devout. He smiled. "Of course I am extremely devout, believer." The god chuckled. "You are just a mortal body. What use are you to me?" Lorgar raised his head suddenly. Finally, he finally talked about this step. His eyes bloomed with brilliant light, and his golden skin became brighter. "I can bring many things to you. I can bring your power and blessings to all intelligent creatures in the galaxy. I can make your name known to everyone and let them devote themselves to you wholeheartedly. You will become the god of gods and the master of all living things." "Is that all, Sorcerer Lion?" the voice answered casually. "What you promised is of no use to me, not even of interest to me, and you said that you are my first believer. But do you know what I like?" Lorgar lowered his head again and answered piously, "I believe in you. Because the moment I saw your great power with my own eyes, I knew that you are definitely a true god. But I don't know what you like, my lord. Do I have the honor to listen to your teachings?" "You are not worthy," the voice said coldly, and just one sentence made Lorgar freeze. He raised his head in disbelief, and a trembling smile appeared on his stiff face. "What did you say?" "You are not worthy, Sorcerer Lion, because you don't believe in any gods at all." Black fire boiled and approached his face. "You arm yourself with the doctrines of faith and religion. You believe in many different gods, and you are loyal to them all. But if I say, you actually don't believe in anyone, the only thing you believe in is power, no Lorgar tried to refute. Yes, Blackfire interrupted him majestically. You follow whoever displays great strength. You believe in whoever possesses boundless power. Do I need me to make it more obvious? Of course not. Lorgar opened his eyes wide, his knees squirming. He raised his hands helplessly, looked up at the sky, and shouted, I have been looking for a true savior for all mankind. God, can't you see? I am not looking for power, but gods without enough power cannot save mankind. Lies. Blackfire laughed coldly, and the laughter echoed in the dark wasteland, knocking on Lorgar's heart. You say you have faith, but all you have done from the beginning to the end is to find a powerful master and kneel at his feet to beg for mercy. You say you are pious, but you carry the blessings of the other three evil gods and shout my name, saying that you are my first believer. You say you believe in me, but you don't even know what I like and hate. In the final analysis, you have no faith and are not pious. You are an extremely hypocritical coward. Lorgar or Lion, you are no different from your adoptive father Kurfarin. No, let me make it clearer. From the beginning to the end, you have been a puppet of Kurfarin. You were deceived and even beaten by him as a child. And when you grew up, you after that, not only did you fail to distinguish right from wrong, but you were even manipulated by him and Erebus as a Primarch. A Primarch was fooled by two mortals. Ha, Blackfire sneered, you have lived until now without any progress. You wanted to believe in me the moment you saw me slaughtering demons, and even took the corpses of the demons I killed to show your sincerity to me. How stupid. Lorgar's face turned pale, but when he heard this, he immediately understood why the god was angry, so he touched the ground with his forehead again. I understand. I will start a new blood sacrifice. No need, Lorgar or Lion, Blackfire said softly. What? No, no, God, give me another chance. Lorgar shouted in panic. You can't leave like this. Humans need a savior. They never need any savior. Blackfire's voice at this moment sounded cold and rational, and his tone was completely changed, but Lorgar didn't notice it at all. You are just making excuses for your cowardice. Get ready, Lorgar or Lion. He is coming. What? Who? Who is coming? He couldn't ask, because a black shadow fell from the sky, carrying boundless fury and slamming Lorgar straight into the ground. A huge pit appeared in an instant, the altar was completely destroyed, and the bodies of the demons turned into powder. A voice sounded in Lorgar's ears, hatred and anger burning in it. Lorgar. Before he could speak, Lorgar was hit in the face, followed by countless sharp crow feathers. They cut Lorgar's body at a terrifying speed, making him scream in pain. But this was just the beginning. Lorgar, Korax shouted frantically, threw him into the sky, shook his finger, and the power of the warp passed through his body without reservation, turning him into a dark shadow, and then jumped into the sky. Lorgar stared wide-eyed as the man who had appeared in his nightmare punched through his chest with pure anger and ripped out his heart. You? Lorgar looked at him in disbelief. Why are you here? I've been looking for you for 10,000 years. Lorgar, you pathetic trash, useless bastard. You and your legion deserve to die. You deserve to die. Korax didn't even answer his question, but grabbed Lorgar's jaw and forced him to open his mouth. Now that the blessing of the gods was forcibly blocked, he had no way to fight Korax with his body after ascending to the devil. But the latter didn't want to kill him so quickly. Lorgar knew what he wanted to do, or rather, he guessed it. Sure enough, Korax grabbed his tongue and pulled it out directly. The Lord of Crows cut it into powder with crow feathers, and then punched Lorgar to the ground again, and then stepped on his abdomen and trampled hard. Use the sweet words you learned from Erebus and Kurfarin to deceive innocent people? Try it again, Lorgar the Eloquent. You lowly maggot. He stepped on Lorgar's spine without hesitation and broke his limbs. During the whole process, Lorgar didn't even resist once. He just looked at Korax in shock, his thoughts stagnant as if he had forgotten to think. The Lord of Crows pulled him close to him, stared into his eyes, and asked word by word, "Do you remember what I said when we met last time? I said, you can't escape. No matter what you become, I will kill you with my own hands." After saying this, Lorgar finally reacted. He raised his head, and the demon's body was quickly regenerating his tongue, and the speed was amazing. he said incoherently. The blessing is back, brother, the blessing is back. The gods still favor me. It's useless. Korax smiled coldly. You will die today, Lorgar Orlan. I swore that you would die by my hand. Lorgar did not speak, but began to draw on the energy of the warp with all his heart and soul. In an instant, he turned into an amorphous ball of fire, forcing Korax to let go. Runes began to surround the fireball, like a whirlpool that kept spinning. Lorgar appeared a few seconds later on another intact ground. He was draped in a white robe, his golden skin intact. He stood there gracefully, smiled at Korax from a distance, and nodded. Brother, the gods still favor me, don't you understand? Lorgar raised his hand and began to shout loudly. God, I offer you one of my blood relatives, let him be the gift of your birth. This is the first blood sacrifice of me, Lorgar Orlan, your first believer. I will satisfy you. In the sky, the mage who untied the barrier and allowed Lorgar to regain his power laughed. He thought, this bastard is really the most persistent bastard in the world. Fux Caribus Fux Kerfarin update is complete. Chapter 822, tearing a mage's book collection into pieces in front of him. It's hard to find a suitable word to describe a man like Lorgar Orlan. Madman? No, he's not crazy. On the contrary, he's very rational and fully aware of what he's doing. Devout? That's just a disguise. Take off the religious cloak from him and you'll find that Lorgar Orlan doesn't believe in any gods at all. He only loves vague incarnations and one-sided concepts. To be more specific, he actually believes in power itself. Whoever has power is his master. Standing in the sky, the mage watched the battle on the ground with a cold eye. He saw the black air waves raised by Korax's charge cause the ground to collapse, and smoke and dust flew at an explosive speed. Seeing Lorgar fending off his attack in a panic, his eyes became more and more fanatical. His skin began to glow, and the characters engraved on it were slowly crawling, changing into more blasphemous sentences. After seeing this scene, he raised his head and looked at the sky. Sure enough, in the chaotic and disordered starry sky, 3 different colors were slowly converging: bloody red, ambiguous pink, deep green. 3 different consciousnesses cast their gazes here and stared at this planet with interest. Lorgar obviously also felt their gazes, and he roared excitedly. His gentle voice, which was born to be a diplomat, now sounded like the roar of a wild beast. Come on, brother, meet the true God, meet the salvation of mankind, meet me. Shut up, the Lord of Crows responded with a roar comparable to anger. You are not worthy of saying the word human, you dirty scum. They fought again, regardless of the situation of the battle. What Lorgar didn't know was that the person his true gods came here to look at was not him. The wizard closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his expression had become a little scary. A dim golden light flashed behind him, and an old man slowly walked out of the void, his face not looking very good. He looked down at his brothers who were fighting each other to death on the ground, and pursed his lips. It's time to go, the Lord of Mankind said in a low voice. This is a warp, 2 against 3, we are not at an advantage. You are wrong, it's 3 against 3, the wizard said calmly. If necessary, I will directly detonate the Astronomicon to release it, if they really intend to join forces. The gain is not worth the loss, the chance of killing them is too small, and I don't think Khorne will be willing to cooperate. The Lord of Mankind calmly assessed the situation. Besides, the disappearance of the Astronomicon will make the Empire lose the ability to navigate in the warp. The most important point is that it also needs a host. I can guess what you want to do. I advise you not to do it. Shenyan looked back at him, with a scarlet surging in his eyes. The Lord of Mankind's eyes condensed, a thunder exploded, and the violent sky fire attacked the scarlet cloud in the sky along with the lightning. Thunder rolled, flames burned, and with anger, the old man changed his face without saying a word. The barbarians from Eurasia reappeared, wearing golden armor and holding flaming swords, ready to fight. No. At the critical moment, Shenyan stopped him. The wizard shook his head, and a dark shadow emerged under his feet, with countless tentacles surging greedily in it. One of them emerged after getting the wizard's permission, and a scarlet shadow flashed across his face at that moment. The tentacle happily returned to the shadow with its prey and began to share this hard-earned delicacy with its companions. A cold snort came from the sky. The anger of the evil god was terrible enough, and the god who was erupting with great anger was called Khorne. As a result, the sky changed color, and 8,888 howling bloodthirsty demons were brought out by the ever-surging power in the high heaven. They were carrying red flames, and as soon as they appeared, they rushed straight to the ground, and their target was Korax. The sky was covered, and the howling of demons reached his ears along with the war cry. The Lord of Crows frowned at that moment, and his body immediately turned into a shadow and disappeared. Lorgar on the side laughed loudly. They didn't know what was happening in the sky, but Lorgar Aurelion directly interpreted the support of these bloodthirsty demons as one of the evidences that Khorne had regained interest in him. The Great Bearer laughed wildly, clasped his hands together, and blood gushed out of his skin, turning into a blasphemous ring to bind Korax. The shadow had no way to escape and could only stay where it was for the time being. This was not a big problem for Korax. He only needed a short while to break free of this clumsy spell, but now he had to deal with more than just Lorgar. Seeing this scene, the barbarian's eyes widened with anger, and he immediately wanted to swing the flaming sword to draw the sky fire, but a pale hand pressed down the flaming sword, and the scorching sky fire on it not only did not hurt him, but also curled up. "You'd better not do it," Shenyan sneered. "Live a few more years, old man." He snapped his fingers, and a portal appeared under Korax's feet. With the blasphemous ring, the Lord of Crows roared and fell into the pocket dimension. Lorgar's smile froze on his face. He looked at the empty space in disbelief, and actually rushed over to look carefully. "No, no, come back, Korax. You can't run away. The blood sacrifice is not yet complete." A bloodthirsty demon landed beside him. The original target disappeared, but there was still a Primarch who had ascended to the demon. It stared at Lorgar with ill intentions, and the battle axe in its hand was already raised high. "Get out!" Lorgar turned around, and his ferocious face looked completely different from his past. Lorgar has never been a qualified warrior, and his talent in fighting and war is not outstanding. But at this moment, he is not like this. The body of the great speaker is infinitely taller, and the essence of the devil breaks through the original appearance and replaces it. A tall demon stood there, roaring and grabbing the bloodthirsty demon that wanted to fight it, and actually tore it in half. The barbarian stood in the air, looking at it sadly. "Forget your expression. If you have the ability, go down and explain to him what is going on with the perfect city." "Yes, he is a shameless bastard, but do you think you have no responsibility?" The wizard's sneer still did not disappear from his face. He first laughed at the Lord of Humanity's actions, then pulled the flaming sword in his hand and threw it into the sky. The blade immediately dissolved and turned into a torrent of flames, boiling like a thick cloud. The sky fire spread to the entire planet in just a few seconds, and isolated the three gods from their gaze through the spells hidden underneath. Nergal was the first to leave. The father came here to watch the fun. He didn't care about Lorgar Aurelion at all. To put it more bluntly, he really didn't want anything to go wrong in his garden. Growing flowers and plants is not easy, not to mention that he grows far more than just flowers and plants. Slaanesh followed closely behind, at a terrifying speed, obviously feeling guilty. Otherwise he would definitely touch the heavenly fire here, amuse himself in the pain for a while, and then leave. Only Khorne did not. His power still hovered over the planet, and his body continued to roar in his wasteland. The sound shattered countless skulls, and made countless wronged souls buried in the wasteland wail and turn into smoke. The demons trembled with anger, but it was useless. They didn't even know the reason why Khorne was so angry. They didn't know that in the warp, an unprecedented demon massacre was taking place on a planet captured by chaos. Shadow tentacles covered the sky and the sun, pierced the bodies of the bloodthirsty demons, and bound them so that they could not move. These once cruel demons roared crazily. Some of those who only had their limbs tied up would even swing their weapons to chop them off, but it was useless. In just a few minutes, they were dragged back to the shadows under the mage's feet by the endless tentacles. He stood there expressionlessly, and a creepy chewing sound came from the shadows, continuously. "Calm down, The Lord of Mankind reminded. Don't be too ruthless. You just ate one of his legions. I don't give a damn, Shenyan replied coldly. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to send that idiot on the ground to someone who is truly worthy of the name of Lorgar, so that he can see how stupid he is. And you stubborn bastard who can't even do a good job of family education. He turned his head and scolded the Lord of Humanity, who had returned to his old appearance again. Ah, who would have thought that the greatest misfortune suffered by the entire human race was because an old man was unwilling to explain things clearly to his sons. You really should give yourself a title, the most failed father in the world. After saying this, he flashed directly to the ground, picked up Lorgar and crossed the boundary. The old man sighed after a long silence. No, don't be angry. He is telling the truth, and his mental state is unstable now. Korax roared and tore the bookshelf in front of him into pieces, along with the books on it. Just by swinging his fist, the power of darkness turned into sharp crow feathers and cut everything in front of him into pieces. He didn't know where this was, but he didn't care. In his opinion, these were nothing more than the power of chaos. He even thought that the portal was a trick of Lorgar. Come out and face me. Lorgar were lion. You coward. Get out. With rage, the Lord of Crows kicked over the chairs and desks. The power of the Primarch turned them into powder in an instant. In this room without windows and doors, Korax destroyed everything he could see, even every book on the bookshelves. You can imagine the expression of the mentally unstable mage when he returned to the pocket dimension and saw this scene. Walking out of the portal, Shenyan's eyes twitched immediately. You all. He paused, took a deep breath, and asked softly, what did you do? Korax turned his head to look at the wizard, and rushed to him in an instant, with his right fist raised, obviously wanting to attack. Logically, he should not be able to distinguish between a stranger and Lorgar, but anger has completely washed away his rationality. After 10,000 years of hunting, he thought he could get what he wanted today, but he watched the prey disappear. Not only that, Khorne also contributed to the situation behind the scenes. As early as the moment the wizard removed the barrier and let Lorgar regain his power, he immediately blessed Korax, and the Lord of Crows did not realize this at all. Anger, sometimes, it is sweeter than honey, so it can blur people's minds. Seeing this scene, the wizard smiled instead of being angry. His teeth were white. He backhanded a punch and hit Korax in the face. The intense pain came instantly, but it stimulated Korax's spirit even more, making him violent again, and more convinced that this man was definitely not human. How could a human have such power? Since he is not a human, then Shenyan could see what he was thinking, but he was too lazy to argue with him. If Korax just smashed some tables and benches, it would be fine. But those books. He raised his hand and blocked Korax's stormy attack with one hand, without even using any spells. Korax then changed his strategy and disappeared into a black shadow. The next second, a sky of crow feathers rolled up in the room like a storm, and the already broken pages became even more shattered. The veins on the wizard's forehead bulged, and he grabbed him out of the crow feathers. Korax looked at him in disbelief, but was immediately thrown heavily to the ground. The pure camouflage fighting technique was finally used by the wizard again, and a heavy punch hit Korax's lower abdomen, followed by a kick, with such force that he even flew across the air. Of course, Shenyan did not give up. He threw a left hook with a smile, and then added a right straight punch. The two punches landed with great precision, hitting Korax's ribs at both ends, instantly breaking his bones. For a Primarch who has realized his true nature, this is not a worrying injury, but this is Shenyan's pocket dimension. Korax screamed in pain, flew backwards, and gasped among the broken wood and pages. He stood up quickly, and felt deeply ashamed for his previous screams of pain. Even if the old man came today, he couldn't save you, Korax, I said. But don't worry, the Primarch level medical cabin has been prepared on the Vengeance. Shenyan laughed neurotically, and the muscles of his entire face trembled constantly. If a green-haired psychopath in Gotham had the opportunity to see this scene, he would immediately come to him to learn how to laugh in a way that makes others feel terrible. The Lord of Crows, whose eyes were blinded by anger, suddenly felt something was wrong at this moment. It was his reason that was screaming and telling him how wrong the whole thing was. But it was too late. I'll update 10,000 times tomorrow. Can any readers guess what will happen next? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 823 Truth and Illusion. Korax was thrown out of a portal with a bruised face and a swollen nose. He looked miserable. Sanguinius, who had been notified in advance, did not react much. He walked over with a stern face and helped Korax, the brother he had not seen for a long time. The mage's voice, which was still angry, came out from the portal, with a tremor. He was angry. Send him to the prepared medical cabin. Yes, sir, Sanguinius replied softly. The portal disappeared. The archangel sighed, and looked at Korax with sympathy. The latter was covered in blood, and his eyes were swollen and couldn't open. Not only that, he couldn't even walk by himself. His left ankle was bent at a strange angle on the other side. Sanguinius helped him up, carefully, and at the same time, he whispered, Korax, are you okay? The Lord of Crows did not respond to his inquiries and actions, as if he had lost his mind after being beaten. However, Sanguinius knew that Korax was far from being so fragile. Okay, you don't have to talk now. Sanguinius stopped trying to communicate with him, but supported Korax and took him a few steps to the prepared medical cabin. Scarlet footprints left a trail of traces in the silver-white room. A few minutes later, with the closing of the transparent hatch, the archangel's expression gradually relaxed and was no longer so tense. He knew that the mage could not kill him, but, no matter what, Korax's appearance was definitely terrifying, and because he had experienced 2 consecutive teleportations, he was inevitably a little anxious. As soon as he received the notice from Shenyan, he rushed to the vengeance without stopping. However, although the Lord of Crows looked very miserable, considering what he had done, the Archangel also understood. Sanguinius stared at the motionless Lord of Crows in the treatment cabin with sympathy, and shook his head. What are you thinking, my brother? An unclear voice came from the medical cabin, with pain and weakness. I made a mistake. The Archangel put his hands behind his back and shook his head again. Oh, so you are willing to speak now? Korax was silent for a while before continuing. I just lost consciousness. Yes, you lost consciousness, but your whole body was tense, not at all like the relaxed state of a person who was knocked unconscious. Sanguinius smiled, and you didn't just make a mistake. After the Lord calmed down, he began to explain to you what happened, but you. He paused for a while and finally used a relatively euphemistic statement. Anyway, in short, I am very curious about your talent in the art of language, which you have never shown before. Did you study this in the warp? How did you know? Korax asked weakly. Oh, that Excellency gave all of us a live broadcast, Sanguinius replied with a smile. I have to say, brother, your courage even surprised Russ. But Robert has a different opinion. He thinks you must have been in the warp for too long and lost your mind. Otherwise how could you do such a thing? Korax opened his mouth and wanted to argue, but stopped. He didn't know what to say. After a long time, the Lord of Crows said with self-mockery, well, I was indeed a little mentally ill at the time. The Archangel's expression became more serious and his posture changed. He folded his hands across his chest and looked at Korax coldly. You have completely lost your calmness and self-control, Korax. You didn't listen to persuasion or explanation. You knew you were wrong but still attacked him stubbornly. And calmness and self-control used to be your proudest and most precious qualities, and they were also the confidence that allowed you to mock curs all the time. But after today, I think you no longer have this qualification. The Lord of Crows, lying in the medical cabin, reluctantly opened his eyes. He did not use the fact that Korn was behind the scenes as an excuse, nor did he argue that he was in a state of complete loss of control of his emotions at the time. The Lord of Crows just nodded with difficulty with a small amplitude. You are right, brother, Korax whispered. I will always remember this. I may become a shadow and hunt our fallen blood relatives in the warp, or kill a group of demons with a wave of my hand. But in the final analysis, at the end, he actually laughed thankfully. I am still immortal, which is really the best. Sanguinius looked at him for a while and said, yes, this is a good thing. Have a good rest, brother. In addition, Vulcan told me that he wants to give you a hug, but also wants to beat you up. Considering that these two things cannot be done at the same time, he decided to give you a warm hug at the suggestion of Russ. Corax's face twitched. Lorgar woke up in silence. He immediately realized that he was tied up, surrounded by a huge darkness. Even his eyes could not penetrate the thick darkness. He immediately felt a little panic, but calmed down immediately after a certain thought. This must be a test given to me by the new god. He thought optimistically and hopefully. He hoped that the new god would not be disappointed because he did not complete the blood sacrifice. It was true that Corax had escaped, but that kind of portal technology definitely did not belong to Psychers. Lorgar was confident that he was not wrong. As long as he passed this test and proved his piety, he could return to the warp and start planning the blood sacrifice. He had already thought about it. In addition to Corax's life, he would also take the lives of some fools, so that they would return to the arms of the true god and no longer have to suffer and sink. What a wonderful plan! Moreover, if he did well, maybe Corax would be reborn in a new form in the end and stand by his side. They could start to overthrow the corrupt empire and burn it with the flames of faith. Just as he smiled at his own fantasy, the darkness in front of him suddenly parted, or to be more precise, the darkness retreated. Just because of the arrival of the person, the darkness was afraid of him? This question flashed through Lorgar's mind, but soon disappeared, because he had seen the man's face clearly, and then he fell into greater shock. Shut up, the man shouted. You are not allowed to speak. Lorgar felt a strong sense of absurdity rising from his heart, and he widened his eyes so that he could see every detail of this person. After discovering that the man did not have those scriptures on his body, he actually smiled with relief. You are not me, he muttered to himself. So it was just an illusion. Is this the test you gave me, God? Okay, I accept it. God? The man stared at him, and his fierce eyes almost made Lorgar speechless, while the strong conviction contained in his voice made Lorgar's face suddenly flushed. No. You should call him a liar and a liar. Lorgar immediately roared. Shut up, you false illusion. Even if you are an illusion created by the power of the true God, I will never allow you to slander him like this. The man laughed. The laughter was contemptuous and cold, which was completely opposite to the meaning of the word laugh itself. When the laughter stopped, he calmly retorted, do you really think I am an illusion? Even at this point, you selectively forget part of the truth and insist on believing that those things you want to believe are good, which fits my imagination of an ignorant fanatic. Lorgar smiled disdainfully, and his mind was not shaken at all. The power of the true God is indeed great. He can even create a pathetic unbeliever, and use my appearance. Lorgar shouted loudly, God, if you think this can shake my faith, then you are wrong. I, Lorgar or Lion, will never betray my faith in you. You call him God, and say you believe in him, but you don't even know his name. If the true God is willing, he will naturally tell me his name. Lorgar emphasized. And you, unbeliever, you'd better respect him. He calls mortals, not gods. There are many mistakes in your words, but I will only correct the most important one. The man's voice was still calm. I am not faithless. I just don't believe in the so-called gods. I believe in truth and science. I devote myself to my ideals, not to a false idol. What I believe in is a difficult road, but mankind will eventually achieve the final victory with their own hands. We are human beings, not slaves of liars. Liar. This name again? Exclamation mark. How dare he say that? Exclamation mark. You shameful thing. Your life and even your false thoughts are derived from the power of the true God. You can stand here and talk to me because of the glory of God. Lorgar roared and struggled constantly. The iron chain that bound him had already lit up with a dangerous light blue fluorescence, but he didn't notice it at all. He was still roaring like crazy with a hideous face. How dare you slander your creator? You will suffer in hell, and I will watch you burn on the shore. When that time comes, you will deeply regret your blasphemy today, but it will be useless, because you have chosen a shameful path. The man looked at him calmly, his blue eyes empty. He shook his head and said softly, "Shameful? Let people have enough food and clothing, not be hurt by ignorance and fanaticism, and not be enslaved by lies. Do you think this is a shameful path?" He smiled. Then he punched Lorgar in the face. The punch was so heavy that Lorgar was dizzy. When he came to his senses, he found that his mouth was full of blood. "Shameful?" The man repeated his words again. This time, there was a suppressed anger brewing in it. Another punch accurately hit Lorgar's nose. He felt severe pain and a physiological reaction of wanting to cry, which made Lorgar feel incredible. How could I still have such a fragile physiological structure? However, he was unable to maintain a complete logical thinking, and the storm-like blows continued to bombard him. At the same time, Lorgar heard the man's repeated voice, and in the uninterrupted blows, his voice gradually became no different from a roar. "Shameful?" A punch hit his lower abdomen, and Lorgar vomited blood in pain. "Shameful?" Another punch hit his left cheek, 3 teeth fell out, and the numb pain made Lorgar couldn't help but let out a low cry of pain. "Shameful?" The roar sounded like thunder in the darkness, and the last punch hit Lorgar's chin, causing him to faint for a short time. Blood dripped onto the ground, and after a while, the great speaker raised his head weakly. "The pain of flesh and blood is just part of the test for me," he said firmly, his voice clear. "You can't make me surrender, unbeliever. Only faith can make me kneel. This is not a test, and I never thought of making you kneel." The man said calmly, "There is no true God for you here either. Open your eyes and take a good look. There are only you and me here. Lorgar were lion and Lorgar were lion, but I am different from you. I have never bowed down to any god. I have never enslaved anyone with lies. I have not regarded the lives of innocent people as sacrifices, nor have I degenerated my legion into a group of weak and pathetic lunatics." Lorgar panted and did not speak. He wanted to answer, but he was in too much pain. The man's fist was like a burning flame, and the pain spread deep into his bones. Along with it came something else, something he ignored and didn't want to believe. After killing someone, if the body is not tied to a heavy object and thrown into the water, they will float up sooner or later. And now, several swollen corpses are quickly occupying Lorgar's field of vision. "It seems that you realize it." "Good." The man smiled coldly. "You finally discovered the truth." "Yes, this is not the place you are familiar with, and that's not all." Lorgar's eyes widened in horror. He finally understood why this man's fist made him feel so painful, and he finally understood why he could not break free from the chains from the beginning to the end. The blessing of God disappeared from him. His promotion and the proof of his faith were taken away by someone. "No!" Lorgar screamed miserably, as if crying blood. "Give it back to me." "Give you back what?" "Give you back your ignorant faith and fanatical stupidity. Give you back the power to do evil so that you can continue to use sweet words to deceive innocent people." Like I said, there are only you and me here." The man raised his hand and pointed at Lorgar. "Lorgar were lion." He retracted his hand and pointed at himself. "And Lorgar were lion. And now, it's time for you to face the truth." There is also a Chapter 6K, Chapter 824 Round Table Talks. Memories are constantly changing, just like living things. Once some details are forgotten, then memories will fill in with things that never happened. Fulgrim frowned and put down the book in his hand. To this day, he still cannot agree with some of the views in these books. However, this is also normal. Books are compiled and written by people, and the text will inevitably carry people's will and opinions. And disagreements are very common for humans. No one can fully agree with another person. At most, they can only seek common ground while reserving differences. Fulgrim was silent for a while, and then laughed. His smile made Russ look over and hum in dissatisfaction. "What are you laughing at, Fulgrim?" "Some interesting things." Phoenix nodded at him reservedly. "So, what are we gathered here for today?" In the spacious room, 6 Primarchs sat at a round table. Fulgrim, Leman Russ, Vulcan, Jaghatai Khan, Robat Gilliman, and Sanguinius sitting in the main seat. "I want to know the answer to this question, too," Vulcan said with a tired face. "I have been staying at the forge for a week. Today is a day off. I was planning to take the child to visit the Terra space station and see when my offspring will arrive." After saying this, He glanced at Gilliman. The latter said helplessly, "They are on their way." "For the sake of the teacher, Vulcan, I really didn't ask them to clean up those hives along the way. They did it themselves. They said that this was to give themselves enough honor to set foot on holy terra." Ahem. Sanguinius coughed lightly, attracting the attention of his brothers. "These things can wait. The purpose of today's meeting is to reveal to us another possibility of ourselves." "You mean, Angron?" the Chemos asked. "We from another world?" "Oh, this is interesting," he laughed, obviously knowing something. Russ, who was sitting next to him, narrowed his eyes and his fangs poked out of his lips. "Hey, do you know something, Fulgrim?" "I think it's better if I don't reveal part of the story in advance. Otherwise it will ruin a lot of fun for you." Fulgrim smiled harmlessly, but only he knew how much he was looking forward to it. "Playing tricks," Leman Russ said coldly, then turned his head and asked Sanguinius, "Another possibility? You have to explain it to me clearly, Sanguinius. I'm not very good at thinking." The Archangel glanced at him, but did not expose the stupid and barbaric coat that Russ deliberately put on himself, just smiled. "Well, this is what the captain proposed. As for the reason, he said that he would come to tell us after we finish reading it. So, do you have any other questions?" He looked around and found that his brothers' expressions were not normal. Fulgrim had a reserved smile, and Russ frowned, glancing at Fulgrim from time to time. Vulcan stared at the ceiling mural depicting the Battle of the Imperial Heroes, while Gilliman lowered his head and fiddled with the personal terminal in his hand, still handling government affairs. Only Shagatai Khan was calm and indifferent. "Please start, brother." The Chagurus smiled slightly. "Let us see what the other world is like. After all, Angron has always kept silent about this part of the matter." "Okay, Khan." Sanguinius sat down with a smile, not knowing that he was about to hear something extremely terrifying to him. He clapped his hands and said, "The array, can you please start the story?" The next second, the cold and mechanical voice of the array sounded. "Retrieving data, setting up the shielding array, retrieving energy to charge the preparation work is complete, and the story begins." Chapter 1, Blood Angel. Gilliman suddenly raised his head and looked at Sanguinius, and the smile on the latter's face disappeared at this moment. The array continued coldly, and it never stopped. Before they fell, they were called the Blood Angels. At that time, they were the noblest warriors in the human empire, and their primarch Sanguinius was a symbol of purity and loyalty. However, under a series of uninterrupted conspiracies, they eventually became slaves of pleasure, greedy for the pleasure of blood and flesh, and the hands of the Lord of Pleasure have completely wrapped them. The round table fell into silence, and Sanguinius's hands tightly grasped the armrests of the chair, squeezing them until they creaked. His face was so pale that it was horrible, so horrible that it was almost doubtful that he was dead. "Sanguinius?" Vulcan broke the silence and asked carefully, "Are you okay?" The Lord of Fire Dragon's dark face was full of concern. He raised his hand and placed it on the Archangel's shoulder. The scorching temperature came, and Vulcan was always like this, giving people the warmth of fire like his forge. Sanguinius calmed down a little, and he showed a bitter smile of fear and fear. "I think I'm fine, it's just a possibility," Russ muttered. "Don't worry about it, Angel." The Wolf King looked like he had something to say, but in the end, he just knocked on the table in annoyance. "The array, continue." The name of Sanguinius has become a taboo 10,000 years after the Emperor sat on the Golden Throne. Books and records containing his name and deeds were destroyed and burned. Because the symbol of one's glory has now become the most corrupt thing in the world, together with the great traitor Gilliman, they have successfully destroyed the Empire, at least brought it to the brink of destruction. Gilliman shook involuntarily. His expression was dull, but looking at this face, you wouldn't believe that this is the face of Robert Gilliman. After a long time, the tinnitus caused by overstimulation disappeared, and Gilliman heard his brothers calling him, "Robert?" Worried, "This is Vulcan. Don't touch him. He is probably in a state of confusion due to excessive shock. We just let him recover on his own." "This is Russ." At this time, he sounded wise and calm. Alas, this was a long sigh from Fulgrim. He should be fine now. This was Shagatai Khan, whose observation was terrifyingly sharp. The Chagurus nodded at him. Please continue. Pattern array. Now, there were two pale-faced people at the round table, among the few scholars hunted by the Inquisition. In the memories of those who seek forbidden knowledge, Sanguinius has many titles. He is one of the rebels, a parasite, a favorite of the Lord of Pleasure, and the culprit who personally pushed his entire legion into the arms of Slaanesh, although his original purpose was just to free his sons from the destined shackles and curse. But he forgot that there is only one outcome when you seek the skin of a tiger. Like all those who sold their souls to chaos, Sanguinius did not realize what his decision would bring at first, until the passage of time, until the time of Istvnvi. He finally tasted the bitter fruit. His sons pounced on the corpses lying on the battlefield and sucked them without distinguishing between friend and foe. They reveled in the joy of blood, and the angry curse had disappeared, replaced by something else. Seeing this, he collapsed. Sanguinius locked himself in his room and began to go crazy. He fantasized about the past and indulged in it. There, his sons were still noble warriors, champions of the Emperor, instead of this pathetic, disgusting depravity. No, the words were whispered out, and the archangel raised his trembling hands and covered his cheeks to suppress his urge to scream. His eyes were covered with bloodshot, and invisibly, a burst of wild laughter from the warp penetrated through layers of obstacles and fell onto his heart, but was quickly driven away by another person's voice. That voice was rational and cold, belonging to a mage. Plus go away. Plus he roared. Plus here. He never betrayed. Plus the voice was like a thunder that brought Sanguinius back to his senses and temporarily gave him a little pitiful rationality. The archangel gave a trembling smile to his brothers. Then, he said, "Please continue." The array. He sounded almost crying. "No." Shagatai Khan spat out cold words. "Stop. You can't continue listening, Sanguinius, otherwise I am sure you will go crazy." "I'm fine, Shagatai." "All right." The Chagurus stared at him angrily. The anger was not directed at him, but it was undoubtedly boiling in Shagatai's eyes at this moment. "Look at yourself. Do you look fine?" "No." "Stop. This is the terrible scene of another world. We don't have to pay the price for it, and we don't have to shake our minds for it." The round table was silent for a while, until Vulcan spoke in a voice that was almost a sigh. "Brothers, please listen to me. I don't know the captain as well as you do, but I already know what he did. So, if he wants us to listen to this tragic story, then we should listen." The Lord of Fire Dragon looked at Sanguinius apologetically. He must have his reasons for doing this. In the trembling fear, the archangel nodded slowly. He looked vulnerable and helpless, but he still made this decision. At this moment, Russ knew that he once again had a deep respect for Sanguinius. If one had to choose a perfect person among them, then Sanguinius would probably be the only one who met this impossible standard. This scene could confirm this. However, since Sanguinius could be corrupted, what about the others? Lehman Russ had a bad feeling in his heart. There is still a 3K chapter. I didn't want to write this plot so soon, but I kept thinking about it last night, and I was happy while thinking about it. I was so happy. Chapter 825 Round Table Talks. But corruption will only get deeper and deeper. It will not stop with the deviation of personal will, nor will it allow you to have the thought of changing your mind. The specific details are no longer traceable and have been blown away by the wind. However, the only thing that scholars can be sure of is that in the crucial Battle of Terra, Sanguinius personally killed his brother, Horus, and sucked the latter's blood. At that moment, he must have felt unprecedented joy and excitement. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the devil on the spot, and gently held his brother's lifeless body and rocked it gently. He ignored the attacks of others unless they disturbed his feast. In this way, Sanguinius became a demon of Slaanesh in laughter. Forever, he will continue to drink blood and smear flesh and blood. He will lead his descendants on this bloody road and continue to fall. They are now explorers of the senses, greedy for excitement and slaves of pleasure. No matter what they used to look like, they are now only called blood angels. Traitors of the Empire, one of the terrible nightmares of mankind. Chapter 1, Blood Angels, End. For a moment, Gilliman felt that everyone was lost. The storm of silence swept over them all, wrapped around them all, and deeply tormented them all, and with it came a question. Lehman Russ had thought of it first, But he was not the only one who had it. All were equally intelligent, and none were truly foolish. The question was horrifying. If even Sanguinius could fall, what about the others? The archangel huddled in his chair, his once soft blonde hair now colorless, his wings trembling, because he was wrapped in terror. Vulcan stood up without a word, came to stand beside him, and placed his right hand on Sanguinius's shoulder. The Fire Lord said nothing, but gave his brother gentle but firm support. He said nothing, but everyone knew what he would say. "You are not that kind of person, Sanguinius. Do not be afraid of this. Continue," Robert Gilliman said with a look of defeat and a hoarse voice. His emotions were not stable, and his expression was even more complicated and indescribable. He said to continue, so the array obeyed his order. Chapter 2, Ultramarines, please wait. The data is being retrieved. This moment of waiting gave them time to discuss. Russ smiled, not very sincerely, but everyone could see that he was trying to liven up the atmosphere. "At least the name of your legion has not changed, Robert." "Hey, is this thing broken?" "It just said the great traitor Gilliman. But the name of your legion is not the same as Sanguinius's. Damn it." Russ lost control of his emotions and slapped the round table with such force that the table reinforced by the array trembled. "What am I talking about?" He lowered his head in anger and stopped talking. The failed attempt to liven up the atmosphere ended. The voice of the array sounded again, as always, cold and rational. Gilliman thought, "I need the latter, but I am afraid I need the former to support myself at this moment. Otherwise, I will definitely fall here." The history of the Ultramarines has long been buried by the wind and sand, and the past has completely buried everything. Only a few scattered sentences remain. But I, Samuel Joe, have found some hidden truths through my life's efforts. I know that writing these things will bring me trouble and even inhuman torture, but I don't care. I must record it. Whether it is good or bad, history needs to be recorded. It can remind future generations of what we used to be and what we don't have to become. So, Inquisitor, if you are reading this part, I beg you not to burn my manuscript. Interesting, judging you from the perspective of a scholar, brother, Shagatai Khan said lightly. This is very valuable. Mortals have a much wider vision than us. We can only see things in the sky, but they can see the earth and the vast grasslands. Gilliman gave a forced smile and agreed with the Khan's words. But, his heart was beating wildly, and his emotions were stopping him from listening and wanted him to leave. But his reason was sane. "Number, you must listen, Robert Gilliman, because you must be alert." So, for the first time in his life, Robert Gilliman did not let his emotions overwhelm his reason at a critical moment. He won a small victory, but he was not proud of it. On the contrary, he felt incomparable panic for what he heard below. "Looking back from the 41st millennium, I am deeply shocked at the path we have taken. What is certain is that Robert Gilliman must have had the same feelings as me at some point, otherwise he would not have taught the Ultramarines to remember history in the very beginning. But, no matter what he used to be like, he is no longer. Today, his name cannot even be mentioned. In my eyes, what is Robert Gilliman other than the leader of the rebellion?" I often think about this question. Sometimes, I am frightened because my thoughts have been silent in the darkness for too long. I just whispered his name and thought of a little bit of what he had done, and I felt so terrified. So, what would he look like in person? The affectation of writers has been laid out for too long. Russ commented with a sneer. "Why don't we get to the point quickly, so that we can hear what Robert did in the other world?" His words drew an elbow from Fulgrim, who glared at him. "Robert from another world. Besides, these preparations are necessary." "What do you know? How many books have you read?" "I haven't read many books, but at least I haven't betrayed anyone." The Wolf King smiled strangely. An hour later, he began to regret what he said. The array paused for a moment, humanely giving them time to discuss, and then continued, "I don't know. I don't even know what he looks like. However, based on my current investigation, Robert Gilliman's fall began when he discovered his psychic talent. How he discovered this is no longer traceable. Here, I would like to specially praise our document court. Congratulations, gentlemen and ladies, you have successfully destroyed a part of history. Congratulations, you have done a great job." The moment he sensed psychic power, Something had changed. An ancient being in the high heavens set his sights on him. Perhaps this matter itself was his conspiracy. By the Emperor, I cannot write his name, but you all know who he is. Tsinch. Who else could it be? Robert Gilman lowered his head and stared at the table. He didn't understand one thing. Why would Tsinch be interested in him? The obnoxious Leman Russ said something with his characteristic mocking tone, but this slightly insulting remark just happened to coincide with Gilliman's thoughts at this moment. A man who would take the initiative to step into a trap and fight Fulgrim alone was favored by Tsinch. Oh, Allfather, this is a good joke. Fulgrim did not glare at him this time, but placed his hands on the table. His clean, slender fingers danced on the table, and he squinted his eyes and said to Russ, "Sometimes you really should learn to shut up, Russ." "I don't be quiet for a while, Russ," Jaghatai Khan said calmly. "At least let Robert hear his story, and don't be too proud of yourself." At this point, he sighed, "Each of us has character flaws, and those things will always find an angle to take advantage of the opportunity. Don't deny it, Russ." Just like Fulgrim said, you should learn to be quiet. The Wolf King was silent. The conspiracy itself is a conspiracy because it is unknown to others. As a scholar, I am not well versed in deception, and I do not know how Robert Gilman was deceived by him. However, he is a Primarch. The Primarch is the son of the Emperor, a god walking on earth, and he obviously has wisdom far superior to mine. From this point, I think that the existence of the Supreme Heaven is likely to have made Robert Gilman see some illusions, or told him some truths mixed with lies. Looking at history and stories, a good lie is nothing more than this: yes, 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 yes. What's going on? Fulgrim immediately stood up, looking around vigilantly, and the light in his hand condensed, and a sharp blade composed of pure golden light appeared. He asked sternly, "Array, report the situation." "This is normal." Array's voice was neither sad nor happy. "The transmission data is not a text file, but a psychic communication code deciphered from it. The jam just now is because it is like this." "Explain," Phoenix said seriously. "It is like this, plus let it continue to play." Plus a rational voice sounded, echoing in the room. "Plus continue, and you will see the truth, and the reason why I did this. Plus but I want to know now, sir." The fragile Sanguinius raised his head in pain, his eyes sparkling. "Why did you do this? Why did you let us hear this?" "Plus because the enemy is never more than this." Plus the voice of reason is cold and ruthless, but with a little self-contradictory self-mockery. "Plus I apologize to you, Sanguinius, but you must listen. Similarly, you must listen. This is related to what you are about to face, and it is related to the lives of humans in 2 universes." Plus Vulcan, tall, dark, and taciturn. Vulcan closed his eyes. "Then continue playing," he said softly. "I believe you," smiled, laughing while writing. "Ha ha 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 ha. But people have limits, a maximum of 10,000 a day." Today's update is over. As for tomorrow will also be 10,000. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.